It's a grand night in the capital filled with celebration. But while the city parties, a frantic search is underway. "Have you seen him?" a stressed official asks his guards. They haven't. The man snaps, ordering them to search faster. He's sweating bullets because the guest of honor, the third prince, has completely vanished. Elsewhere, by a serene lotus pond, we find our runaway royal. This is the third prince, Pei Yuanhao, and he is not in a good mood. Suddenly, he catches a whiff of something, a delicate fragrance. It's intoxicating, and it's coming from her. This is Yue Shengying, just a simple maid going about her duties. Before she can even react, he lunges, grabbing her wrist. She stammers in pure terror. Our poor girl is completely frozen in shock. He leans in, his voice a dangerous whisper. "You smell so sweet." He's acting like a man possessed, completely lost in her scent. Tears stream down her face as her world shatters. He finally collapses beside her, spent. The prince lets out a pained gasp, before passing out cold. And look at him, sleeping peacefully as if he just had a nice nap. He has no idea of the nightmare he's just created. As he begins to stir, our girl scrambles to her feet. She has to get away. She flees into the night, just as the palace guards finally locate their missing prince. They find him completely wasted. "Quickly get his highness to his room." Hidden in the bushes, our poor heroine can only watch, trembling. The tears just won't stop falling. Later, she tries to scrub the entire ordeal off her skin. Her friend walks in, concerned. "Sheng Ying, where have you been? Why are you bathing again?" she asks. Sheng Ying flinches, lying that she just got dirty. Her friend can tell something is wrong. She panics, shouting for her friend not to come any closer. Her friend is worried, but Sheng Ying insists she's fine. She makes up a quick lie about catching a cold. She just wants to be left alone. Once the door closes, the despair crashes down on her again. What should I do? As her friend leaves, she passes the chief maid, Yao Yingshui, who gives a very suspicious look. The next morning, our girl is a mess. Her friend immediately asks if she's been crying. Sheng Ying denies it, but her friend presses, asking where she was last night. She admits she visited a friend in the desolate cold palace. She's not doing well, she says, her voice trembling. She remembers what happened to her own friend, and a flash of the prince's cruel face makes her flinch. It's all because of that monster. Her friend, trying to lift her spirits, brings some incredible news. "Our names are on the list. We can finally leave the palace." For a single moment, there's a spark of hope in her eyes. Freedom. But their joy is cut short by a sharp cough. The chief maid, Yao Yingshu, stands there with an icy glare. "Mr. Yu is looking for a maid." Our girl's heart plummets. Mr. Yu is the third prince's eunuch. This can't be happening. Her friend senses her panic, but Sheng Ying tells her to go on ahead. The second she's gone, the chief maid corners her. "You went to Langong last night, didn't you?" Our girl freezes. How could she possibly know? Yao Yingshu then offers to help her. "Give me your scent bag," she demands. Sheng Ying is confused, but the maid insists. When she hesitates, the wicked woman just snatches it from her. With a cruel smirk, she tells our girl to get out. The maids are lined up in the courtyard. And there he is, the prince, looking for the girl from last night. His eunuch announces the test. "Pull up your left sleeve for me to check." They're looking for a mark. One by one, the maids are dismissed. Sheng Ying is shaking. He's looking for the cinnabar dot, a mark of purity. Hers is gone. If he finds out it was her, she'll be trapped in this palace forever. The eunuch stops right in front of her. "What's your name?" "You, Sheng Ying," she whispers. He leans in. "That person is you, isn't it?" Suddenly, the prince himself grabs her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Look at me," he commands. His eyes bore into hers. He recognizes her. "It's you, isn't it?" She's trapped. She has no choice but to confess. But just then, a voice rings out. "The person you want to find is me." It's the chief maid, Yao Yingshu, presenting her own arm. The prince pulls the scheming maid towards him, his eyes filled with doubt. But then, he catches the scent. Her scent, stolen from our heroine's bag. "What's your name?" he asks, now convinced. "My name is Yao Yingshu," she declares proudly. He orders her to be brought to his palace. Our poor girl is left kneeling on the ground, completely discarded. The eunuch congratulates the smirking snake. It was all a setup. Yao Yingshu holds up the stolen scent bag, the source of her triumph. She stole our heroine's identity, her future, and her only hope for freedom. Her friend comes rushing in with the juiciest, most soul-crushing gossip. Yao Yingshui has been appointed as the third prince's wife. Our girl tries to act like it's no big deal, but her friend isn't buying it. "I heard his highness is a lady killer," she whispers. "But maybe this time he was really lucky." She goes on, explaining that the prince was so drunk he didn't know anything. "I thought any girl could do the same at that time," she says with a shrug. Ouch, savage. Our poor heroine can't take any more of this, and quickly shoos her friend away, pretending she has work to do. As her friend leaves, she tries to bury herself in her books, but her focus is shattered when a smooth voice asks what she's reading. She's startled to see none other than the crown prince, Pei Yuanshu, leaning over her shoulder. She immediately greets him, her heart doing the cha-cha. He just smiles, commenting that the book she's holding is a good one. Her heart goes full ba-dump as he asks for her name. He is invading her personal space in the most charming way possible. "My name is Yue Shengying," she stammers. But he's not just here for small talk. He asks why she wasn't here on the 5th, and panic flashes in her eyes. She explains the third prince was visiting, and the crown prince's eyes glint. He asks if his brother finally found the maid he was looking for. Sheng Ying confirms that he found a court lady named Yao Yingxiu. The crown prince lets out a relieved smile. How lucky, he says. I even thought he would take you away. Our girl blushes furiously, her heart fluttering at the implication. He looks down at her, and for a moment the world stops. But of course the moment is ruined when another voice calls out to him. It's the crown princess Li Zhu, and she does not look pleased to see him talking to another woman. She swoops in, claiming she just happened to be passing by. She immediately latches onto her husband's arm, marking her territory. It's not too soon, we should go, she says, dragging him away. He gives a simple okay, and lets himself be led off. The royal power couple makes their grand exit. Sheng Ying watches them go with a wistful look, only for her expression to freeze. Because guess who just showed up looking like a storm cloud? The man, the myth, the problem himself, the third prince. Later, our girl is walking when she hears a commotion. Oh no, it's that horrible woman beating up her friend Yi Yan again. Sheng Ying rushes in to stop the abuse, shielding her friend. She bribes the woman to leave them alone, earning a snide remark about being such a good sister. She turns to comfort Yi Yan, who looks absolutely broken. Sheng Ying, please help me, Yi Yan begs. I want to leave this place. Our heroine is shocked. Yan pleads with her to talk to the third prince and clear up the misunderstanding about her trying to seduce him. She grabs onto Sheng Ying, hysterically crying that she was treated unjustly. Our girl is speechless, completely overwhelmed by the situation. Finally, she has to tell Yi Yan the truth. I can't help you. Yi Yan's desperation turns to anger, snapping that if Sheng Ying won't help, then she doesn't need her pity. Back in the library, Sheng Ying's terrible day continues as the third prince corners her. She greets him, trying to keep her cool. He immediately grills her, asking if the crown prince came to see her yesterday. She nervously confirms it. He demands to know if his brother comes here often, and she quickly denies it. He stalks closer, his presence suffocating. He reaches out, and her entire body freezes as his hand brushes her hair. A million thoughts race through her mind. Did he remember something? She is radiating pure panic, but he just tells her to go register her book. She lets out a sigh of relief. That was way too close. As she writes, the third prince watches her, a strange feeling of peace washing over him. Why are you literate? He asks suddenly. She explains she had a teacher when she was young. Where is your home? He presses. His hand covers hers on the writing brush, and the whole room feels electric. She tries to play it off, saying she doesn't remember clearly. Big mistake. He grabs her wrist, his eyes intense. You don't remember? She yelps in surprise, but before he can interrogate her further, they're interrupted. It's Yao Yingxue, the fake princess-to-be. She asks the prince what he's doing here. Then she turns to Sheng Ying with a sickeningly sweet smile. I came here to find Sheng Ying. The third prince eyes her suspiciously, and then she drops the bombshell. I want her to be the maid by my side. Our girl's world shatters. Yao Yingshu is already calling them good sisters who will take care of each other. This is a nightmare. She grabs Sheng Ying's hands, trapping her. Our girl realizes this isn't a promotion, it's a prison sentence. Sheng Ying tries to refuse, but Yao Yingshu steamrolls her and asks the prince for permission. And in the ultimate act of betrayal, the prince just says, "This is your business. I don't want to interfere." He's throwing her to the wolves. Our poor heroine is devastated. All she wanted was to stay away from these chaotic royals. The second the prince is gone, Yao Yingshu's friendly mask drops. What do you really want to do? She snarls. She cuts right to the chase. You don't want him to know you were the girl that night, right? She claims she just wants help making scent bags, but we all know that's a lie. Her plan is revealed. She knows the prince remembers the scent from that night, and she's going to force Sheng Ying to recreate it, threatening her to cooperate or never see the outside world again. Trapped and terrified, Sheng Ying has no choice but to agree. Yao Yingshou then twists the knife, revealing she orchestrated Yi Yan's misunderstanding to test the waters. Sheng Ying is horrified. Unfortunately, she was too impatient. Yao Yingshu sneers, admitting she set the whole thing up. She ends with a chilling warning. Be obedient, and don't get any funny ideas. The look in her eyes promises nothing but trouble. Our girl is led into Shengyang Palace, the den of the prince's many concubines. She immediately notes that this place is crawling with beautiful ladies in luxurious clothing, all vying for one man's attention. And she concludes, correctly, that Prince Pi Haiyuan is a total womanizer. Suddenly, she's called out for being the new maid of Madame Yingsui. The speaker is Mei Ji Hongwei, and she looks like she eats maids for breakfast. She sneers that our girl is just as nothing special as her madam, but our heroine just bows her head and plays the part of a humble servant. She keeps her head down, trying to be invisible, but the ladies keep gossiping, laughing about how Madame Yingsui hasn't even been summoned by the prince. That little tidbit of information catches our girl's attention. A new voice cuts through the chatter, scolding the gossiping women. It's the stunning Mei Ji Yang Jingqiao, who dismisses our girl with a flick of her finger. Our girl is absolutely captivated by her beauty, but she's got a job to do. Back in her quarters, Madame Yingsui gives her a silver ingot, telling her to reward the eunuch who led her. Our girl realizes her madam is not willing to be left out of the concubine games. She questions her madam's actions, but Yingsui's face is a mask of pure determination. She grabs our girl's arm, dragging her along on a new chaotic mission. Yingsui pushes open the door to the prince's chambers, ordering our girl to stand guard all night and see who the prince really wants. And there he is, the man himself, looking like a sinful temptation in his own room. Our poor girl's heart does a little backflip, but before she can swoon, the door is slammed in her face, locking her out. She clutches her chest, trying to calm her racing heart and telling herself she cannot be attracted to this man. From inside, she hears her madam's sultry voice, but then, complete silence. As she waits outside, a strange, sweet scent fills the air. It's a little too sweet and it's making her dizzy. Just as she's about to collapse, a strong hand grabs her. It's the prince. He catches her and lifts her chin. He stares into her eyes with an unnerving intensity and whispers, "That night, was it you?" His voice is low and sends shivers down her spine. He'd asked her if she was crying. He'd promised her riches and glory if she would just be his woman. He desperately begged for her name. She snaps out of the nightmare with a start, horrified that she's dreaming about that night again. She clutches her head, feeling utterly trapped. Her one goal is to leave this chaotic palace, but her heart is anything but peaceful. She wakes up with a jolt, realizing she's no longer in the hallway. She was sitting on the steps, but now she's somewhere else. She can't remember anything from last night, and panic starts to set in as a door creaks open. It's her madam and the prince, and he's shamelessly asking if last night wasn't enough for her. Her madam just blushes, completely flustered. Our girl watches them, a pit forming in her stomach. The prince continues to tease the madam, saying her voice is quiet as a cat's chirp, but our girl just feels her own heart breaking. The madam asks what's wrong, and the prince drops a savage bomb. "That night you did not make a sound like this." He says no, then turns his gaze directly to our girl and declares, "I have known for a long time." The jig is up. The clueless madam, however, just orders our girl to serve the prince. Our girl is terrified, thinking he's figured everything out. As she stumbles forward, she trips and falls right into his arms. Ba-dump. Her heart slams against her ribs. She can't tell if the frantic beat is his or hers. She scrambles to apologize, but the prince just smirks while her madam freaks out, asking if he was offended. The madam immediately starts begging for forgiveness, blaming it all on her poorly managed maid. She even threatens to break our girl's legs, and our heroine trembles, wondering if the prince thinks she did it on purpose. But the prince just waves it off, telling them not to ruin the atmosphere. The madam simpers, and our poor girl is forced to kneel in punishment. She kneels for hours, telling herself to be patient so she can finally escape this place, while other servants gossip about her. But her madam isn't done yet. She storms out, absolutely furious, accusing our girl of daring to dream of the prince. Our girl is too exhausted to even respond, and a moment later, she's snoring, having fallen asleep on her knees. The madam is so enraged she throws a pitcher of water on her. Our girl jolts awake with a gasp. The madam screams at her for being sassy enough to fall asleep during her punishment. Dazed and confused, our girl apologizes, but her madam isn't having it. "Do you feel that my current position should be yours?" she sneers. Our girl frantically denies it. The madam just twists her words, declaring she's underestimated our heroine's ambition. The purple-haired woman leans in, her voice a venomous whisper, threatening our girl to keep her promises. She's being forced to deliver a bribe to a certain Mr. Liu. With no other choice, Sheng Ying reluctantly agrees. She quickly finds the man, calling out to him to stop. Mr. Liu turns around, surprised to see her, as she begs him to take the pouch. He looks at the small bag in confusion, wondering what this is all about. But just as she's trying to push it on him, a chilling presence descends upon them. Both she and Mr. Liu freeze, immediately dropping into a low bow. Our girl is absolutely shook. It's His Highness, the prince. The prince looks down at them with cold indifference, allowing them to rise. He then commands Liu Quan to summon another woman, Ying Shui, for a meal, and the color drains from our heroine's face. His sharp gaze then lands on the pouch in her hand. "Whose?" he demands. She clutches the evidence, trembling. He leans in, his intimidating aura making it hard to breathe. With a swift movement, he plucks the pouch from her grasp, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "A lady's." She panics, desperately trying to explain it's not what he thinks. But he's not listening. He pockets the money, then leans in closer, his voice a low purr. "Actually, your appearance isn't that bad." He invades her personal space, inhaling her scent and calling it fragrant. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife as their faces are mere inches apart. "No," he says, pulling back slightly. She pleads with him, but he just smirks, calling her out on her bribery skills. The look he gives her is one of pure, cutting disappointment. "You really let me down," he says, turning his back on her. She's left alone, trying to convince herself this outcome is for the best. But she can't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. Her heart aches, and she has no idea why. Moments later, our poor girl finds herself serving that very same prince his favorite soup, just hoping to get in and out without being noticed. But of course the wicked purple-haired witch is there, watching with a smug look on her face. And in a classic petty move, she sticks out her foot, tripping our heroine. Sheng Ying stumbles forward, losing her balance completely. The scalding hot soup spills all over her hands, and she cries out in pain. The burn is excruciating. The prince's voice thunders through the room, demanding to know what she's doing before kicking everyone out. The servants, including the scheming vixen, all scramble for the exit. As the culprit smirks and leaves, our girl is left alone to face the prince's fury. Outside, Yingshu savors her victory, gloating over her successful scheme. Later, as Sheng Ying nurses her wounded hands, a kind stranger approaches her. He immediately notices her injury. "Those burns look serious. Show me," he insists, gently taking her hand. His touch is gentle as he examines the red, blistered skin. He asks if she recognizes him, a hopeful look in his eyes. She guesses he's just one of the prince's entourage. He looks a little offended, asking if he really looks like a mere follower. Our girl is just confused by the whole encounter. After she introduces herself as a maid, he offers her a bottle of burn medicine, telling her it would be a pity for her to scar. She gratefully accepts his help. He asks for her name, and she tells him, "Yu Sheng Ying." A warm smile spreads across his face as he tells her it's a great name. His smile is so bright and genuine that our girl can't help but blush. She watches him leave, thinking about his kindness. 2 days later, her hands are completely healed thanks to his potion, and she finds herself wondering if she'll ever see him again. As if summoned by her thoughts, she finds him sitting dejectedly on a nearby step. Their eyes lock in mutual surprise. He's thrilled to see her and immediately asks about her hand, but their reunion is cut short by a comically loud growl from his stomach. Our girl immediately offers him the basket of snacks she was carrying. He confesses he's starving and gratefully starts devouring the little pastries. She smiles, telling him to eat slowly and that he can have them all. He's amazed by the delicious flower-shaped waffles. He asks how she made them, remarking on their special taste. The conversation turns sad as he admits his own mother never cooked for him. In fact, he reveals that his mother despises waffles more than anything. A wave of melancholy washes over him as he holds the small treat. Seeing his sadness, Sheng Ying promises to make them for him whenever he wants, and his face instantly lights up. Realizing she still doesn't know his name, he tells her to call him Zhao Yu. He then tells her she looks beautiful when she smiles, causing her to blush deeply. "Don't tease me," she says shyly. But their sweet moment is interrupted by guards calling for Mr. Qi Wang. Xiao Yu's face turns to sheer panic. He blurts out that Qi Wang is the 5th prince. He speculates they must be looking for his brother, the 3rd prince, and decides he needs to go find him. He gets up, ready to run off and help. He stands to leave on his mission. Sheng Ying figures it's her cue to head back as well. But as she turns, she walks straight into a solid wall of angry prince. The 3rd prince stands before her, and he looks absolutely furious to see her. Our poor girl nervously greets the 3rd highness, but inside her mind is screaming. Of all the people to run into, why did it have to be him? He corners her against a wall, his voice a low growl. "Why do I see you wherever I go?" Leaning in, he gives her a smug smirk, accusing her of trying to seduce him. Our girl is completely flustered, frantically denying everything, but he just scoffs, dismissing her words entirely. He turns to another woman and coldly orders her to his room for the night. The poor lady thinks he must really hate her as she walks away. Later, our heroine is tasked with bringing the prince his tea. She nervously approaches his quarters. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes from inside, making her jump. The other woman is thrown out of the room, and he coldly tells her to get lost. Just as she's about to speak, he opens the door. He declares that he wants to sleep alone tonight and orders the other lady to leave. The look in his eyes is absolutely terrifying, and he warns her not to make him repeat himself. As the ladies are leaving, he suddenly calls out for tea, and our girl is right there holding a tray. He turns his intense gaze on her as she presents the tea. He takes the tray from her trembling hands. He takes a slow, deliberate sip, his eyes never leaving her face, making her sweat bullets. Then comes the bombshell command. "Stay here tonight, close the door." Our girl is completely stunned. Did she hear that right? Her mind races. He wants her to stay with him all night? She tries to weasel her way out, offering to find someone else for him. But he cuts her off with a furious glare. "How dare you argue with me?" Terrified, she quickly stammers that she wouldn't dare. "Then close the door," he commands, and she has no choice but to obey, her heart pounding with fear. He questions her, asking if she's never served her master overnight before. She lets out a gasp as he moves impossibly close, and then he gives the single devastating command, "Take off," followed by a glorious shot of those princely abs. But instead of what she's expecting, he just tells her to put out the candles. She's utterly confused by his bizarre request. As she blows out the flame, a strange sweet-smelling smoke fills the air. It immediately triggers something within her. A flash of a steamy, forgotten night floods her senses. She recoils, realizing the scent is causing hallucinations. How is this even possible? He just watches her, a strange purple aura swirling around him. The scent is overwhelming, and the illusion of that night grows stronger. She tries to fight it, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. "I have to stay awake," she tells herself. "I can't fall into the illusion." Just as she's about to lose it, he demands more tea. Seriously, he just had some. What is this guy's deal? Holding a new candle, she shakily prepares to serve him again. She presents the cup, trying to look as normal as possible. But his eyes are sharp, watching her every move. She just looks back, trying to appear innocent. A smirk plays on his lips before he yanks her into his arms, sending the candle flying. She panics, begging him to let her go. He scoffs, asking what she'll do if he doesn't. When she points out the lit candle, he just snuffs the flame out with his bare fingers. Our girl is in absolute shock. This man is chaotic. He leans in, his expression dangerously calm. Now it's my turn to put out the fire, he whispers, before capturing her lips in a searing kiss. She struggles against him, her pleas muffled. But he seems to enjoy her resistance, misinterpreting her pleas as encouragement. He holds her tighter, completely in control. She screams, begging him to stop this madness. Are you trying to let everyone know? He threatens quietly. The words hit her like a ton of bricks, and sheer terror freezes her on the spot. She knows what this means. If anyone found out, her life in the palace would be over. As he pulls her into another kiss, she knows she has to do something drastic. So she bites him. He rears back in shock and fury, blood on his lip. How dare you bite me? He's about to lose it, but she desperately explains she's on duty and can't be with him. He ignores her, touching her lips where she bit him. I want, and so you have to do it. She refuses again, but her defiance only seems to anger him more. His expression turns cold as ice. Now I have no interest in joking with you. He grabs her again, his patience completely gone. With a single brutal motion, he rips her dress. But as he does, his eyes catch something. He stops dead. You lost it, he accuses, reminding her that for a palace maid, losing her virginity is a crime punishable by death. The air crackles with unspoken history. Our girl panics, realizing he can't find out. She was the one from that night. She falls to her knees, begging for punishment to hide her secret. But it's too late. His mind is already flashing back to the pavilion by the lotus pond. He looks her right in the eye and asks the one question she's been dreading. Was it you? The prince's eyes narrow, the pieces finally clicking into place as he looms over our terrified girl. The girl that night was you. She flinches back, her body trembling. It's not me, she cries out, but her panicked face says it all. Realizing denial is useless, she throws herself at his mercy, begging him to punish her for this crime. But he just smiles, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I won't punish you. Instead, he gently touches a strand of her hair, his mind already spinning a twisted fairy tale. Our girl feels a sudden sharp pain in her heart, but the prince is lost in his own world, finding this whole situation great. His expression hardens as he makes a decision. He's not letting her go. He grabs her, pulling her close and pressing her down. This isn't your first kiss, is it? He taunts. He leans in, his voice a low growl. So don't you dare try to act innocent in front of me. Our poor heroine begs him to stop, but it's like talking to a wall. He's already gone too far, and he has absolutely no intention of stopping now. Tears stream down her face as she blushes from the shame. He traces a path up her leg, and she lets out a small cry. She tries to fight him off, her hands pushing weakly against his chest. She can't let this happen. She can't let him take everything from her. But he just looks down at her, his voice dripping with venom. I wanted to be gentle, but you're making it difficult. This chaotic man is clearly enjoying her struggle. With a sharp tear, her robe gives way. Or, he asks with a savage smirk, do you like it rough? He throws her down, his declaration echoing in the room. Tonight you are my woman. She pleads, she begs, but her words fall on deaf ears. He sinks his teeth into her shoulder, his voice a cruel whisper. How many times have you been with him? She yelps in pain. Talk, he demands, shaking her. How many times? Sobbing, she chokes out the only answer she can think of. Only one time. A wicked smile spreads across his face, clearly not believing a word she says. Desperate, our girl tries a new tactic. If I'm someone else's woman, then just let me go. His eyes flash with a possessive fire. Tonight, he vows, I'll make you forget he ever existed. She stares in horror, her mind reeling. He's not just a prince, he's a demon, and he's not going to lose to some other man. She continues to plead, her voice cracking as he ignores her cries. Her tears are endless, but they only seem to fuel his twisted desires. He looks down at her with a chillingly satisfied expression. This, he whispers, is just the prelude. He throws her onto the bed, and our girl knows she's trapped. She can't let this be her fate. She struggles, her eyes darting around the room for any escape. Her hand desperately seeks something, anything, and finds it. A sharp, broken piece of a ceramic bowl. With a final surge of adrenaline, she smashes it. In a flash, she holds the jagged shard to his throat, but the prince doesn't even flinch. So what? He mocks. Are you going to kill me? Her resolve crumbles, tears blurring her vision. No, I wouldn't dare. Then what? He presses. I just beg you to let me go, she cries, her voice filled with despair. He stares at her, his expression unreadable and cold. And what if I say no? That's it. She's out of options. She turns the shard on herself, pressing it against her own delicate neck. Then my only choice is to die. For the first time, a flicker of shock crosses his face. He lunges forward, grabbing her wrist and stopping the blade just in time. He looks her dead in the eye, his voice low and serious. You really don't want to be with me? With her eyes squeezed shut, she gives a single firm nod. He sighs, releasing her hand. Okay, if you don't want to, I won't force you. She stares, stunned, as he promises not to touch her anymore. Still wary, she reminds him to keep his word as a prince, but he just scoffs, trying to play it cool. Who do you think you are? I was just momentarily excited. He turns away, clearly annoyed with himself. She quickly tries to cover herself and make a run for it, but he grabs her arm, stopping her retreat. Where do you think you're going? Our girl freezes, her heart plummeting. Did he change his mind? But no, he's just being a petty tyrant. You're on night watch. It's not morning yet. She lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding. He still expects her to do her duty after all that? Defeated, she agrees to stay and continue her watch. He sits down, shirtless and brooding, and orders her to fix his clothes. As she fumbles with his robe, her own damaged dress slips down, exposing her shoulder. "Ah, my clothes," she gasps, flustered. She's a complete mess, utterly confused by this chaotic man. His purple eyes watch her every move, filled with an unreadable intensity. "Fix me up first," he commands, before adding with a smug smirk, "I've already seen everything anyway." Our poor girl turns beet red, completely mortified. The shame is overwhelming. But the prince just watches her, a slow, calculating smile playing on his lips. This woman, she's definitely interesting. Under the pale moonlight, the third prince finds our girl curled up and asleep against a cold stone wall. A strange, soft smile plays on his lips as he kneels beside her, realizing this mysterious woman is the only one who makes him lose control. He reaches out to touch her shoulder, a gentle gesture that feels completely out of character for him. Our poor heroine stirs, and he asks her, "Who are you?" Noticing the pained expression on her face, he wonders why she looks so tormented. He quickly pieces it together. It must be the illusion-inducing incense he lit earlier. "Could it be that your first time was very unpleasant?" he murmurs, his voice dangerously low. As the magical smoke continues to fill the air, he makes a decision. He sweeps her up into a princess carry, and our girl, still lost in her dream state, instinctively snuggles closer to his warmth. She whispers, so warm, in her sleep, making him wonder if she's actually awake and just faking it. He holds her close, the conflict clear in his intense gaze. She's completely dead to the world, and he finds himself getting flustered by her adorable sleeping face. If you keep this up, he thinks to himself, I'm not sure I can control myself. The tension is absolutely electric as he holds her tighter. Finally giving in to the chaotic impulse, he leans down and presses his lips against hers. It's a surprisingly gentle kiss, full of unspoken emotions. She feels a strange presence and opens her eyes to find herself in a bed, with the third prince lying right beside her, casually wishing her a good morning. She completely panics, tears welling up as she stammers, "Your Highness, why am I on your bed?" She scrambles away from him, her face beet red with mortification, but he just smirks, turning the tables on her. "Isn't it you who crawled into my bed in the middle of the night?" Our girl is horrified, insisting it's impossible. "It's dawn, you should go," he says coldly, lifting the blanket off her. She's left sitting there in her messy, disheveled state. He then tosses his outer robe at her. "Put this on." "Hurry up," he snaps. "I still have work to do." The glare he gives her is colder than a winter night. She meekly agrees, quickly wrapping the robe around herself. He walks out, and she follows him like a lost puppy. She's still reeling from the confusing night as she steps outside. But her escape is cut short when she's immediately intercepted by a stern-looking woman. "King Ying, Madame Yingsui wants to see you immediately." It's Matron Zhao, and she is not happy. Our girl begs for a moment to change, but the matron grabs her arm, dragging her away and announcing her arrival. She's forced to her knees in front of the furious Madame Yingsui. The madam dangles a small pouch in front of her. "You didn't come back last night." King Ying tries to explain. "His Highness told me to stay for night duty." "That was the wrong thing to say. You bitch." Madame Yingsui screeches, her face twisting with pure rage. "You took the bribe money I gave you and used it to seduce His Highness, didn't you?" Our girl tries to deny it, but her protests are useless. The madam delivers a vicious kick. "If you hadn't seduced him, he never would have let you stay," she screams, continuing to assault our poor heroine. Matron Zhao warns her to stop, saying she'll kill King Ying at this rate. But the madam is beyond reason. "I definitely want to beat her to death." She launches into a jealous tirade about how long she's waited to be noticed by the prince, only for our girl to steal her chance. "I won't let anyone take away my third prince," she shrieks, ordering King Ying to stop playing pitiful. She brutally yanks our girl up by her hair. Then she kicks her again, sending her sprawling across the hard floor. King Ying is left a sobbing, coughing mess on the ground. Matron Zhao finally manages to get a word in, explaining that while the room was messy, the prince didn't actually sleep with her. Her name wasn't written in the official records. "So she only stole my silver?" the madam asks. A new kind of fury building. The matron confirms it's likely. This revelation only makes her angrier about the stolen money. She stomps down hard on King Ying's delicate hand, eliciting a scream of pure agony. "Bitch, how dare you steal my silver?" But just as she's about to deliver another blow, a servant announces the arrival of the third prince himself. Madame Yingsui freezes in shock. She frantically tries to compose herself. Turning to greet him, she bows deeply. "Welcome, Your Highness," desperately trying to block his view of the battered girl on the floor. The prince enters, his face an unreadable mask. "I have something to tell you," he says calmly. Then, his eyes lock onto King Ying's broken form. "What happened here?" he demands, his voice instantly dropping to a dangerously low temperature. The madam stammers, "Your Highness, I am teaching her a lesson." "For what?" he presses, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass. She shakily holds up the money bag. "She stole this from Shangyang Palace." The prince glances at it. "A money bag? Is this yours?" She confirms it was meant for eunuch Lu. His eyes narrow with terrifying intensity. Good, very good, he says softly. And the madam feels a wave of pure terror wash over her. She starts trembling, realizing she has made a grave error. Trying to salvage the situation, she asks, "Your Highness, was there anything you needed me to do?" He informs her that there's a royal banquet in 3 days and she's in charge of all the preparations. She's ecstatic, thinking she's been forgiven. "I will take care of it well. Go to the accounts office and get the money," he commands. "But," he adds, pausing ominously, "what are you waiting for?" he snaps. She scurries off immediately. He then orders Matron Zhao to follow him. The nervous matron has no choice but to obey. Now alone with King Ying, he approaches her. She looks up, her face swollen and tear-streaked, and weakly whispers his title. He reaches down, gently helping her to her feet, and in a moment of shocking tenderness, he pulls her into his embrace, wrapping his own robe tightly around her trembling body. He gently takes her hand, telling her the wound needs to be handled immediately. But instead of getting a doctor, he brings her hand to his lips, making our poor girl's heart skip a beat. He kisses the burn with a gentleness that completely contradicts his cold persona. Our girl is so flustered she can barely squeak out, "Your Highness." He pulls her into a sudden hug, his voice soft as he asks if it hurts. He holds her close, whispering that in a dangerous place like the palace, she must learn to protect herself. His intense gaze feels like it's burning right through her. She's utterly speechless, caught in his spell. He leans in and captures her lips, leaving no room for protest. The kiss is deep and full of a desperate, unspoken emotion. Our girl is completely overwhelmed, her mind a chaotic mess of confusion and surprise. He pulls back just enough to whisper against her skin. "Why can't I control myself every time I see you?" he murmurs, his grip tightening on her clothes. His confession hangs in the air, thick with tension. Then he looks her dead in the eyes and says the one thing she wasn't ready for. "I want you." She panics, trying to push him away, begging him not to. And just like that, the switch flips. His face turns to ice. He accuses her of still thinking about another man, and her silence is a damning confession. All tenderness vanishes as he roughly grabs her. He shoves her to the ground, coldly telling her to stand up. He offers her protection, saying she can come to him if she's in danger. But all our girl wants is to escape this gilded cage and leave the palace for good. "Do you want to leave this much?" he asks, his voice dangerously low. She can only manage a tearful "yes." The sight of her pain seems to do nothing to sway him. He turns and walks away, leaving her heartbroken on the floor. But as he leaves, he orders a guard to take her inside and treat her injuries. A twisted form of caring, perhaps. The next day arrives. Xiao Wu finds her outside and is immediately startled. His eyes lock onto her bandaged hand. He asks what she's doing out here. Then he rushes over, grabbing her arm and demanding to know who bullied her this time. She quickly lies, claiming she burned herself on a candle, but he looks unconvinced. She tries to brush it off, promising she can still make him desserts. But he pouts, insisting that's not why he's worried. The little guy gets so flustered trying to express his concern. His heart pounds in his chest. She gently pats his head, thanking him for worrying about her. His face turns beet red. He quickly changes the subject, asking if she's attending the banquet tomorrow night. She explains that with her injury, her mistress won't allow it. "What a relief," he mutters, which just confuses our poor heroine. He just laughs and runs off, leaving her to wonder about his strange behavior. On the night of the banquet, she finds herself wandering the empty corridors. But she's not alone for long, as she overhears some nasty gossip. It's a couple of maids she's had trouble with before, and they are not happy. They're furious that King Ying somehow got them banned from the banquet. Our girl recognizes their voices immediately. It's Hong Wei and Lu He, and they're definitely up to no good. Worse, they're not just complaining, they're plotting to harm another girl named Yao Yingsui. King Ying decides this is her cue to leave, wanting no part of their wicked schemes. But as she turns, a hand grabs her shoulder, making her jump. It's Yao Yingsui herself, looking pale and terrified. She shoves a hand warmer at King Ying, begging her to deliver it to her mistress because of a sudden stomachache. Before King Ying can even process it, the girl is gone. This smells like a setup. She hesitates, but figures just dropping off a heater can't be that bad, right? Famous last words. The moment she enters the hall, she's grilled by the queen, but her mistress quickly covers for her. But the look on her mistress's face is pure fury. She pulls King Ying aside, hissing, "Why are you here?" But it's too late. The queen makes a snide comment about the third prince's good taste in maids. The insult hits its mark, and her mistress is practically vibrating with anger. The fourth prince jumps in, adding fuel to the fire by joking about his brother being a womanizer. The third prince, however, remains completely unbothered. The fourth prince smirks, claiming he's only praising his dear brother. The sarcasm is absolutely savage. He then praises the third prince for taking in the son of a criminal, which sends the king into a rage. But the crown prince intervenes, defending the fourth prince. He twists the narrative, saying it was a power move to show the strength of the royal family. Our girl is stunned. This cold, calculating man is not the crown prince she thought she knew. The king, placated, moves on, calling for someone named Fenger. Fenger? The name sounds strangely familiar to King Ying. Suddenly, Xiao Wu, who is hiding, faceplants in shock as the third prince turns to look. The poor kid looks like he's about to have a full-blown panic attack. The queen demands to know what her son is doing on the floor. He quickly makes up a terrible lie about dropping his cup. She is not amused, reminding him that he's a prince and shouldn't be picking things up himself. But as he stammers out, "Mother," our girl Qingying realizes that familiar voice belongs to her friend. She approaches, calling him Prince Qi, and offers to help him up. He's a blushing, flustered mess as she grabs his face. And in that moment, she recognizes him completely. It's her friend, Xiao Wu. He immediately covers her mouth, realizing his cover is blown. Mortified, he stammers that he never meant to trick her. He quickly shushes her, trying to keep their connection a secret. Our poor heroine is devastated. Not only is Xiao Wu the fifth prince, but he's also the legendary General Pei Yuanfeng. She quickly steps back, apologizing for her impoliteness. She tries to retreat into the background, but it's too late. The queen calls her name, Qingying. Prince Qi is shocked that his mother knows her, but the queen just smirks, noting how they've all grown up. This is getting complicated. Suddenly, a rival concubine steps forward, offering the queen some specially prepared almond tea. The queen, looking thirsty, accepts. 2 bowls are brought forward. A maid hands the tea to Qingying to serve, but our girl immediately stops in her tracks. She smells a distinct osmanthus fragrance. Prince Qi's eyes go wide with panic. His mother despises that scent and gets angry whenever she smells it. It's a well-known fact that the queen hates the fragrance because of its connection to Prince Qi. Qingying's mind races. This must be a trap set by the other ladies to frame Yao Yingshui. And if something happens to her mistress, Qingying will be stuck in the palace for life. Thinking fast, she performs a swift, subtle switch of the cups. She straightens up, the new cup in hand, and proceeds with the plan. She presents the tea to Her Majesty, her heart pounding in her chest. The fifth prince watches her every move, wondering what chaotic scheme she's pulling this time. The queen dips a finger in, sniffs, and takes a sip. And then bang! A crash echoes through the hall. But it's not the queen who's collapsed. It's the concubine who brought the tea in the first place. She screams, clutching her stomach as she falls to the floor. "My stomach hurts so bad. Was there something in the almond tea?" she cries out. Qingying rushes to her side, completely bewildered by this turn of events. Panic erupts as guards shout about poison and scramble to protect the emperor and queen. Qingying is stunned. Did the other ladies actually poison the tea? No, they wouldn't dare poison the queen just to teach someone a lesson. But before she can process it, a finger points directly at her. "Mother, it was she who put the poison in." The crown prince's wife glares, her accusation ringing through the silent hall. "I saw it clearly. She did something to the tea when she brought it in." Qingying tries to deny it, but it's useless. Her mind spins. He must have seen her switch the cups and thought she was poisoning it. The emperor is enraged. "How dare you poison the queen? Guards, arrest her." In an instant, multiple swords are at our girl's throat. She screams that it wasn't her, but no one is listening. As the guards move in, a hand clenches a fist. "Stop!" It's the fifth prince, and he looks absolutely furious. He steps forward, his eyes burning with intensity. He kneels right in front of Qingying, shielding her with his own body. The queen is aghast. "Fenger, what are you doing?" He declares. "Mother, Qingying is not that kind of person. She would not poison you." The queen is stunned. "You even know her name. Who is she?" Terrified, Qingying introduces herself as a simple maid and pleads her innocence. But the queen's eyes are cold as steel. "I think you were ordered by someone else. Tell me who is behind this." Our girl realizes she's been caught in a deadly royal power struggle. The room is silent, the tension suffocating. Qingying finds her voice and challenges her accuser. "If you had seen me do it, why wouldn't you have stopped me?" He snaps back. "Because I didn't think you would dare poison the queen." He turns to his parents, calling her a wily girl who can't be trusted. He insists she won't talk unless forced. The emperor's face darkens. "Torture?" He makes his decision. "Guards, take her down and beat her as hard as you can." Prince Qi desperately begs his father to stop. As our girl stares in horror, another person speaks up. "The crown prince, Yuanshu, you too." The crown prince stands firm, stating he's sure Qingying would never poison them. The queen is absolutely livid. This simple maid has managed to make both the crown prince and Prince Qi stand up for her. "I really underestimated you," she sneers, while the poisoned concubine glares from the sidelines. The queen turns her icy gaze to the collapsed concubine. "Your Majesty, I am innocent," the woman cries. "But the queen is done playing games. This banquet was arranged by you. You must take responsibility," she says coldly. Her expression is terrifyingly calm. "Guards," she commands. A cruel, knowing smile spreads across her face. "Drag her out and beat her to death." A desperate hand grabs the curtain as the woman screams for His Majesty to save her. On her knees, she clings to his robes, but he coldly shoves her hand away. But then, a flicker of emotion crosses his face as he whispers, "My beloved wife, don't cry." He pulls her into a sudden tight embrace, leaving her completely stunned. Sobbing into his chest, she begs him to save her. But his thoughts are ice cold. She threatened what was his, and now she must bear the consequences. She tries to confess the truth about that night on the lake. "I'll tell you who she really is," she cries, but he cuts her off. "There's no need. I already knew who she is," he says, his voice devoid of any warmth. The woman looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief. His face remains an indifferent mask. She begins to tremble, her lies crumbling around her as she shrieks. "That's impossible." Guards immediately seize her, dragging her away, as her cries for help echo through the hall, completely ignored by the man she trusted. All eyes then turn to our poor heroine, trembling on the floor before the emperor and empress. The emperor questions if she's a maid from Shangyang Palace. The empress gives her a venomous glare, but the crown prince steps in, suggesting they find the truth before passing judgment. But the emperor isn't having it. All right, just put her in jail first. Prince Chi leaps to her defense, crying, "Mother, no!" But the empress is relentless, insisting they make our girl confess who the instigator is, before turning to the emperor with a special wish. She asks for one thing regarding the incident at Shangyang Palace. She suggests putting the third prince, the crown prince, in charge of the investigation. The emperor agrees, ordering him to quickly find out who is behind this. The emperor then dismisses them all. As the royal couple leaves, the queen wears a look of grim satisfaction. The crown prince simply agrees to return to the palace. The crown princess looks on, smugly observing her husband's calm demeanor. But the empress isn't done, her eyes burning with suspicion as she wonders about this mysterious maid. She stalks away, vowing that she won't let this go so easily. The wicked first prince immediately taunts his brother, telling him to make sure this maid gets the punishment she deserves. His equally vile wife then shoves our girl forward. The crown prince catches her, his voice a low warning. "Everyone is watching you." His face is like stone as he gives the order, "Put Ye Kungying in jail." As she's dragged away, our girl's heart sinks. She just wanted to leave this chaotic place peacefully. But now, locked behind cold iron bars, she wonders if she'll even leave alive. In the darkness of the dungeon, she puzzles over who would want to poison that woman. She knows there's a deep secret involving the queen and the third prince, but she can't figure it out. Alone and cold, she clutches her stomach, trying to endure. Suddenly, the cell door clanks open, and Prince Chi appears. Asking how she's doing, she weakly greets him. He looks distraught, asking if she's angry and swearing he never meant to harm her because he values their relationship. He even asks her to call him by his personal name, but she refuses. "Your Majesty, you are still your Majesty," she says, keeping her distance. He looks visibly upset by her rejection. He apologizes for her unjust suffering, wiping away a tear while reminding her of their different statuses. He then promises that he and the crown prince will find a way to get her out of here. Our girl is shocked. "The crown prince will also help me out," she asks, telling him not to worry. She knows the queen put the third prince in charge of the case. A small, hopeful smile appears on her face as she says, "I believe he will bring back justice for me." Prince Chi is stunned by her unwavering faith in his brother, but she simply states, "I didn't do it. I believe in justice." He softens. "All right, you believe in justice, and I believe in you." He can't help but blush. She urges him to leave before he gets into trouble. She promises to treat him to desserts once she's free, and he sweetly promises to wait for her. He leaves with a hopeful smile, and she whispers, "Yeah," clinging to the hope he's given her. For a moment, she feels a sibling's warmth in this dark, cold place, but the feeling is shattered as a violent coughing fit racks her body. She collapses, fearing this may be her end. A sinister voice cuts through the darkness. "Tisk, 2 days in the dungeon doesn't make you any less beautiful." Our girl looks up in horror. It's Pei Yuansen, the sleazy first prince. Why is he here, she thinks, as he taunts her about not having a proper meal. He leans in with a disgusting smirk, offering her an easy way out. All she has to do is tell him who ordered her to do the poisoning, and he'll beg his stepmother to forgive her. But our girl is no fool. She calls his bluff, reminding him the king assigned the third prince to this case. He just laughs, revealing the queen ordered him to supervise the investigation. He claims it's because the queen was afraid she'd use her beauty to get away, before trying to pressure her into blaming the third prince. She holds her ground, defiantly stating, "I won't say anything if the curator is not here." He's momentarily stunned by her bravery, then bursts into a chilling, wicked laugh. His laughter echoes off the stone walls. He pulls out a horrifying finger-crushing torture device. As the contraption tightens around her fingers, she cries out in excruciating pain. The fourth prince demands to know if the queen's poisoning was her doing, but our poor girl can only cry that she didn't do it. Unmoved, he gives the savage order to begin the torture. He presses her for a confession, asking if the third prince put her up to it. The pain is unbearable. She realizes with dawning horror that they're just trying to frame the third prince for this entire mess. The torment is too much, and our girl mercifully faints. Her unconscious body lies on the cold ground, a stark image of the brutality she's enduring. The guards unceremoniously carry her limp form back to her cell. She's thrown to the floor, where a mysterious old man asks why she didn't just confess to save herself. He tells her she could have avoided all this pain, but she's just confused, wondering how he could have possibly heard her interrogation. He just chuckles, saying old people have excellent hearing. She looks down at her bruised and broken hands, explaining that even if she had confessed, it would have been a lie. The old man scoffs at her talk of justice. He cynically tells her that in this world justice is simply whatever the royals declare it to be. It's a bitter pill to swallow, remembering the faces of those in power. But our girl stands firm, insisting that true fairness comes from the heart. Her naive idealism seems to intrigue the old man. With a firm nod, she reaffirms her belief. Then, in a truly chaotic move, the old man spits on his hand and wipes it on her face. He proudly announces that his entire body is an elixir, and his spit is a potent medicine that will reduce her pain. And weirdly enough, it works. The pain vanishes, and she stares at him in shock, demanding to know who he is. He simply tells her to rest, warning her that a girl with so much integrity is bound to suffer in this cruel world. Meanwhile, the third prince learns that the poison used on the queen is from Jiangnan. He immediately suspects the rebels are involved, but then he receives the grim news. His brother, the fourth prince, tortured King Ying. His ally warns him that trying to save her will only make things worse. The fourth prince acted without the king's consent, which means he has the queen's full, terrifying support. If the queen discovers the third prince's affection for a mere maid, King Ying's fate will be sealed, especially with the crown prince also involved. Despite the danger, the third prince's eyes harden with resolve. He knows he has to save her, and soon. Back in the dungeon, the old man checks to see if our girl is still breathing. She recalls the nightly torture sessions, her spirit still unbroken despite the pain. The old man sighs and asks if she wants to leave this hellhole. She looks defeated, questioning how anyone could escape the imperial dungeon. With a sly grin, he asks if she trusts him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the gloom, calling for Sir Medicine. Both of them are startled by the sudden visitor. The old man, Sir Medicine, greets a mysterious figure cloaked in red and black. The masked man announces he's here to break Sir Medicine out of the dungeon, but the old man is stubborn, refusing to leave until he finds what he came for. The masked man reminds him he's been searching for years, but Sir Medicine just throws it back in his face, pointing out that he comes every year too. Our girl connects the dots. Sir Medicine, his spit elixir, but she's left wondering who this new arrival is. The masked man asks about her, and Sir Medicine simply says to take the unlucky little girl with him. The man refuses flatly, but our girl speaks up, explaining that she can't leave the capital. She's a prime suspect, and her escape would trigger a citywide lockdown, dooming any rescue attempt. The masked man reveals he knows her case, but there's a new development. He tells her the third prince is holding a public trial today. Everyone, including the king and queen, will be there. He warns her that the fourth prince will be there to force a confession out of her, and if she refuses, he'll make sure she never speaks again. Right on cue, they hear footsteps approaching. Speak of the devil, the masked man mutters. He gives our girl a final look, promises Sir Medicine he'll return, and vanishes into thin air. A moment later, the cell door clangs open. The fourth prince swaggers in, his voice dripping with condescension. He looms over her, demanding to know if she's finally ready to confess. She flinches but holds her ground, repeating that she knows nothing. With a cruel smile, he threatens her with more torture and orders the guards to take her out. They drag her away. As she's being led out, she gives Sir Medicine a silent, grateful nod. Then, with a sudden burst of defiance, she tells the guards to hurry up. She may be leaving the cell, but she knows true freedom is a luxury she simply doesn't have. Just as the guards drag our poor girl away, a chilling voice cuts through the tension. A new prince has entered the chat, and he does not look pleased. The fourth brother is stunned to see his rival, the chaotic third prince, blocking his path. With a gaze that could freeze fire, the third prince declares he'll handle the prisoner transport himself. He tells his brother he looks tired and should probably go take a nap, which is the 10th century equivalent of go touch grass. The fourth brother is absolutely fuming. He was so close to getting his way, but he can only huff in defeat as the third prince takes over. The third prince immediately goes on a power trip, demanding to know who gave these guards permission to move his prisoner. He sentences them to a brutal beating, and our girl looks on, completely bewildered. Her heart starts to pound, wondering if this impossibly handsome man is actually here to save her. But just as she allows a glimmer of hope, he shatters it. Take the prisoner to await trial, he commands, his voice like ice. Our girl's heart sinks. Of course he wasn't saving her. It's a dead end no matter which psycho prince is in charge. The third prince watches her with a cold, unreadable expression. But just as she's led away, he stops them. In one swift, shocking move, he pulls her into his arms. The world fades into a blur of pink flowers and his intense gaze. He leans in and whispers the 5 words every girl wants to hear. I'll get you out of here. Our girl is reeling, completely short-circuiting. Did she hear that right? But before she can process it, they're interrupted and dragged into the main court. The king and queen are on the throne, looking exceptionally unimpressed. Suddenly, another prince starts yelling at the third prince for supposedly torturing our girl. She quickly defends him, but before she can say more, the slimy fourth brother proudly announces, "It was me. I tortured her." The court is shocked. He looks so damn proud of himself, it's disgusting. He tries to justify his actions to the queen, but the third prince cuts him off, asking if his little torture session even produced a confession. The fourth brother has to admit that our girl is stubborn. Translation: he failed spectacularly. The third prince smirks. So, you mean you've got nothing? He then throws down the gauntlet, challenging his brother to interrogate her in front of everyone. Turning to our girl, his expression hardens. "Did you put anything in the queen's drink?" he asks. Before she can answer, a confession rings out. She switched the teas. The fourth prince immediately pounces, shouting, "So you did poison the tea." He's about to have her dragged away again, but the third prince, our chaotic king of logic, steps in. "Father, if she wanted to poison the queen, why would she bother switching the cups?" The king, clearly having a long day, threatens to execute her entire family if she doesn't tell the truth. The queen asks why she switched the teas. Our girl explains that she smelled osmanthus in the queen's almond tea. The queen gasps. The king immediately demands to know how she knew the queen despises that scent. She credits another prince, Prince Ki. The fourth brother tries to sow doubt, suggesting our girl put it there herself. But another woman shouts that she's lying to protect a real culprit. The fourth brother is furious that his plan is unraveling. Our girl realizes he's trying to frame her for everything, but the third prince isn't having it. The fourth brother challenges her to name the real person, but the third prince just smiles. No need, he says calmly. I have already caught them, and they've signed a full confession. The entire court goes silent. With a flick of his wrist, he orders them to be brought in. Two terrified maids are thrown before the throne. They immediately start begging for their lives. The king is completely lost. What is this all about? A guard forces one of the maids to speak, and she tearfully confesses she put the osmanthus in the drink because she hated the intended victim, Madame Ying Sui. She admits her guilt for putting the osmanthus in the queen's drink. The king is annoyed that it took this long to get a simple confession and threatens to take over the torture himself. The fourth brother eagerly agrees, telling him not to show mercy. But the third prince delivers the final savage blow. He looks at his brother and asks, if you had done it right, why wouldn't my maid have said anything when you tortured her? The fourth brother is left speechless, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The emperor finally steps in, shutting this whole chaotic scene down. He tells his son not to let emotions cloud his judgment, but the third prince smirks, revealing he has another clue. The emperor's interest is piqued. The prince explains that the poison used on the fifth prince was a rare concoction mixed with something called Ji Sui Hua. Our girl immediately recognizes the name. The third prince continues, stating this plant only grows in the south. This means the poison could only be obtained through illegal deals. The queen looks absolutely murderous at this revelation. Our girl starts putting the pieces together in her head. The person who poisoned her must have come from the south. The crown prince gently asks if she has a plan. Our girl turns to the emperor with newfound determination. She requests permission to travel to the south and investigate the matter herself. The emperor is taken aback, questioning if she really wants to go alone. She kneels, vowing to catch the true culprit. She declares she will clear her name and give the queen the justice she demands. After a moment of thought, the emperor simply says, okay, but the queen, ever the pot stirrer, immediately asks how they plan to handle that maid. The fifth prince, bless his heart, tries to defend her, saying it's clear she's innocent. But the crown prince quickly cuts him off, knowing this is not his battle to fight. The third prince steps forward, his gaze cold as ice. He announces that since she was involved, he wants to take her to the south with him. Everyone is floored by this sudden declaration. Our girl is completely stunned, thinking, he wants to take me with him. The crown prince immediately objects, arguing that the south is too chaotic and unsafe for her. But the third prince brushes off his concern, coolly stating, she is my maid. I'll make sure to protect her. The sheer possessiveness. The tension between the two is so thick you could cut it with a knife. After a tense stare down, the emperor makes his ruling. Since she's the third prince's maid, the decision is his. The matter is settled. There's nothing more to be said. As they walk away, the sly fourth prince sidles up, teasing. Third brother, it seems you really like this woman. You even want to take her all the way to the south with you, he needles. The third prince's comeback is absolutely savage. If I don't, should I just wait for you to break her and then give her back to me? The fourth prince just laughs it off, claiming he's always been gentle with pretty girls. Yeah, right. He keeps stirring the pot, pointing out how the crown prince and fifth brother are also interested in her. But the third prince is completely over it. An attendant then asks what should be done with the other two concubines still kneeling on the floor. His judgment is swift and merciless, 20 strikes each with army sticks and then banishment from the palace. The women begin to wail, begging for forgiveness, and even pulling the once husband and wife card. His eyes turn to shards of ice as he tells them, I've never spent a night with any of you. When one of them sputters in disbelief, he drops the final bomb. They were knocked out by a fragrance he used every single time. Our girl is shocked as the guards drag the screaming women away. They can't believe it, yelling that it's impossible. But our girl's mind is racing. Fragrance? Could it be the same scent she smelled on the night of the incident? She looks down at the ointment in her hand, realizing this might be the most important clue of all. Our girl pieces it together. The rumors about Prince Chi being a playboy were just a cover. The scent wasn't from other women, it was just him. But just as the realization hits, the world goes dark. She's caught by a strong pair of arms just before she hits the ground. It's Prince Chi, and his face is etched with worry as he asks if she's okay. He gently calls her name, trying to wake her from the sudden collapse. But our poor heroine is trapped in a nightmare, whimpering no as tears stream down her face. As she tosses and turns, muttering that she doesn't know, he just holds her tighter. He gently brushes the hair from her face, his voice a soft balm as he reassures her. It's all right, I know. He promises not to let anything hurt her again. In her dream, she feels a warm, protective presence, and he whispers a vow to always be by her side. She drifts into a peaceful sleep, wondering who this kind soul protecting her is. He watches over her, never leaving her side for the rest of the night, holding her hand as if to ward off any lingering nightmares. The next morning, she wakes up feeling surprisingly okay. She asks her friend Yuer if she helped bandage her wounds, but Yuer shakes her head. Yuer explains the bandages were already there, gushing that Prince Chi must have done it. Yuer is absolutely losing her mind over this development. declaring that Prince Chi is totally definitely 100% into her. But our girl shoots down the idea, because why would a magnificent prince ever like a simple maid? Just then, a sound from outside makes Yor squeal that her ship has arrived. Our girl opens the door to greet the visitor, but it's not the gentle Prince Chi she was expecting. Yor stammers, absolutely terrified. It's the ice-cold crown prince, and our girl's heart plummets into her stomach. He dismisses Yor with a single chilling command to leave, and the poor girl practically teleports out of the room. King Ying gathers her courage and gives a formal greeting. She points out that he could have just sent a servant to get her, adding that his surprise visit nearly gave her a heart attack. He looks down, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, and asks, "Are you afraid of me?" She immediately goes into damage control mode, explaining that of course commoners are timid around the future emperor. But he's not buying it. He calls her bluff, asking why she wasn't afraid of him before, but is now. Our girl is floored. Since when does the crown prince have feelings? Then he drops the bomb, asking if his ruthless handling of her family is what made her fear him. And for the first time, she's left utterly speechless, facing a side of the crown prince she never knew existed. The crown prince explains that he allowed his brother's actions because the man was secretly colluding with southern mobsters. If he hadn't been severely punished, the crown prince himself would have been implicated, and a simple house search wouldn't have been enough to clear him. He continues, revealing that He Lian, the androgynous servant, was taken in solely by the fourth brother, and if he had been forced into labor, his fate would have been far worse. Our girl is floored by this revelation. It all makes a twisted sort of sense, but she can't understand why this powerful prince is explaining his political maneuvers to a lowly maid. Before he can get too personal, she cuts him off, calling him a kind person. She apologizes for her own ignorance and tells him he shouldn't linger in a dirty place like this for too long. He lets out a heavy sigh, his gaze piercing through her. "Even if one day you can see through me," he begins. "I still won't be able to see through you," he finishes, holding out a delicate flower branch. He suddenly grabs her wrist, his voice low and intense. "Sometimes I really hope that I don't even know your name." He leans in closer, his words a soft whisper. "And you could just simply stay at the stored pavilion and hand me a book." With that, he turns and leaves our poor girl completely bewildered. She stares at the begonia flowers he gave her, her mind racing. All she can think about is how lonely the crown prince looked as he walked away. Just then, her friend Yor comes in, telling her it's time for bed. But our girl is lost in her thoughts, not even hearing her. Yor calls her name again, asking what she's doing, staring so intently at the flowers. Yor gets a mischievous glint in her eye, teasingly asking if this has something to do with the crown prince. Our girl frantically tries to shush her, but Yor reveals a bombshell. While she was imprisoned, the crown prince had been desperately looking for ways to save her. She even heard that he begged the queen herself for her sake. Our heroine is stunned into silence, her heart pounding. "He begged the queen for me?" Yor claps her hands together, squealing. "I think he likes you." But our girl immediately shuts it down, saying there's no way. He has a beautiful wife. She convinces herself that he would never fall for an ordinary maid like her. He's just a kind person who treats everyone well. "Don't say that again," she tells her friend, her voice heavy. "I just hope I can leave the palace peacefully someday." Yor smiles reassuringly, taking her hands. "Don't worry, King Ying. In 2 months, we will be able to leave the palace." Together, they share a moment of hope for a future free from royal drama. Under the sparkling night sky, a summons arrives. A eunuch announces that the third prince wants to see King Ying. Our girl is in the middle of a conversation, but her friend gives her a reassuring look as she's forced to leave. She nervously asks the eunuch why she's being called so late, and he gives her a positively wicked smile, saying it's for night duty. Our girl is floored. Night duty? He adds that Madame Yang Sui is already with the prince, which only confuses her more. She's led into the courtyard and told to enter. With a trembling heart, she kneels and greets the third prince. He looks as broody and handsome as ever, simply acknowledging her before ordering her to put out the candle. With the room now cloaked in darkness, she stands there awkwardly. Is he just going to sleep? But then she sees him, shirtless and glorious, holding out a cup and demanding she come closer. She nervously presents him with the drink, her heart pounding in her chest. The air crackles with tension. Suddenly, he yanks her forward by the wrist. Again, he growls, and our girl flinches, completely terrified. Her mind flashes back to the last time, and she struggles against his grip, thinking he's going to hurt her again. "Your Highness, you're hurting me," she whimpers. But he just laughs cruelly. He leans in, his voice a low taunt. "What, do you feel offended?" She immediately backs down, whispering, "I dare not." He holds her hands tight, their faces just inches apart. He tells her there are a lot of women in the palace, but you are the first woman that I want to protect. Hold up, what? Our girl is completely stunned, stammering to ask what he means. He pulls her into an embrace, explaining that it's better for her to suffer in the dungeon than to die. And just like that, the pieces click into place. He put her in jail to protect her. He explains that his stepmother sees her as a threat because he's the only one vying for the throne against the Empress's son. Then, without warning, he goes quiet, his head slumping onto her shoulder. Our poor girl is frozen. Did he just fall asleep on her? Can she sneak out now? She carefully tries to pull her hand away from his sleeping form, but his eyes snap open. He caught her. "Do you also want to go?" he asks, his gaze piercing right through her. She's completely busted. Panicking, she sputters the first excuse that comes to mind. I only want to pour you another cup of tea. He's not buying it. No need, he says flatly. He grabs her arm again, but this time his touch is gentle as he asks, does it hurt? He's checking the wrist he grabbed so roughly before. It's better now, don't worry, she rushes to say, completely bewildered by his sudden concern. He holds her hand tenderly, and she can only stare at him, her mind a chaotic mess. What is going on with this man? The air is thick with unspoken words. And then he closes the distance, capturing her lips in a sudden, breathtaking kiss as she weakly protests. No, he murmurs against her mouth. Are you playing hard to get? He whispers, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. As he holds her, she trembles and finally whispers back, I want. He leans in, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispers her name. Our girl panics, trying to push him away while stammering that her wounds haven't healed yet. But this chaotic man completely misses the point, asking if that means they can get down to business once she's recovered. She's absolutely flabbergasted, immediately shutting him down with a hard, but he just smirks, grabbing her and declaring that he'll wait. Our poor heroine is losing her mind, wondering how the conversation went so far off the rails. And just like that, he's in bed with her, holding her close while she looks like she's seen a ghost. She's completely stiff in his arms, not knowing what to do. She was worried he'd be angry, but as she sneaks a peek at him, he seems surprisingly calm, blushing furiously. She can only stammer his title. He pulls her head into his chest, ordering her not to move. Her eyes are wide with shock, her heart beating a mile a minute. He just murmurs that he's tired and tells her to stay still, basically using our girl as a human teddy bear. Her heart is practically beating out of her chest. She's panicking, thinking her heartbeat is so loud that he'll definitely be able to hear it. The next morning, she wakes up to find him still sleeping peacefully beside her. She can't help but feel a pang of sympathy, thinking he's under so much pressure and rarely gets to rest. She muses that he barely ever smiles despite having such a beautiful face, only to find his eyes wide open, staring right back at her. She's a stuttering, blushing mess, unable to form a coherent sentence. He smirks, pointing out this is the second time she's climbed into his bed. She tries to argue that he was the one who started it last night, but he just plays dumb. Flustered, she points an accusing finger at him, insisting he was the one who did that. He leans in, a playful glint in his eye, and whispers, like this? And then he goes right in for a kiss. When she protests, he delivers a savage comeback. Only you were allowed to peek at me, but I can't even look at you. The horrifying realization dawns on her. He was awake the whole time. Our girl knows she's crossed a line she can't uncross. He tells her if she wants to look, she should just be honest about it. She sputters that she doesn't want to look, but he just gives a smug little oh, tilting her chin up. He accuses her of being disappointed that he didn't continue last night, and she just about short-circuits. Desperate to escape, she asks if he doesn't have work to do. He casually says he'll just call in sick, and she can't believe the audacity of this man. But just as things are about to escalate, a loud announcement interrupts the chaos. The Emperor has arrived, and wouldn't you know it, Daddy Dearest is here, and he does not look happy to be making a house call. Our girl wakes up to find the Emperor in her bed, who immediately grabs her hand and tells her to lie down. He orders her not to move, leaving her completely confused and flustered. She starts panicking, thinking she's about to be caught, when suddenly she hears someone else step into the room. It's his father, the Emperor, and he does not look pleased to see his son. The Emperor cuts right to the chase, asking when Yuan Hao is going south to investigate. Yuan Hao calmly replies that he's leaving today. Hiding under the blankets, our girl is shocked. This chaotic man never gives any warning. His father advises him to be well prepared, and Yuan Hao assures him everything is taken care of. But then, the Emperor spots some ancient books, questioning where he got them. He asks if Ye Jingying, the maid from the stored pavilion, is the one who got them for him. Yuan Hao's eyes narrow. Why is his father suddenly bringing her up? The Emperor suggests that since the case isn't over, he should just send her back to her post. Oh, he's trying to get her away from his son. Yuan Hao isn't stupid. He asks why his father, a very busy man, would suddenly care about the life of a little maid. Was it older brother? He asks, his gaze turning sharp as daggers. Our girl's mind is racing under the covers. The Crown Prince? Why would he care so much about her? She realizes the Crown Prince is a control freak who wants everything in his grasp. The Emperor gives a classic dad warning, telling Yuan Hao not to let a woman ruin his relationship with his brother. Yuan Hao just smiles, promising not to let that happen. Unconvinced, the Emperor demands to know where the girl is right now. With the most savage look on his face, Yuan Hao drops the bomb. She's sleeping in my bed. His father is absolutely speechless, but Yuan Hao isn't done. I want to take her with me to the south, he declares. The Emperor looks like he's about to have a stroke. He warns his son to be careful, and Yuan Hao coolly confirms he knows exactly what he's doing. Defeated, his father finally relents. Yuan Hao then announces he'll visit his mother before leaving. The Emperor tells him to visit on his behalf as well, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Yuan Hao simply agrees. They make their way to the Linshui Pagoda. This place is known as the deepest and most mysterious location in the entire palace. Yuan Hao approaches a closed door and greets his mother. A woman's voice asks why he has come. He explains he's leaving for the south and wanted to say goodbye. Our girl stands behind him, nervously observing the situation. The door slides open. A woman emerges, asking if he's really leaving today. This is the mysterious imperial noble consort. For some reason, our girl feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity as she looks at her. The consort asks why he's going south, and he vaguely replies that he has something to do there. She warns him that the south is dangerous and full of criminals. He thanks his mother for her concern. Her gaze then falls upon King Ying. Who is she? Our girl quickly bows and introduces herself. The consort is surprised. A maid? This is the first time you've brought someone here. Yuan Hao confirms that she is just a maid. His mother tells King Ying to rise before turning back to her son, pleading with him to be careful on his journey. The farewell is heavy and full of unspoken words. As they walk away, something clatters behind them. King Ying quietly notes that his mother never mentioned the emperor. Instantly, Yuan Hao's entire demeanor shifts, his face turning cold and indifferent. The sudden change is terrifying. He just says, "Let's go," and continues walking. His expression becomes as still and emotionless as stagnant water, leaving our girl wondering what dark secrets just transpired. Our girl and the third prince share a quiet moment under the blooming trees. He remarks that the petals are falling, a sign that the season is changing. King Ying looks up at him, noting that it's already the grain rain season. The delicate petals fall like snow around them. She gives a small, wistful smile, lost in thought. She wonders when she'll finally be able to get to the other side of the palace walls and be free. But their moment is cut short when one of the other maids approaches, bowing deeply. The prince does not look pleased by the interruption. The maid, looking worried, says she has a question for him. The prince's expression is ice-cold as he asks what the matter is. He allows her to speak freely, and she nervously asks if it's true that he never actually spent the night with any of them. He coldly tells her to forget everything and live a normal life after leaving the palace, which only confuses our poor heroine who is being forced to stay. The maid pulls up her sleeve, showing that her mark of purity is gone, and tearfully asks if he ever truly loved them. The prince snaps, asking why she's still bothered by this. She asks if it was the same for the other maids, and he confirms it with a chilling, "Yes. All of you are," he declares, leaving no room for doubt. And that's when it hits our girl. If he's never touched any other woman, what about her? The other maid finally understands with heartbreaking clarity. He never fell for any of them. With tears in her eyes, she looks at King Ying, realizing he made an exception for her, and only her. He tells the heartbroken maid to find someone who will treat her well and to start a new life. She gives a final sad goodbye. Our girl watches her go, thinking about how the others get to leave and find happiness. But she's trapped here. Suddenly, bang, the prince flicks her right on the forehead. "Ouch. What are you thinking?" he demands, annoyed at her spacing out. She quickly plays it off, muttering, "Nothing." But he leans in close, his voice a low whisper. "Are you thinking of how to get to the other side of this wall?" Our girl is completely stunned. How did he know? Can this man actually read minds? He just smirks, telling her it's written all over her face. Oh, this chaotic man is definitely messing with her again. She puffs out her cheeks in silent fury. He leans in even closer, his breath warm against her ear. "Other women want to stay by my side," he purrs. "The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Why do you want to leave?" he asks, his intense purple eyes searching her face. Flustered, she stammers that he's a prince, and I am only a maid. I would never dare to hope. With our girl pressed against the wall, the third prince leans in close, his gaze intense. She's completely flustered, her heart pounding like a drum in a chaotic parade. He closes the distance, their faces just inches apart, and then he swoops in for a kiss, leaving her breathless and stunned. Pulling back just enough to whisper, he drops the most chaotic confession of all time. "Become my woman." Our poor heroine is completely floored and immediately tries to push him away, stammering, "Your Highness, I don't want to." His face falls, a flicker of genuine hurt in his eyes as he asks, "Do you hate me so much?" She can't meet his gaze, quickly denying it, but he presses on, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. "Or do you have someone else in your heart?" The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She tries to form a coherent sentence, but can only manage a weak "I." But before she can even finish, she blurts out a firm, "No, I don't." Without another word, he grabs her hand and starts pulling her along, leaving her no choice but to follow. Just as they reach the courtyard, a guard informs them the carriage is ready. But then, a soft voice calls out, and another woman appears, her eyes fixed on the prince. It's Yuer, and she's come to see him off. The prince immediately drops our girl's hand like a hot potato, and Qing Ying can only offer a polite if slightly strained. As the prince deals with his entourage, our girl and Yuer have a moment alone. Yuer looks at her with worried eyes, asking, "Qing Ying, you will be back, right?" Our girl puts on a brave face, trying to reassure her friend, but Yura's expression only grows more desperate. She then reveals a bombshell. The head eunuch told her that her own freedom depends entirely on Qing Ying's safe return from the south. Our girl is absolutely stunned. Yura is now openly sobbing, begging her to come back safely. And in that moment, Qing Ying understands. This is the prince's doing, a cruel possessive way to ensure she won't run away. Pushing her own feelings aside, she pulls Yuer into a tight hug, promising she will return no matter what. They share a tearful goodbye, with Yuer vowing to wait for her. The carriage begins to move, carrying our heroine away on this unwanted journey. Inside, the silence between her and the prince is deafening. She can't help but steal a few glances at the man who has so thoroughly trapped her. He's just sitting there, looking infuriatingly handsome and composed. Of course he catches her staring, and with peak narcissism, smirks, "Feel free to look. You're not the first to be amazed by my beauty." Our girl internally combusts, thinking, what a narcissist, while quickly denying she was looking at all. Suddenly, she spots something outside the window. That carriage, it looks exactly like ours, she murmurs, a sense of unease creeping in. But the prince just smoothly deflects, telling her to get some rest for the long trip ahead. He's definitely up to something. She realizes he's trying to create a decoy, a disguise for their travels. Her mind races. His Highness is hiding something. But she wisely decides that, for her own sake, not asking any more questions is the best choice. The carriage rumbles along, carrying our girl and the ever-brooding third prince. She tries to lose herself in a book, but the tension is thicker than a bowl of day-old oatmeal. Letting out a sigh, our poor heroine wishes she could just turn back time, back to when her life wasn't this chaotic mess. But her quiet moment is shattered when the prince suddenly speaks, asking if she's awake. With a smirk that could melt glaciers, he invites her to lean on him. Our girl flinches back like he's on fire, insisting she's not tired and asking him not to worry. But he cuts right to the chase. "Are you afraid of me?" She quickly denies it, blaming her unease on the bumpy ride and the fear of throwing up on his very expensive robes. He sees right through her excuse, his hand sliding to her waist as he asks if she needs his help to relax. She tries to brush him off, claiming she's fine now, but this man doesn't take no for an answer. He leans in close, purring that he's the one feeling dizzy now, leaving our girl completely baffled. He closes the distance, whispering a dangerous question. "Do you want it?" And before she can even process it, he crashes his lips against hers. Our girl is completely overwhelmed by the sudden passionate kiss. "Although you say no," he murmurs, his eyes glinting with victory. "It seems that your body is saying yes." She tries to stammer out a denial, her face beet red. He pins her against the wall, trapping her completely. "Does it?" he challenges, and she's totally cornered. In her mind, she knows it's useless. No matter what she says, this prince always gets what he wants. In a last-ditch effort, she tries to pull the employee card, reminding him she's only in charge of his food and clothing. His response is absolutely savage. "Then serve me," he smirks. "I'm hungry." His hand begins a scandalous journey up her waist. She begs him to let go, but her plea only seems to amuse him. "Let me serve you some food," she squeaks, desperate for a distraction. He just smiles that devastating smile and orders her not to move. He grabs her robes, his intentions becoming terrifyingly clear. "I want to eat," he finishes, and he is definitely not talking about dinner. Our girl's imagination runs wild, picturing herself as a helpless bunny about to be devoured by a hungry wolf. As if reading her mind, he teases her. "You're not thinking about what to do, are you?" He lets out a low chuckle. This man is an absolute menace. He pushes her down, his weight trapping her completely. "Open your mouth," he commands, ready to continue his feast. But just as things are about to get R-rated, a voice from outside the carriage shouts that they have important news. The moment is instantly shattered. Annoyed at the interruption, the prince growls, "Speak." The guard reports the grim news. The horse team was destroyed, and the stuntman was killed. The prince's expression doesn't change, but a knowing smirk plays on his lips as he looks down at our girl. She did it pretty quickly. Our heroine overhears and is horrified. "The horse team was destroyed?" she gasps, realizing with dawning terror that their decoy plan had a fatal cost. The prince dismisses his man, telling him to go get his reward for a job well done. As soon as he's gone, our girl tentatively asks, "Your Highness, was that carriage the one that was made to look exactly like ours?" He confirms her fears, then asks if she's scared. She can only nod, trembling at the thought of what could have been. She realizes just how close they came to death, whispering that if it weren't for his preparations, they would have been the ones attacked. He gives her a devilishly handsome smirk, teasing her, "But don't you look calmer than earlier?" He then gets serious, asking if she's figured out who's trying to kill him. Our girl takes a deep breath and guesses. The Empress. His intense purple eyes lock onto hers, silently urging her to explain. She lays out her logic, pointing out that the Empress was visibly upset when he avoided the poisoned cup at the banquet. Not only that, but the Empress then pushed for him to investigate a matter at Shangyang Palace, which led to the discovery of Shi Suihua. This was all just a clever pretext to get him sent to the south. He listens intently as she connects the dots, realizing everything was a careful plot to lure him away from the capital. Our girl is shocked by her own deductions, stammering that it was just a guess. But she knows Jiangnan is full of rebels, so if he was assassinated there, it would be an easy and believable cover-up. He's seriously impressed, a small smile playing on his lips. "It seems that I found a precious person." But then he leans in, challenging her. "Since you've guessed so much, why did you only suspect the Empress?" He points out the most obvious suspect of all, the crown prince, who stands to gain the throne if he dies. But our girl immediately shuts that down, shaking her head frantically. "Why not?" he presses. She insists the crown prince is too gentle and kind to do such a thing. Her defense is so passionate, so earnest. The prince's gaze hardens. "Do you trust him that much?" he asks, his voice dangerously low. He gets closer, his eyes searching hers for something. "Why talk so much about him? Do you like the crown prince?" He backs her against the wall, the air crackling with chaotic tension. Our poor girl is flustered, her mind completely blanking. Like him? Me? She denies it, blushing furiously and insisting she's just a servant who wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. Really? He asks, clearly not buying it. She quickly adds that the crown prince already has a beautiful wife, Liju. His expression immediately darkens at the mention of her name. Yeah, he says with a strange hollow smile. It's good she's by his side. Our girl notices the sudden shift in his mood and cautiously asks if he knows the crown prince's wife. A flash of raw pain crosses his face. She was my childhood friend, he states coldly. A thick, awkward silence descends upon them. She immediately realizes she's made a huge mistake, her mind racing. Did something happen between them? She nervously fidgets with the ribbons on her dress, wishing she could take back her words. Our girl decides it's best to stay out of it, thinking to herself, I'm just a maid, this royal drama has nothing to do with me. Our girl confronts him, demanding to know why he walked right into a trap. He turns the tables with a sly smirk, asking if she's worried about him, but she is not having it. She huffs that she's only worried about her own safety, prompting him to ask when she became so afraid of death. She tries to change the subject, suddenly claiming she's hungry. But the moment the words leave her mouth, her cute little cat ears pop out in panic, realizing her chaotic mistake. She quickly tries to salvage the situation, offering to prepare his lunch instead. But it's too late. He grabs her wrist with a glint in his eye, declaring that she is his lunch for the day. He yanks her into his arms, and our poor girl can only let out a panicked cry. As he pulls her flush against him, he teases her for always calling him Your Highness so formally. He leans in, his voice a low whisper. It seems you want it even more than I do. Flustered, she immediately denies it, but her face is red as a tomato. He just smirks, enjoying her adorable panic. He dares her to keep calling his name, but she stammers. I really don't. Don't what? He purrs. If you don't want to make a move, then I'll just have to do it for you. And with that, he wraps his arms around her, a possessive look on his face. He leans into her neck, inhaling deeply. This scent, he murmurs. It's just like that day. Our girl trembles, a single tear escaping as she asks what he means. That day? She repeats, completely bewildered. Her heart hammers in her chest as the realization dawns on her. Could it be? He's known all along that she was the woman from that fateful night. He confirms her worst fear, saying that even in the darkness, he remembers her scent perfectly. She desperately tries to deny it, shouting, that wasn't me. But he just pulls her closer, his voice soft but firm. I know it was you. He gently cups her face, a tender smile playing on his lips as he tells her not to be so dumb. And then he leans in, closing the distance between them. His Highness corners her, getting dangerously close as he demands an answer to his spicy proposal. Our girl is completely flustered, her mind racing as she realizes he's dead serious about. He leans in, his voice a low whisper, pointing out that while her words say no, her body is telling a very different story. She can only stammer his title, completely overwhelmed by his aggressive advance. Without warning, he sweeps her off her feet, telling her to just relax into it. She trembles in his arms, her cheeks burning a bright red. With a look that could melt steel, he purrs. I haven't even started yet. At this point, it's game over. Our poor heroine's body has a mind of its own and it's screaming yes. She's completely under his spell, reaching up to touch his face. But just as things are about to escalate, a loud crash from outside shatters the mood. It seems they've been ambushed by mountain bandits. These low-level thugs are demanding a toll to pass. The prince looks absolutely furious at the interruption. Who dared bother me now? He growls. Tell me, how should I kill them? He gently sets our girl down, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Peeking out the window, she's secretly relieved, saved by the bandits, but still worries for his safety, telling him there are a lot of them. He quickly pulls the curtain shut. Stay inside and wait for me, he commands, his expression cold as ice. She panics, asking if he's really going to face them all by himself. She tries to plead with him, but he cuts her off with an unbelievably arrogant line. Don't worry, I have never lost in any fight. She's left completely speechless. Even now, he can't help but show off. Outside, the bandits threaten the unbothered prince, demanding his money. When they promise not to kill him if he cooperates, he just scoffs. Do you dare? The bandit leader is enraged by his audacity. I'll cut you into pieces, he yells. But then, his eyes fall on the carriage window, spotting our beautiful heroine hiding behind the curtain. That was a big mistake. The prince's expression turns absolutely lethal. The bandits charge, but his guards immediately step forward to protect him. He waves them off, calling the bandits a bunch of rats and demanding a sword. With the blade in hand, he looks ready to unleash chaos. He moves in a blur. The bandit leader, clearly not understanding the danger he's in, tells him it's not too late to beg for mercy. The prince just gives a chillingly calm smirk. Are you sure about that? The bandits immediately demand his money, and our girl, which is a big mistake. The leader, a particularly ugly goon with an eye patch, thinks he's got the upper hand, but our man just gives him a cold, terrifying smile, asking, who do you think you are? He can't believe the absolute audacity of this trash threatening him to his face. The goons get nervous, admitting they're doing this little side hustle without their boss's permission. If their master Huang finds out they spared anyone, they'll be in deep trouble. The goon leader, tired of talking, just screams die and lunges forward. Our man scoffs, deciding it's useless to keep these fools alive, and lets out a sharp whistle. The sound echoes through the trees, signaling the real party to start. Suddenly, the sky darkens with a volley of arrows, and the bandits have no idea what's happening. One of them gets skewered, learning the hard way. They scream in panic, finally realizing it's a trap. Arrows rain down, pinning the bandits in place, while our girl shrieks in terror from inside the carriage. Peeking out, she realizes there's an ambush, and it all clicks into place. He was so arrogant because he was prepared all along. So, all his earlier danger was just an act? But the chaos spooks the horse, which suddenly bolts, sending our girl flying inside the runaway carriage. Our man curses, seeing the carriage with his precious cargo speeding away. He yells at his men to stop it, and one of them immediately gives chase. But the carriage is getting further and further away. The eye-patch goon sees his chance and makes a run for it, chasing after our girl. With a look of grim determination, our man knows he has to end this now. The carriage continues to rumble uncontrollably down the path. Inside, our girl knows she can't just wait for a rescue. She has to stop the horse herself. She grabs the reins, pulling with all her might and screaming for it to stop. Like a total action hero, she climbs out onto the front of the carriage, risking it all to bring the crazed animal to a halt. With a final lurch, the wheels screech to a stop. She catches her breath, tears of relief streaming down her face as she hears a horse approaching. It must be him. She turns, calling out, "Your Highness," with renewed hope, but her hope turns to ash. It's the eye-patch goon, and he's not here to save her. He leaps from his horse and snatches her from the carriage in one swift, terrifying motion. He lands back on his own steed with our girl in his grasp. She's horrified, begging to know what he wants as he pulls her close. She screams for him to let her go, but he just growls that she's too noisy, and chops her on the neck. She slumps over, unconscious, as he lets out a disgusting, triumphant sneer. He gloats that all his trouble wasn't for nothing, and gallops away with our helpless heroine. Our girl wakes up on a cold, hard floor, completely disoriented. Her head is pounding as she tries to piece together what happened. The last thing she remembers is being attacked by that bandit. As the horrifying memories flood back, she overhears voices outside her door. The bandits are panicking, complaining about how many of their men died because the guy they robbed was way more important than they thought. She realizes with a jolt that she's in the bandits' den, and they seem terrified of someone named Master Huang finding out what they've done. Seeing her chance, our heroine tries to creep towards the door, praying they don't notice her. But she makes a sound, and it's like a bomb going off in the quiet room. Busted. The eye-patch-wearing boss turns around with a sinister grin, and his words send a shiver down her spine. He lunges for her, his intentions disgustingly clear. His disgusting friends are already calling dibs, making our girl's stomach churn with fear. The boss corners her, whispering gross promises of being gentle if she just complies. She tries to fight back, her hands pushing against his chest as he grabs her wrists in a vice-like grip. "Let go of me," she screams. But he's too strong. And then, in a moment of pure, chaotic sass, she spits back at the one-eyed man. "What, are you blind?" The bandit boss is taken aback for a second, before a sick smile spreads across his face. He actually finds her defiance a challenge. He pulls her close, taunting her that no one can hear her screams and no one is coming to save her. She's losing hope, her pleas becoming desperate. But our girl is a fighter. She manages to land a savage scratch on his face. This only enrages him, and he violently throws her to the floor. This is it. She's terrified, staring up at the monster about to pounce. Tears stream down her face as she sends out a desperate, silent prayer for someone, anyone, to save her. She whispers a name, "Your Highness," her last desperate hope. Suddenly, there's a loud clatter at the door, and one of the goons shouts a warning. The boss is furious at the interruption, but his lackey is panicking. "Master Huang is here." The goon looks like he's seen a ghost. The name Master Huang is enough to make the big bad bandit boss freeze in shock. "Why is he here?" he demands, his fun completely ruined. It seems someone ratted them out, and now their powerful master is here to deal with the mess. The boss is not happy, furious that his plans are ruined. He orders his men to tie our girl up. As the ropes dig into her skin, she can only think one thing. Thank goodness Master Huang arrived when he did. She shudders, not even wanting to finish the thought of what would have happened otherwise. A dramatic entrance is made by none other than the infamous Master Huang. He gives the guards a death glare, and the air immediately turns cold. The man in charge, Baozi, nervously welcomes him, but Master Huang cuts right to the chase, asking if he knows why he's here. The rage in his eyes is absolutely terrifying. "Baozi," he says with a voice dripping venom, "you've got some nerve." The kidnapper immediately drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness and blaming his actions on being broke. Master Huang is not impressed. "Too broke?" he scoffs. Grabbing the man by the collar, he demands to know why. If he only needed money, he also stole a woman. Baozi starts sweating bullets, frantically denying he ever stole a woman. But Master Huang just smirks, unconvinced. "Really?" He towers over the trembling man, a clear predator cornering his prey. With a flick of his wrist, a nearby door creaks open, revealing his true intentions. He doesn't even need to touch it, the door swings wide. And there, lying on the cold, hard floor, is our poor heroine, bound and unconscious. Master Huang's expression shifts ever so slightly as he recognizes her. He rushes to her side, gently trying to wake her. He scoops her up into his arms, and our girl, in her hazy state, wonders who this mysterious man is. The kidnapper is floored, asking if the master knows her, but Huang simply declares, "I'll take her with me." He throws one last threatening glance at Baozi, warning him about the price of lying. That's when Baozi realizes he has messed with the wrong woman and is absolutely royally doomed. But just as things couldn't get more chaotic, the third prince himself storms the building with his royal guards, ordering them to search the premises. The guards fan out, immediately beginning their search. One of the guards finds a scrap of fabric, recognizing the material as something from the palace, and presents it to the prince. The prince's eyes widen in horror. He knows this fabric, it's from King Ying's clothes. As he processes this, his guards drag the only person left, Baozi. They present the terrified kidnapper to the furious prince. The prince grabs him, his knuckles white. "Where is the woman you took here?" he snarls. Baozi, seeing his life flash before his eyes, immediately snitches. Master Huang took her with him. The prince is seething. "Speak, where did they go?" Seeing no way out, Baozi makes a final fatalistic plea. "Then kill me." He foolishly explains that he's a dead man anyway since he touched Master Huang's woman. Wrong move. The prince's fury explodes. "You dared touch her?" Baozi, with a death wish, taunts him. "Why so angry? Is she your woman?" The prince's response is a single cold word. "Die." And with a sickening swoosh, it's all over for the kidnapper. Wasting no time, the prince orders his men to burn the evidence and search for clues as to where Master Huang went. His men scramble to obey. As he rides, the prince clenches the reins, his mind racing. Who is this Master Huang? He thinks of our girl, King Ying, and a single tear escapes as he vows to protect her. "Go," he commands his men, his voice filled with desperation and rage. Meanwhile, our heroine starts to stir, a sliver of light breaking through the darkness. She blinks, a single tear rolling down her cheek. "I can see now." An old woman is by her bedside, telling her she's finally awake. The doctor tests her vision, and to her relief, our girl can make out the shape of a hand. The doctor reports to Master Huang that the wound is healing well. He gives a curt thank you in response. Our girl strains to see the man her savior is talking to, but her vision is still too blurry. She tries to rub her eyes to clear them, but a gentle hand stops her. "Your eyes are injured," a deep voice says. "It's not good to rub them like that." She looks up at the blurry figure. "Are you Master Huang?" He simply replies, "Yes." With a grateful heart, she thanks him for saving her, but he remains silent. He realizes that with her injured eyes, she doesn't recognize him from their previous, more antagonistic meeting. He quickly pulls his hand away. "Have some rest," he says, but she can't shake the feeling that his voice is incredibly familiar. Just then, a knock comes from the door. A subordinate arrives with news about the Yangzhou office. Master Huang steps outside to discuss the matter privately. Our girl overhears the name and wonders who this mysterious Master Huang really is, but she quickly dismisses the thought, deciding it has nothing to do with her. She replays the terrifying events in her head, the assassination attempt, the kidnapping, and realizes it's a miracle she's even alive. It all feels so surreal. She closes her eyes, wishing that when she wakes up again, this will all have been just a horrible dream. The kind waiter brings our girl breakfast, commenting that she's up early. He gently asks if her eyes are feeling any better now. She admits they're better, but her vision is still a little blurry. Noticing someone is missing, she asks where Master Huang is. The waiter informs her that Master Huang left last night, and he's not coming back. Before he left, he placed something next to her bed, insisting that she had to see it for herself. She opens the small pouch, and her eyes go wide. It's full of silver coins. She's completely stunned that he would leave her so much money. And then, the realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. She has money, she's no longer in the palace. That means she's free now. In a fit of pure joy, she rushes out, calling for the waiter. He tells her to wait a minute, but she's already making a chaotic dash for the door. "Waiter brother, I want to leave," she cries out, but in her haste, she stumbles badly. "That's gotta hurt." The waiter rushes to her side, chiding her to be careful since her eyes haven't fully recovered yet. Our girl apologizes, saying she was in a hurry, and he gently offers to help her with whatever she needs. She just wants to pay her rent so she can finally leave. But the waiter informs her that Master Huang already paid for half a year's rent in advance. Our poor heroine is floored. He must have done it because he was worried about her, but she's still determined to leave now. The poor guy is panicking, asking where she could possibly go. With the most radiant smile she's had in ages, she says anywhere is fine because she's finally truly free. But her joy is cut short by a sudden, painful memory. The image of her loyal maid, Yuer, flashes in her mind. Yuer is still waiting for her back in that gilded cage. The happiness drains from her face, replaced by a crushing guilt. She's completely confused and torn. She wants to leave, but the waiter looks at her with concern. Then this absolute sweetheart makes a bold declaration. "I'll go with you." He immediately gets flustered, waving his hands frantically. "Please don't misunderstand. Master Huang told me to do that. Also, please call me Lu Sanner." Blushing furiously, he explains that his only duty was to take good care of her, as per his master's orders. Our girl looks at him, finding his panicked state a little amusing. He tries to hide his beet-red face behind his hand. "Then thank you, Lu San," she says, a small smile returning to her lips. She properly introduces herself as Ye Qingying, and you can practically hear this man's heart stop. He whispers her name, completely and utterly smitten. Later, they're out in the town streets, which are buzzing with people. Qingying comments on how crowded Yangzhou is today. Lily San explains that everyone is celebrating because the local gang of mountain bandits, the Fangs, was completely wiped out. Qingying stops in her tracks. Master Huang? Wasn't he one of them? Lily San is aghast. Huh? Not at all. He reveals that Master Huang is actually the head of 73 provinces, a powerful and dangerous man who walks the line between good and evil. Qingying tries to wrap her head around this new information. Lu San explains that Master Huang had planned to deal with the Fangs gang himself, which is why the authorities held back. The pieces click into place for Qingying. So those bandits were the ones who caught me? She asks if Master Huang was the one who wiped them out, but Lu San says no. He tells her that by the time their den was destroyed, Master Huang was already back at the inn. He heard their entire base was razed in a single night by an armored army. An armored army? Her mind immediately jumps to one person. Could it be His Highness? But Lu San, completely oblivious, mentions there's a fireworks celebration tonight. He shyly asks if Miss Qingying would like to see it. He waits for an answer. But our girl is a million miles away, lost in thought. Miss Qingying? He calls out, getting no response. He calls her name again, gently tapping her shoulder. She snaps back to reality, startled and confused. He asks why she didn't answer. She apologizes, explaining she was suddenly reminded of someone and zoned out. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Before he can repeat his question, they overhear some men talking nearby about an important person from the Imperial City patrolling the area. One of them confirms it's the same armored army that wiped out the Fangs gang. The other man adds that after being caught, the bandits were tortured during interrogation. Qingying's blood runs cold. Torture and interrogation. Is he looking for me? Our girl is deep in thought, wondering if the man who meticulously plans everything would really be so careless as to get caught. As she wrestles with her feelings, she tries to convince herself she doesn't care about him at all. She decides to head back with her companion, trying to put the whole mess behind her. But just then, she overhears some men talking about an important person appearing at the fireworks festival tonight. Her heart sinks as she realizes if she can't find him, he might think she's dead. And just like that, any chance of a future between them would be gone forever. Drawn by some unseen force, she finds herself at the crowded festival, her vision clearing with a new sense of purpose. Even she's surprised that she unconsciously came to the one place he might be. She wanders through the bustling crowd as fireworks light up the night sky. And then, she sees him. Standing on a balcony, looking every bit the untouchable prince he is the third prince himself. Our girl can hardly believe her eyes. It's really him, and in that moment she knows she can never truly escape his orbit. The girls next to her swoon, calling him an immortal from a painting. And she has to agree, he's as beautiful and as unreachable as a celestial being. She's completely captivated by the sight of him against the exploding fireworks. For a breathtaking second, across the entire square, their eyes meet. Overwhelmed, our girl quickly covers her face, trying to disappear into the crowd. She's sure he just looked right at her. But she tries to calm her racing heart, telling herself he couldn't possibly have seen her from so high up, not with so many people around. She has to get out of here fast. But pure panic sets in when she sees him descending from the balcony. I should leave quickly, she thinks, grabbing her friend to make a break for it. She can't help but glance back, wondering if he's really coming down for her. Her heart pounds with anxiety, but her escape is cut short when she spots them, the assassins, hidden in plain sight among the festival goers. It's them, the men who were after the prince. It's a trap, and he's walking right into it. Without a second thought, she screams a warning. Your Highness, there are assassins. Don't come here. He freezes in the crowd, his eyes locking onto her. Yu Qingying, is that you? He calls out. But it's too late. The assassins have spotted him too. With her identity revealed, our girl panics, trying to figure out what to do. Thinking on her feet, she does something absolutely chaotic. She grabs her money pouch. Look, silvers, she yells, throwing the coins into the air to create a massive distraction. The assassins are furious that she's ruined their plan. But the commotion gave the prince the moment he needed. Yu Qingying, he says, his voice filled with shock and relief. You really are alive. The assassin's cover is blown, and they charge towards the prince. His guards immediately jump into action to protect him. The festival erupts into chaos as swords clash and blood is spilled. People are screaming and running for their lives. Amidst the pandemonium, the prince calls out to her. Yu Qingying, come here. But as he reaches for her, an assassin lunges, aiming a fatal blow right at his back. The sword slices through the air. No, she screams. In a selfless act of bravery, she throws herself in front of him, taking the blade meant for her prince. The sword rips through her arm, and blood blossoms on her white sleeve. She collapses into his arms, her world going dark. The assassin sneers, ready to finish them both off. Then die you two, he shouts, lunging forward. But before the blade can connect, another sword blocks the attack with a deafening clang. A mysterious, red-haired man has appeared out of nowhere, his strength stunning the assassin. The prince holds Qingying tight, realizing this powerful newcomer isn't one of his own men. The stranger dispatches the remaining threat with ease. Qingying, are you okay? The prince asks, his voice trembling. She weakly looks up at him, forcing a smile. Your Highness, I am okay. And because she's an absolute icon, she even manages a playful wink. The look on his face is pure, unfiltered adoration. The rest of the guards finally arrive to secure the area. An official starts to lecture her, but one death glare from the prince makes him gulp and immediately shut his mouth. The flustered official quickly changes his tune, asking if she's all right. With the danger past, the prince's full attention is on her wound. Does it hurt? He asks gently, offering his own handkerchief. She tries to refuse, not wanting to stain it, but he insists, tenderly tying it around her arm himself. He looks deep into her eyes and says with a raw intensity, "Next time, don't be so reckless." A new challenger appears, and my oh my, he is serving looks. The prince is not amused, asking who this mysterious, handsome man is. He puts two and two together, realizing this might be the guy who helped them earlier. A local official steps in to make the introductions. This is Huang Tianba, the president of the Liangjiang Chamber of Commerce. A rich and powerful pretty boy? Sign me up. Our girl is absolutely shook. She was expecting a rugged mountain bandit, not this walking piece of art. Girl, same. Master Huang just stands there, looking effortlessly cool and dangerous. The prince tries to play it cool, giving some formal flattery, but Master Huang just hits him with the "I'm flattered, and you are," the absolute savagery. The official quickly introduces the prince, Childe Yuan, and Master Huang's eyes narrow. He's clocked his love rival. The prince just gives a curt nod, trying to maintain his royal composure. They exchange some thinly veiled pleasantries, but Huang Tianba immediately pivots to our girl, admiring her courage. The prince is practically radiating jealousy. His grip on Qingying tightens. Huang Tianba completely ignores the prince and speaks directly to Qingying, reminding her that he saved her life. The prince can't take it anymore and interrupts, demanding to know when this supposed rescue happened. Qingying nervously admits it was a few days ago, but the prince isn't letting it go, pressing for a location. In the mountain, she says, and you can practically see the storm clouds gathering over the prince's head. He connects the dots. She's been back for a while and didn't tell him. She can only nod, looking like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar. The interrogation continues as he asks about the silver she had. But before she can answer, Huang Tianba swoops in with a casual, "I gave it to her," dropping a bomb on the whole situation. The glare he gives the prince could freeze hell over. It's a full-on stare-down, a battle of wills between two powerful men. The poor official in the middle looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He tries to de-escalate, reminding them about the assassins, but they're too busy having a testosterone-fueled moment. The prince finally breaks his gaze, but only because he notices something is wrong with Qingying. Her wound is bleeding again. Blood is seeping through her sleeve. This is not good. She tries to pretend she's fine, but internally she's screaming in pain. The world starts to fade as our poor heroine feels all her strength leave her. And just like that, she collapses, and the prince cries out her name in panic. He catches her just in time, his face a mask of pure terror. She weakly whispers that it hurts, leaning against him for support. But before the prince can be the sole hero, Huang Tianba grabs her other arm, refusing to be left out of the damsel in distress saving action. With a glance, the new guy instantly diagnoses the problem. She was poisoned. The prince's eyes widen in horror. Wasting no time, the prince sweeps our girl into his arms. He screams for a doctor, rushing her inside for treatment. Huang Tianba watches them go, his expression intense. This is far from over. He wonders to himself just who this Childe Yuan is, and more importantly, what he is to Qingying. Meanwhile, our girl is trapped in a world of pain, her consciousness fading as she cries out for help. The prince frantically orders the doctor to save her, no matter the cost. The night is long and tense as everyone waits. Hours pass in the quiet courtyard. When Qingying finally wakes, she finds herself in a warm, safe place, someone's arms. She looks up, her vision clearing, and realizes she's being held by the third prince. Our girl immediately short-circuits. How did she end up here? He softly asks if she's awake. His face is so close, his purple eyes filled with worry. She tries to speak, to ask what's happening, but she's too flustered. He just holds her tighter, pulling her closer. Her heart is pounding against his chest as she stammers, "Your Highness." He gently shushes her, their faces just inches apart. "Qingying," he says, his voice low and serious. "You made me worry about you all night." He rests his forehead against hers, a silent, intimate gesture. And just like that, our girl is a blushing, swooning mess. He checks on her, asking if her wound still hurts and noting her fever. She finally confirms she's awake, bless her heart. She looks up at him, still weak but definitely conscious of how close they are. A small, relieved smile graces his lips. "That's great," he whispers. And then this chaotic man says, "Let me feel your warmth a little more. Last night your hands were so cold." "Sir, she just came back from the dead. Give her a second to breathe." He leans in, his voice a low whisper, as he steals a kiss. "I prefer the current temperature of your body." His eyes are intense, pulling her deeper as he murmurs that her very body is calling to him, and our girl can only stammer his title. The prince doesn't let up, pressing closer and demanding to know the truth. "You want me, right?" But she's completely lost in the moment, admitting her body no longer listens to her commands. All her strength is gone, and he just tells her to relax, promising to be gentle. Our poor heroine is dazed, completely swept up in the chaotic energy between them. She's helpless to resist him, her mind screaming even as her body betrays her. Her eyes are wide with a mix of fear and an undeniable pull towards him. But as he moves to undress her, his hand brushes against a wound on her leg. That snaps her out of it, and she screams for him to stop. The pain suddenly real again. The mood shatters in an instant, his face twisting with anger as he growls her name. With a pained expression, he asks the one question she can't answer. Do you hate me? Suddenly, he recoils, covering his face in anguish. Our girl is confused by his sudden shift in mood. She tentatively reaches out, asking if he's okay. That's when she finally notices the bandage on his wrist and wonders if he was injured too. He brushes off her concern, coldly telling her to get some rest. And just like that, he leaves her alone and trembling in the room. Our girl is left to wonder what just happened and how the prince could have gotten hurt. Her heart is a chaotic mess of feelings. One moment he's forceful and passionate, the next he's vulnerable. She tries to ground herself, remembering he's royalty and she's just a maid. This can't be anything more than a passing whim. He's a prince, and princes don't fall for maids. She's the only one who truly knows her place in this world, and it's not by his side. The next morning, she's woken by a new face, a maid named Ru Ye sent to serve her. King insists she's also a maid and shouldn't be called lady, but Ru Ye says Lord Hong himself gave the order. Lord Hong? The governor. Our girl is completely baffled. And speak of the devil, the man himself appears, asking if she's feeling better. He asks if his maids have been treating her well. She politely confirms they have, still confused by the special treatment. Why is this powerful lord being so kind to a simple maid? Ah, there it is. He wants her to use her special connection to gently talk to the third prince about what happened. So it was all a ploy. She tries to tell him he's got the wrong person, that she's just a maid. She bows her head, telling him it's a mistake to ask for her help. She insists she has no right to even speak to the prince. But Lord Hong drops a bomb. Everyone saw it. Last night, when you were poisoned because of you, the third prince. And our girl wants to know what he did. Wait, back up. She was poisoned last night? Lord Hong continues, saying he's never seen His Highness act like that before. Her mind is reeling, trying to process everything. But she's stuck on the important detail. You're saying I was poisoned? That's right. When she asks if it's cured, he gives the least reassuring answer ever. It should be. He explains his own doctors were useless, and in the end it was the third prince who saved her. She demands to know what he did. Lord Hong admits the prince kicked everyone out, so he only knows the aftermath. She started getting better. The implication is staggering. He speculates the prince must have used his own personal life-saving medicine on her. The weight of that sinks in. A medicine meant to save a royal's life was used on her. Why would he do that? She whispers. I'm only a maid. Lord Hong can see she's genuinely confused, not faking it. He leaves her with one final thought. The prince obviously cares for her a great deal, and she should think about what that means. He cares about her? Is it possible? As if summoned by her thoughts, the man of the hour appears, asking why she isn't resting. He stops her from bowing, his voice surprisingly gentle. He steadies her with his hand, and she can only manage a quiet thank you. But her eyes are immediately drawn to the bandages on his wrist again. Before she can ask, he looks at her with an unreadable expression and says, I should thank you. If it hadn't been for you, I would have been injured or no longer felt the pain. With a soft sigh, our girl admits she always thought no one would ever do something so selfless for her, except for him. But the prince just coolly states that it was simply something he should do. Looking at his lonely profile, our poor heroine's heart begins to ache for him. Suddenly, he pulls out a beautiful golden tassel, telling her to take it. Confused, she asks what it is. He calls it her reward, and her face falls just a little, thinking it was only payment for a service rendered. As their fingers touch, she silently scolds herself for getting her hopes up. She tries to politely refuse, saying thank you, but he cuts her off, his expression unreadable, commanding her not to refuse him. Before she can even process it, he leans in and completely demolishes her personal space. And then he just straight up kisses her. Our girl is absolutely reeling, stammering his title. He pulls back just enough to ask if her wound still hurts. She quickly says it's better now, her brain completely short-circuiting. He then asks the million-dollar question, why did you block that sword for me? She admits she doesn't know, and he smirks, teasing her about being worried for him. He gives her an adorable nose boop, and she just stumbles over her words, completely flustered. Her mind is racing. Did she worry about him? And why? Her heart thunders in her chest as he leans in close, whispering, could it be because you love me? He holds her gaze, his purple eyes deadly serious. Our girl starts sweating bullets, absolutely panicking. Her entire system has crashed. She practically yells, I dare not. He just smirks, trapping her. You dare not? Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. What if I allow you to love me? He leans in again, his expression softening as he goes in for another kiss. She's just a puddle of confusion at this point. He pulls back, his eyes burning into hers. Will you dare? Our girl is lost, wondering what on earth he means by all this. Without warning, he yanks her into a fierce embrace. Do you want me to answer it for you? He murmurs against her hair. He holds her tight, the air crackling with chaotic energy. His hand slides down her back, pulling her even closer for yet another earth-shattering kiss. She tries to protest, but it's useless. He rests his forehead against hers, his voice suddenly vulnerable. "Are you serious about me?" She can't even breathe, let alone answer. He repeats his question, demanding to know if she dares to love him. Finally she gives in, her hands gripping his robes as she hugs him back. But just as quickly she pushes away, complaining that something feels weird. He just says it's because she's nervous, calling her name with an intensity that makes her tremble. But just as the moment reaches its peak, they're interrupted by a voice at the door. "Greetings, third prince." A shadow guard stands at the entrance, and our girl immediately recognizes his uniform. She had no idea the prince brought his personal guard on this trip. The prince, clearly annoyed, turns to face his subordinate. The guard reports that they followed his orders and found the assassins who attacked them. The prince's expression turns deadly serious as he listens. While the guard gives his report, our girl is still trying to recover from the emotional whiplash and the fact that she was just about to confess. The guard reveals the assassins are holed up at a place called Tongjak. The prince listens intently, his romantic mood completely gone. He puts a finger to his lips, silently telling Qingying to be quiet. She watches, completely flustered, as he asks the guard for more details about the location. The guard identifies the place as the resurrected pharmacy, but before he can continue, another man arrives. The guard respectfully greets this newcomer, a dashing blonde man named Lord Yang. Lord Yang casually dismisses the guard, and turns to the prince with a smirk. "Third brother, what are you doing here?" He explains that their mother, the queen, had sent men to cause trouble, but he's already taken care of them. He then mentions that a certain Jin Qiao is safe at Shangyang Palace. Qingying is stunned. This man called the prince third brother, and he even used a nickname for the powerful Madame Jin Qiao. Lord Yang finally seems to notice her. "You Qingying, huh?" The prince makes the formal introduction, his voice tight. Lord Yang gives a charming little wave, while our girl can only manage a timid greeting. This is Yang Yunhui, the legitimate son of the emperor and the commander of the imperial guards. The 9 gates of the imperial city are all under his control, and our girl immediately recognizes this new, powerful face. She recalls the rumors that he's a frivolous playboy, and good friends with Pei Yuanhao, and seeing his handsome, smirking face, she thinks the rumors must be true. He sizes her up, wondering what kind of woman could get praise from the likes of Jin Qiao. Pei Yuanhao immediately gets down to business, asking about the resurrected pharmacy. Yang Yunhui maps out the area in his head, deducing that with all other escape routes blocked, the assassins must be hiding in that pharmacy. Pei Yuanhao asks if anything abnormal has been spotted there. No, Yang Yunhui replies smoothly. He explains that since nothing strange happened after the assassins entered, the only logical conclusion is that the pharmacy itself is the strange part. As Pei Yuanhao prepares to investigate, Yang Yunhui cheekily suggests they bring our girl along. She's shocked by the suggestion. He claims she could be very helpful, and she can only wonder in horror what on earth Madame Jin Qiao told this man about her. Pei Yuanhao turns to her, asking if she wants to go, and she reluctantly agrees. But just as he offers his hand, Yang Yunhui swoops in and grabs hers instead, leaving her completely baffled by his weird behavior. She can only glare at him, annoyed by his forwardness. As they walk, he explains the pharmacy's shady history. It was a huge store that suddenly closed 20 years ago. Then, a year ago, it reopened with powerful backing, and evidence suggests they're responsible for half the medicinal materials on the black market. They finally arrive at the suspicious building. The place looks eerily quiet. Pei Yuanhao asks if he's sent anyone inside yet. Yang Yunhui says he hasn't, explaining that reporting it would have tipped off the assassins. And that's where our girl comes in. He grins, saying they need a sick, weak, and harmless girl to make the enemy lower their guard. The realization dawns on her. He wants to use her as bait. She wonders if he even knows the assassins were the ones who injured her in the first place. But just as the plan is set, Pei Yuanhao suddenly says, "Let's return." Yang Yunhui is frantic, telling him not to miss this opportunity, and our girl is left totally confused. He insists they have to move now, while the assassins are still injured and there are clues to follow. Pei Yuanhao's eyes glint with a cunning light. "Who said I want to investigate those assassins?" he asks with a smirk. Everyone is stunned silent. He reveals his true chaotic plan. The assassins are just a distraction. The real target is the medicine. He holds up a small vial. Yang Yunhui immediately recognizes it as the antidote to Luo Yansha, a secret poison of the palace. Pei Yuanhao explains his guard's swords were poisoned, meaning the assassins will be desperately searching the black market for this very antidote. This is his 4D chess move to force the mastermind behind them out of the shadows. Yang Yunhui gets the picture and rushes off to set the trap, leaving our girl breathing a sigh of relief that she's off the hook. But her relief is short-lived as Pei Yuanhao turns to her, his voice low. He asks if her wound still hurts, and she gets so flustered by his sudden closeness that she can barely speak. He stares at her intensely, then tells her she shouldn't overwork herself and that they should go back, and before she can even process it, he sweeps her right off her feet and into his arms. She's a blushing, stuttering mess, insisting she can walk on her own. She panics, telling him people will see and it's bad for his reputation. But he just coolly replies, I never care about that. She tries one last time, reminding him she's just a maid, but he gives her a look that silences her instantly. He leans in close, threatening to use his own method to shut her mouth. Our girl immediately clamps her hands over her lips, her face burning red. He just smirks, his eyes twinkling with amusement. You Qingying, he purrs, you seem to get to know me more and more. And in that moment she realizes she might just be starting to understand this impossibly chaotic man. As the prince turns to leave, our girl wishes him a good rest. But just as he's about to walk away, she desperately grabs onto his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. He turns back, surprised by her sudden move. As she asks the question burning in her mind, Your Highness, did you save me? He pauses, his gaze intense, a silent storm brewing in his eyes. Instead of a straight answer, he gives her a maddening smirk and asks, What do you think? Flustered, our girl stammers that she doesn't know, her grip on his sleeve tightening. Her eyes then fall on his hand, and she notices a fresh injury, demanding to know how he got it. But this man is the king of deflection, leaning in and purring, Do you hope that I was the one who saved you? She's completely flustered, unable to even speak his name properly. He closes the distance between them, whispering, Don't say, let me guess, and girl, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He pulls her flush against him, his voice low and serious as he asks the million-dollar question. Qingying, is there me in your heart? His gaze is piercing, demanding nothing less than the truth. Our heroine is completely speechless, her mind a chaotic mess. In her heart, she knows the answer. If he wasn't in my heart, why would I have jumped out to save him that day? But he's not letting her escape into her thoughts, pulling her back and demanding she tell him what her actions meant. The playful mood is gone, replaced by raw intensity. She can barely whimper as he nuzzles her neck, completely overwhelming her senses. You also like me, right? He presses, but she falls back on her old excuse. Your Highness, I'm just a maid. He pulls her into a tight embrace, wondering aloud why he cares so much about her as she weakly tries to push him away. Grabbing her hand, he confesses, When I saw you were on the verge of death, I was so anxious, his voice filled with a desperate emotion he can't quite name. She begs him to be sober, but he just leans closer, his breath hot against her ear as he insists, I'm very sober. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. You have already been my woman, haven't you? Our girl's world stops. He leans in even closer, his voice a husky whisper. The sense of your body is hard to forget, Qingying. I want you. But just as things are about to get heated, he gestures to her shoulder and says, Take off, the wound needs to be treated. She flinches in pain as he touches it, and he immediately lets go. She admits the wound just hurts a little, and he, looking defeated, tells her to rest while he takes care of something. He gets up to leave, giving her some space to process the emotional whiplash. As he leaves, our girl is left blushing and confused, realizing one undeniable fact. He really cares about me. But the drama isn't over. A knock sounds at the door. It's the fourth prince, here to see his brother. Qingying explains that the third prince had business to attend to and left. The fourth prince sighs, saying he wanted to celebrate with him now that everything is settled. That's unfortunate, she says, but the prince has other ideas. Since he's not here, would you like to have a drink with me, Miss Qingying? He gestures invitingly, a sly look in his eyes that screams trouble. She politely declines, but he brings up the poisoning, reminding her how uncomfortable it was. She just thanks him for his concern, trying to shut this down. But he's not having it. He corners her, a predatory grin on his face. Do you know who saved you? He asks. She assumes it was the third prince's life-saving medicine. The fourth prince just laughs. Who told you it was his life-saving medicine? There's no such thing. Our girl is floored. Then what cured the poison? And then he drops the truth bomb. It was third prince's blood that saved you. His blood, she gasps. He explains this is a top-level secret known by less than 5 people in the entire kingdom. And now, he purrs, there's one more you. Her mind is reeling. Blood? How is that possible? He taunts her, asking if she doesn't believe him. Then he connects the dots for her, reminding her of the bandage on his brother's wrist. It all clicks. The wound he hurt himself to save her. Her heart thumps painfully in her chest. The prince smirks, clearly enjoying the chaos he's causing. He reveals that in all the years he's known him, the third prince has never used his special blood to save anyone. You were the first one. A tear escapes her eye as the full weight of his sacrifice crashes down on her. And this blonde menace isn't done yet. What you gave him is far less than what he gave you, he says, twisting the knife. The heartache is overwhelming. What can I give him? She thinks desperately. I can't give him anything. With tears streaming down her face, she asks him the one question that matters. Why did you tell me this? He just smiles that infuriating smile. Do you want to know the answer? He asks. Steeling herself, she looks him dead in the eye and says, Yes, I want to know. What exactly do you want? She demands, her voice trembling. He just smirks, repeating her own question back at her with a chilling glint in his eyes. What do I want? The blonde man smirks, telling our girl that when his third brother becomes famous, she'll understand. But our poor heroine is baffled. Pei Yuanhao is already the prince of the Celestial Kingdom. How much more famous can he get? Unless his ambition is far greater than she ever imagined. The thought sends a shiver down her spine. Could this man be aiming for the throne itself? Later that night, she finds him alone, her mind swirling with confusion. She can't stop thinking about how he used his own blood to save her, a simple maid. He turns, his voice smooth as silk as he asks why she's here. He cuts right to the chase, demanding to know why she avoided the pharmacy earlier. She stammers that she was afraid of being recognized after her injury, not wanting to cause trouble. His eyes blaze with intensity. "Do you think I would let you be in danger? What kind of person do you think I am?" All she can say is his title, the third prince of the celestial kingdom. But that's not the answer he wants. "That's all?" he asks, his voice dangerously low. He steps closer, backing her up until she has nowhere to run. "Am I not your man?" A blush creeps up her neck as she insists she's not worthy of him. He leans in, his lips almost touching hers. "As long as I want you, worthy doesn't matter." She trembles, completely overwhelmed by his presence. He corners her against the wall, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Let me help you recall that night," he purrs. And oh boy, the tension is chaotic. She tries to push him away, insisting their night together was just an accident. He smirks, completely unfazed. "But I was very satisfied with that accident." He holds her tight, refusing to let her go. "Why have you been hesitating?" he murmurs, his hand gripping her waist. "Your body is more honest." She gasps, held firmly in his grasp. Finally, she works up the courage to ask the question burning in her heart. "Do you truly like me, your highness?" But even as she asks, she's filled with doubt, wondering why a prince would choose a maid who can't help him at all. "I'll only get you into trouble," she whispers, her insecurities spilling out. At the mention of someone else's name, his face darkens instantly, a savage promise in his voice. "I'm going to tear his mouth." She quickly changes the subject, asking if it's true he used his own blood to save her. His silence is all the confirmation she needs. Her heart aches. He doesn't know her dark past, and she's terrified she'll only end up hurting him. She pleads with him to answer her request, to let her go. But he's not having any of it. "What if I get you in trouble?" she asks. One last desperate attempt. He scoffs. "Do you think I'm afraid of that?" His words hit her like a physical blow. "So, you didn't want my help this morning?" he asks, hurt flashing in his eyes. She immediately backtracks. "No, that's not it." Giving in, she promises to go wherever he wants, explaining she was only afraid of his enemies recognizing her and ruining his plans. He pulls her into a possessive embrace. "I need you," he declares, leaving no room for argument. Our girl is completely stunned by his determination. How can he be so certain? With a shaky breath, she finally surrenders. "I'm willing to stay by your side." His face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. She thinks about everything he's done, how he hurt himself just for her. What reason does she have to doubt him? He asks if this means she'll stay with him forever. Forever? The word hangs in the air, a promise she's not sure she can keep, but his hopeful gaze is everything. He gently takes her hand, his voice pleading. "King Ying, promise me you will never leave me." Her heart hammers in her chest. She whispers her promise, and that's all the encouragement he needs. He pulls her in for a soul-stealing kiss. The world fades away into a blur of sparkling lights and blooming flowers. His breath is hot against her skin, and she melts into him. And just when things are getting spicy, a voice cuts through the romantic haze. "Third brother, I bought the medicines." "Busted." The blonde brother freezes, covering his eyes and stammering for them to carry on. The timing is just perfect chaos. The prince shoots daggers with his eyes while our girl wants the ground to swallow her whole. Mortified, she tries to escape, but the brother stops her, trying to play it cool. The prince is clearly not amused by the interruption. The brother insists he didn't see a thing, but then cheekily points out the different atmosphere between them. The prince threatens him, but the brother just sighs about his good deed going unappreciated. Getting down to business, the prince asks if he managed to buy up all the rare medicinal ingredients in town. The brother grins, confirming he even cleared out the black market. Now they control the supply. A wicked, calculating look crosses the prince's face. He simply says, "Wait." A young woman rushes up to our girl, desperately pleading, "Miss King Ying, please help me." King Jing asks what's wrong, and the woman explains in a panic that her brother was bitten by a deadly snake. The doctors said the only antidote is Bizor, but they're all gone, and she can't find any anywhere. She can't even find it on the black market. Our girl's mind flashes back. This must be what Yang Yunhui was talking about last night. King Ying tries to deflect, telling her to ask Lord Hong, but the woman reveals that since King Ying took over, everyone in the inner court only listens to her. The woman falls to her knees, begging King Ying to save her brother and promising to do anything in return. With a heavy heart, our girl agrees to try and find a way, heading straight for the inner court. But when she arrives, the place is eerily silent. Why isn't anybody here, she wonders, a sense of dread creeping in. Suddenly, she stumbles upon a horrifying scene. The guards are down, and an assassin appears from the shadows. They're all unconscious, or worse. Before she can scream, a hand clamps over her mouth from behind. She recognizes them instantly. One of the goons grumbles. "It's this woman again, the one who screwed us over last time." His partner asks the million-dollar question, should we kill her? But the leader shuts him down, reminding him of their code, no killing innocents, women or children. Besides, they're here without their guardian's permission. Our girl trembles in their grasp, her mind racing. Guardian? A gang? The assassin threatens her to keep her mouth shut, or next time his weapon won't be so discerning. The leader orders his men to grab what they came for from the west wing of the court. The other assassins immediately spring into action. But just as they move, a loud bang echoes through the courtyard. Oh no, it's a trap, run! Our girl smirks internally. That's right, Yuanhao wouldn't make it easy for them. Suddenly, guards swarm the area, yelling, catch them! The assassins are surrounded, but they've still got a hostage. Our girl! And just then, Yuanhao arrives, his eyes widening in fury when he sees King Ying in danger. The assassin wastes no time, pressing a cold blade against her throat. Yuanhao's voice drops to a deadly low. I'll destroy your den if you dare hurt her. The assassin stammers, clearly terrified but trying to hold his ground. But Yuanhao knows their secret. Resurrected pharmacy, right? He snarls, and the assassin's blood runs cold. The captor's grip tightens on King Ying's throat. She gasps out, Your Highness, as Yuanhao desperately bargains. Let her go, and I won't make things difficult for you. The rage in his eyes is absolutely terrifying, but the assassin doesn't trust him. At worst, we all die together, he snarls, as King Ying closes her eyes, bracing for the worst. He starts to shout, don't, but it's too late. In a flash, someone throws a bomb, and the assassins try to make a run for it. The world explodes in a flash of light and smoke. Using the chaos as cover, the assassins grab the now unconscious King Ying and make their escape. Yuanhao screams her name, blinded by the blast. He can only watch in horror as they leap over the wall, taking her with them. Seething with an unholy rage, he turns to his subordinate. Spy on the resurrected pharmacy. Even if you have to dig up the whole place, bring her back to me. His man immediately agrees. Meanwhile, our poor heroine wakes up with a familiar thought. I was kidnapped again. She opens her eyes, realizing this definitely isn't the town hall. Could this be the resurrected pharmacy? One of her kidnappers points at her. Master, she's the woman who disrupted our plan that night. A woman in red turns, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Oh, why is she here? The goons sheepishly admit they brought her. The master explodes in anger. You went there, without permission? She reminds them that the Guardian strictly forbade them from acting rashly. King Ying's mind is spinning. Master, Guardian? This is a whole secret organization. The master tries to shush her men, saying don't let the Guardian know, but a cold, familiar voice cuts through the air. Don't let me know what? Everyone freezes. King Ying knows that voice. It can't be. It's him. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows, his presence radiating pure menace. If I hadn't come, could they have escaped? He asks icily, before demanding to know whose bright idea it was to rob the government. His eyes are absolutely piercing. One of the assassins steps forward, trembling, and confesses. Guardian, it was mine. He falls to his knees in submission. The Guardian's voice is void of all emotion. Very good. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses a dagger that clatters on the floor. You know the rules, the Guardian says. Stab yourself for disobeying my order. Do it. The man reaches for the dagger, his fate sealed. King Ying watches in pure horror. Stab himself? Is this man really that cruel? Just as the Guardian tries to leave, Deputy Master Wei shouts for him to wait. The Guardian turns, his expression hidden, and coolly asks if he has something to say. Wei gets right to the point, accusing him of being too cautious and suppressing their operations for over a year. He suggests they use our girl, a woman of the royals, to finally get their payback. The Guardian is unimpressed, asking exactly how he plans to do that. Wei's face twists into a nasty sneer, suggesting they poison our poor heroine and trade her for an antidote. But the Guardian shuts him down cold, telling the others to leave while he brings her to the back. As he leads her away, he notes that she seems to be injured again. Our girl blushes, apologizing for bringing him more trouble. She looks up at him, her heart filled with a million questions. His intense gaze meets hers. She asks how he even knew she was hurt. He simply replies, causality, and a light bulb goes off in her head as she connects all the dots from their previous encounters. She realizes the only reason she was on that mountain was to meet the third prince, which means her rescuer must have known the prince's secret schedule. She looks at him, her mind racing, and asks how he knew the person he met in the dungeon was the same one he rescued on the mountain. He pulls her closer, his presence overwhelming. He whispers that her voice and her eyes are simply too hard to forget. Now that she's figured it all out, she asks if the mask is really necessary anymore. With a slow, deliberate pull, he removes the mask, revealing the handsome and familiar face of Master Huang. He smirks, saying if he knew she was this smart, he wouldn't have bothered with the disguise, and then asks if she's afraid he'll silence her for knowing his identity. She boldly states that she isn't afraid at all. She's confident that a man who saved her life wouldn't kill her now, so he asks why she revealed her hand so easily. She confesses she just wants to know who they really are, but then she cleverly fakes a sprained ankle to buy time. As she winces in pain, he catches her in his arms. He warns her that knowing too much will only bring her trouble, and that sometimes a little ignorance is bliss. She falls silent, taking in his warning. But she's not one to back down. She changes tactics and asks the one question burning in her mind. Do they want to kill the third prince? His eyes narrow dangerously. Instead of answering, he turns the tables on her, saying he has a question of his own. He asks if, given the chance, she would risk her life to save the prince again. She admits she didn't think about it the first time, but with fierce determination, she declares that she absolutely would. He looks at her with a mix of emotions, stating the obvious, "So, you like him?" Before she can react, he kneels to check her injured foot, offering to apply medicine, which completely startles her. But just as the moment gets tense, a sharp voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what they're doing. It's Manhwa, and she has caught them in a very compromising position, leaving our girl blushing furiously. Master Huang calmly explains that he was just helping with her hurt foot. Manhwa's face says it all. She is not buying it for a second. She snaps that a doctor could have done that, or even she could have helped, clearly oozing jealousy. Master Huang just asks why she's so mad. With a furious huff, Manhwa turns away, unable to hide her irritation. Our girl tries to brush off her injury, telling Master Huang it's just a little flesh wound and no big deal. But he's not buying it, insisting that she needs to apply medicine before it gets worse. Just then, the fiery shopkeeper tries to help, but our girl stubbornly refuses her assistance. Before the argument can escalate, Master Huang swoops in, snatches the medicine, and offers to do it himself, much to our heroine's surprise. The shopkeeper watches them, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. She can't help but wonder if Master Huang is actually falling for this new girl. The scene shifts, and our girl finds herself watching the men of the faction train, their passionate and heroic ideals on full display. It's a dangerous world they live in, one of murder and survival. She comments on how early they're up, impressed by their dedication. Master Huang appears beside her, his gaze intense, and asks if there's something he can help her with. Taking a breath, she says yes, she needs to ask a favor. She explains that a maid's brother was bitten by a highly venomous snake. She begs him to save the boy's life. He's amused that even in her own perilous situation, she's thinking of others, but she just wants to rack up some good karma. He can't help but chuckle, calling her a strange girl and noting that's probably why the big boss likes her so much, before agreeing to send the antidote from the pharmacy. She thanks him profusely, and he reminds her to rest her injured foot. But as he walks away, she's suddenly stopped by a stern-looking man. It's the Deputy Master Wei, and he does not look pleased. He sneers, accusing her of getting a little too comfortable in their hideout. He says if she wants to leave, it's easy. All she has to do is answer one little question. He leans in, his voice a low hiss, and asks if Master Huang is secretly colluding with their enemies in the prefecture. Our girl is stunned silent. He grabs her wrist, his grip like iron, demanding an answer. He lays out his suspicion. Every time they attack, the prefecture is ready for them, and she seems suspiciously familiar with Huang. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, his eyes burning with distrust. Suddenly, a hot-headed ally rushes to her defense, shouting at Wei for daring to accuse their guardian. Wei just scoffs, asking if he's afraid of the truth. "Let go," he snarls. The young man insists that Master Huang is completely loyal, but Wei brings up the night of the fireworks festival, where Huang stopped an assassination, questioning his motives. He did that for the sake of the bigger picture, the boy yells, furious. Wei retorts coldly that some of their brothers died because of that decision. Just as things are about to explode, the shopkeeper arrives, demanding to know what all the shouting is about. Wei points a finger, saying he's just questioning the unusual relationship between Master Huang and this woman. The shopkeeper's face darkens instantly. You can practically feel the temperature drop. But our girl, ever the savage, cuts right through the tension. She looks Wei dead in the eye, and asks if he's planning to trade her back to the prefecture for an antidote. The old man is completely floored by her audacity. He sputters, calling her his woman, but she fires back that if she were really his lover, she wouldn't be stuck in this death trap. She clarifies that she's just a disposable maid, and he'd replace her in a heartbeat. The sheer chaos of her logic leaves him speechless. "You're daydreaming," he finally manages to get out, calling her a brat. Our girl then launches into a passionate defense of Master Huang, praising his wisdom and chivalry, which makes the poor man blush furiously. Seeing this, the shopkeeper turns to Huang and poses a critical question. If the prefecture came for her, would he let her go? The silence is deafening, as Huang hesitates, and the shopkeeper's own cheeks flush with hope and jealousy. Oh, the drama. She realizes he might not even know she has feelings for him and coughs awkwardly. She tries to disperse the crowd, but it's too late. A guard runs in, panicked. The government officials are here. And there he is, a smug-looking blonde official with his entourage, clearly up to no good. The shopkeeper tells everyone to stay put while she handles it, heading out to face them alone. But Master Huang gently puts a hand on our girl's shoulder. He leans in close, a glint in his eye, and asks if she wants to watch. Before she can answer, he takes her hand, leading her away into the shadows for a front-row seat to the impending chaos. Out front, the official asks for the shopkeeper, and our red-clad lady steps forward coolly. He claims he's just there to buy some medicine, asking for 3 specific kinds, listing off a few herbs. She plays along, asking if they're special. She tells him they have them in stock and to name his price. But he's not interested in money. He wants to trade other rare medicines for them instead, offering up bezoar and poppy. His true intentions are starting to show. She immediately realizes this is a test. She smirks, telling him it's a tempting deal. But unfortunately, those herbs aren't in the pharmacy right now. His smile vanishes. "Then where?" he asks, his voice dangerously low. "Do you store them?" The mysterious woman in red lays down her terms, her voice as sharp as glass. "If you truly are sincere, we'll have a transaction at Sishan Hongye Temple in 3 days. The third prince's face contorts with rage, and his fist clenches so hard his knuckles turn white. But the woman simply turns her back on royalty, walking away like she owns the place. Watching from the sidelines, our poor heroine worries that a bloodbath is about to break out. But her companion, Tianba, is completely unbothered. He knows they won't fight here, because his master, Manhwa, wouldn't like it. King Ying's mind races. Does that mean they're planning an assassination instead? The prince scoffs at the woman, dripping with sarcasm about the pharmacy's special rules. She just gives him a smirk that could curdle milk. For someone special, we use a special method. The prince is left fuming, silently weighing his options. Finally, he relents. Okay, I'll follow your words. He gives one last resentful look over his shoulder before taking his leave. As the door clacks shut, the woman in red turns to Tianba with a worried expression. Tianba, she asks, will you keep the promise you made to me? He wonders what the prince could possibly want to exchange, but the answer is obvious. They want King Ying. The woman points a finger right at our girl, confirming his fears, but an attendant quickly interjects, telling his master he's mistaken. They only asked for a list of herbs. King Ying, however, knows better. She explains the hidden meaning behind the herbs, a poetic code based on their alternative names. When put together, the herbs spell out a clear message, and the woman in red's eyes widen in understanding. The message is, King Ying, return. Our girl is stunned. He wants her back. Seeing her distress, Tianba gently offers to take her to her room to rest. She can only manage a weak nod. Alone in her room, King Ying tries to process everything, but the door suddenly creaks open. It's the prince. He appears out of nowhere and clamps a hand over her mouth before she can scream. His intense purple eyes bore into hers. He pulls her into a sudden desperate embrace, leaving our girl completely flustered. Your Highness. He immediately asks if she's okay and if her captors hurt her. She reassures him that they're honorable people, and he gently caresses her cheek, relieved. King Ying then scolds him for coming to such a dangerous place all by himself. But his answer shatters her heart into a million pieces. I was worried about you. She can't believe it. He risked everything for her. He looks at her, his gaze burning with intensity. What do you think? Pulling her impossibly closer, he growls. 3 days is too long. I can't wait. He apologizes for not being able to save her the night before. Our girl gives him her first genuine, dazzling smile and tells him it's okay, and he's completely mesmerized. She blushes, caught off guard by his stare. As he whispers that her smile is beautiful, King Ying begs him not to be so reckless. But he's not listening. He makes a bold declaration. From now on, you are just my woman. And in this moment, under his possessive gaze, she feels like she truly is. She whispers her agreement. He presses his forehead against hers. King Ying, I miss you, he murmurs, his voice thick with longing. Tonight I have to solve my love sickness. Our girl is scandalized. Your Highness, you just saw me last night. He plays dumb with a sly little smirk. Oh, did I? He buries his face in her neck, inhaling her scent. Why does it feel like it's been so long? Then this chaotic man licks his lips and asks, where does it itch? I'll help you. She shyly admits that she is in fact very itchy. The air crackles with unspoken desire. She can only breathe his title like a prayer. He is enjoying her flustered state way too much. Does it itch here? He teases, grabbing her hand and yanking on the sash of her robe. Our girl gasps as her clothes loosen, begging him not to go any further, but he just smirks, delivering the most unhinged line in history. Don't worry, I've been practicing martial arts for many years. My hands are very flexible. He dives in, pressing his lips to her neck, and pulls her into a tight embrace. He's absolutely giddy. King Ying, this is the first time you've taken the initiative. Our poor girl is blushing from head to toe. Isn't it because of you? She retorts. But he just hums in agreement as his hands get even bolder. Do you like it when I do this? He whispers, laying her back. She's completely lost in the moment, pliant in his arms. His hand travels lower, and she lets out a sharp gasp. With her robes falling away, she's a vision of flustered beauty. He presses her down, a triumphant glint in his eyes. I indeed didn't come here for nothing. She pleads with him not to take such risks again. Tears well up in her eyes, completely overwhelmed by his passion. He softens, telling her that hearing her concern makes any risk worth it. Moved beyond words, she whispers, such a fool. He gently takes her hand in his eyes narrow playfully. You dared call me a fool? Oh, he's definitely going to make her pay for that. He leans in for a kiss and she panics. No, I dare not. I dare not. Too late. He captures her lips in a passionate kiss. Breaking away, he whispers against her skin. King Ying, I really want to do it here. The look in his eyes is pure, unadulterated desire. She trembles, trying one last time to bring him back to his senses. Your Highness, we're at their place. With a devilish glint in his eye, the Emperor asks, wouldn't that be even more stimulating? Our girl is absolutely flabbergasted, stammering, Majesty, you can't be serious, but he just leans in closer, his voice a low growl. Do I look like I'm joking? She trembles in his arms, her heart pounding. But what if someone comes here? He just smirks, that chaotic man, and whispers that if they're loud enough, no one will dare approach. Our poor heroine begs him to slow down, but it's too late. She's completely overwhelmed. She can only cry out his title, Majesty. He promises to be gentle, but his actions say otherwise as he completely takes control. Our girl can't help but cry out. He pulls her into a fiery embrace, far more intense than before. She thinks back to their first night, which was so much more gentle than this. He whispers that this is the night she officially becomes his, and she tearfully surrenders, declaring Sheng Ying is forever yours. He kisses her forehead, sealing the promise. Yes, forever. He carries her through the room, the passion undeniable, but just as things are heating up, the sound of footsteps echoes outside. She panics. Majesty, someone's here. The emperor, however, looks utterly unbothered, a savage smirk playing on his lips. He tells her to be quiet, to hold back her cries, admitting that the thrill is making him lose control. She tries to push him away, thinking they have to stop, but he just gives her a wounded look. You're asking me to stop now? Isn't that too cruel? And he dives in for another kiss, silencing her protests. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a different drama unfolds. Manhwa confesses to Tianba that she never wanted her high-ranking position. All she's ever wanted is to be by his side. He looks away, pained. Manhwa, I've told you so many times. She cuts him off, insisting she's thought it through. She reveals her desperate plan. In 3 days, at Hongyi Yashan Temple, I will risk my life one last time. His eyes widen in alarm. He grabs her hand, demanding to know what she means by risking her life. She tells him they'll take action in 3 days. If they succeed, everything will be perfect. He presses her. And what if it fails? Manhwa declares they'll run away and live a quiet, anonymous life together. We'll live our own life. Can you do that, Tianba? He admits he's wanted a reclusive life for a long time, but he hesitates. But you and me. She immediately gets defensive. Or is it because you like that Yue Sheng Ying woman? The accusation hits him hard. He finally says the most painful words. Manhwa, you will always be my little sister. She begs him, even as a sister, to just let her stay by his side. But he turns his back on her, coldly stating he needs time to think before walking away. Just as he leaves, the emperor's voice cuts through the silence. Hong Kan Ba? He then turns his intense, jealous gaze on our girl. Does he like you? The possessiveness is radiating off him in waves. Our poor heroine frantically denies it. Majesty, we have nothing to do with each other. She's internally screaming, realizing he's jealous while also terrified they'll be discovered. But the emperor is done playing games. He grabs her, his voice dropping to a possessive growl. Now you belong to me. He pulls her into a searing kiss, promising to make it up to her next time. Suddenly, a shout comes from the bushes. Who's in there? Show yourself. It's Tianba, and he looks furious. The emperor quickly whispers to our girl, wait for me at Hongyi Temple. I will bring you back. She clings to his hand, promising she will wait. With one last look, he leaps away into the night. He vanishes, leaving her to face a stunned and angry Tianba. Why are you here? He looks at her disheveled state, heartbroken and enraged. She tries to play it off, saying she was just out for a walk, but he's not buying it. His stare is piercing. She finally relents, admitting she didn't mean to eavesdrop. He sighs, telling her it's fine, before asking where Manhwa went. Our girl can only look on, confused. He hopes Manhwa has given up on her feelings. This piques our girl's curiosity. Don't you like her? She asks. She points out that Manhwa is beautiful, talented, and obviously in love with him. He just looks down, lamenting that he's just a normal person. The sad confession makes her take a step back in surprise. She sighs, feeling the awkward tension. Trying to end the conversation, she tells him it's late and he shouldn't overthink things. He simply tells her to rest, and that he'll take her somewhere in the morning, to which she agrees. The next day, our girl finds herself summoned to the remote Hongyi Temple. A familiar, dangerous voice calls out to her. Our poor heroine freezes, recognizing the man who kidnapped her, the leader of the rebellion. She clutches her dress nervously, wondering why on earth he brought her to this secluded place. He begins to explain his motivations for wanting to assassinate the prince, but she tells him she trusts he has his reasons. As they walk, she gets lost in her thoughts and trips, but a strong hand catches her before she can fall. He warns her to be careful, noting the heavy fog in the area. Holding her steady, he asks if she's okay, and she can only stammer a yes, completely flustered. She tries to pull her hand away, saying she can walk on her own, but he just smirks, refusing to let go. He continues to lead her, beginning to tell her a story. It starts last year, when the government assigned a new official to their province. The man, Liu Shizhou, was known for his integrity, a fact she agrees with, adding that he was a very nice person. This official was a true man of the people, even proposing to depose a corrupt governor. He fought to abolish unfair restrictions that prevented local students from taking exams in the city center. Our girl is confused. If Master Liu was so good, why would they target him? The royal's face darkens with regret. He confesses that he protested against it, but his people took the opportunity to kill Liu Shizhou anyway. He admits that learning the truth about Liu Shizhou's story made the hatred in his own heart begin to fade. He realizes now that he has the capacity to think about others. Assassinating the third prince would only bring a storm of blood down on the innocent people of Yangzhou. Sheng Ying looks at him, her eyes wide with a newfound respect. She tells him that by being able to cast aside his hatred for the sake of the people, he is not just a hero but a saint. He's completely flustered by her high praise, but she insists she's serious. He then asks her a critical question. If he lets her return, can she stop all of this? She worries about what will happen to him, but he coolly states he has his own ways, calling her a soft knife that can block his enemies. Her heart trembles at his words. He tells her to go, that someone will be there to support her, but before he can say who, he turns and walks away. He leaves her standing alone on the cold temple steps. Suddenly, a rustling sound from a nearby building makes her jump. She's startled, her heart pounding as she asks who's there. A deep, familiar voice calls her name. She turns, and her jaw drops. It's His Majesty, the Emperor. He stands there, looking as magnificent and imposing as ever. Overcome with relief and emotion, she doesn't hesitate. She runs straight into his arms, hugging him tightly. He holds her close, a small, pleased smile on his face. He whispers that this is the first time she's ever taken the initiative to hug him. Then his voice drops, becoming husky and possessive as he says, "Sheng Ying, I want you." "That's right," he confirms, his eyes burning into hers. He repeats his declaration, leaving no room for misunderstanding. "Sheng Ying, I want you." Our girl is a blushing, stammering mess. Without another word, he grabs her hand and pulls her inside. He leads her into a private room. He gently holds her face, his gaze intense. He leans in, promising to be much more gentle than their last encounter. "This place belongs to the two of us," he murmurs, his lips brushing against hers. As his hands roam, she squirms, whispering that she's itchy. He just smirks, teasing that she can't wait any longer. She tries to deny it, but her blushing face is a dead giveaway. He slowly begins to undress, and the tension in the room skyrockets. Our poor heroine can't even look at him, she's so flustered. His piercing purple eyes are locked on her. He holds out a hand, beckoning her to come to him. He pulls her right into his lap. He teases her for being so compliant as he helps her with her dress. The air crackles with intensity as they stare into each other's eyes. He kisses a trail down her neck, and she gasps, completely overwhelmed. Her mind is a whirlwind of sensation, her heart pounding in her chest. She can only whisper his title, completely lost in the moment. As he looks at her with such raw desire, all she can think is that she wants more. He playfully covers her mouth, assuring her that he's already checked. They are completely alone. The night is filled with passionate whispers and heated touches. He pulls her hand, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Looks like I still need to teach you more," he purrs. She pouts, saying that of course he would know what to do, with all the women he has. He immediately asks if she's jealous. "I am not," she insists, but her blush betrays her. He pulls her tight, his voice a low growl. "You're my woman. I only have you." He swears to her that he has never touched any of the other women in his harem. She becomes shy, hiding her face in his chest. "So, you are my only woman," he says, his voice dangerously soft. "You must serve me well, understand?" He tilts her chin up, demanding she look at him, but she's too shy to meet his gaze. He sighs, his expression softening. "Don't be afraid," he whispers. "I will teach you slowly." She thinks about how gentle he's being, but a sudden chilling thought interrupts them. "How did you know I was going to this place?" He casually admits his people followed her up the mountain. The revelation hits her like a ton of bricks. He's still planning a direct conflict, and he used her to find his enemy. Her mind is in chaos. The royal wants her to stop the assassination, but the emperor is clearly ready for war. He tells her she put his hands in the right place. He leans in, his gaze intense, and the whole room feels like it's heating up. Our poor heroine is a blushing mess, stammering an apology, but he's absolutely eating it up, noting this is the first time she's looked so flustered in front of him. And look at that smug smile. He is loving every second of this. She's completely lost, but he just declares that this embarrassed, chaotic girl is the real her. "My real self," she wonders, her heart fluttering. He gets even closer, whispering that he needs a better look before she realizes that in his eyes she can just be herself. She decides to stop overthinking and just let herself feel safe in his arms for once. He holds her tight, a silent promise in his embrace. It's a feeling of safety she's never known before. His voice is a low murmur against her ear, telling her to just be herself. Her eyes fly open, his words hitting her like a bolt of lightning. The moment is tender, full of unspoken emotion. But of course the mood is shattered by someone yelling from outside. He quickly shoos them away, telling them to wait in the lobby. Our girl tries to bring up what she said earlier, but he's already getting ready to leave. He gently tells her to stay put and wait for him. He makes a promise not to act first, as long as the resurrection potion shop doesn't make a move. As he leaves, our girl lets out a huge sigh of relief. She thinks he must have finished his business quickly when she hears footsteps returning. But it's not him. A dark, hooded figure suddenly appears in the room. Her blood runs cold. It's an assassin! Before she can even scream, a swift chop to the neck sends her into darkness as she's carried away. They spirit her out of the building without a sound. She wakes up in an unfamiliar place. A woman with sharp eyes is staring down at her. With a pounding headache, our girl realizes she's been kidnapped. The woman reveals they're at a drug exchange, and that our girl has been out for 2 whole days. And she says it with a smirk, practically bragging about how easy it was to knock her out. The absolute nerve, but our girl only has one thing on her mind. Where's the royal? What did you do to him? The rival scoffs, mocking her for caring so much before viciously adding that he'll never like her. Our girl fires back that she doesn't like him either. She just respects a big brain when she sees one. Oh, the look on her face says it all. She's worried sick, but she'll never admit it. They arrive at the exchange point, but their opponents are nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the rival's arm is grabbed. She whirls around, ready to attack. They're at the secluded Hongyi temple. It's the perfect place for a shady deal to go down. The old man grows impatient, worried they're walking into a trap. He orders his men to stay alert. The rival is tense, her hand on her weapon. Her subordinates ready themselves for a fight. And then he appears. Our male lead, Pei Yuan Hao, looking like he's about to bring down the heavens. A gust of wind, a flurry of petals, and one very angry royal. Our girl can't believe her eyes, whispering his name in shock. The kidnappers are freaking out. Did he really come here all by himself? Their eyes meet across the courtyard, and the world just melts away. She tearfully asks why he would come alone, and he just opens his arms and says, "Come here." He pulls her into a crushing hug, his voice trembling as he admits, "I miss you." Our poor girl just completely swoons in his arms. He gently cups her face, his eyes searching hers as he asks if she's okay. The tenderness in his touch says everything. She can only manage a small sound, completely overwhelmed. She buries her face in his chest, never wanting to let go. He tries to lead her away, but they're immediately surrounded. The old man screams for them to stop. He's absolutely furious, reminding Pei Yuan Hao that this was supposed to be an exchange. He demands the item they came for in exchange for her life. But Pei Yuan Hao just gives a cold, knowing smile. The item? It has been delivered. The rival is utterly confused. "What do you mean?" she demands. He explains with a savage smirk that since the patient is at the drugstore, it's only logical to send the item there too. The rival's eyes widen in horror as she realizes he's set a trap for her people back at her base. Enraged, she draws her sword. With a furious scream, she lunges at him. The blade cuts through the air, aimed right for his heart. But he doesn't even flinch. His gaze is like ice as he tells her he has no intention of shedding blood today. Then he drops the ultimate power move. "I just wanted to tell you, you won't be able to beat me." Our girl realizes he's not just fighting them physically, he's destroying them psychologically. This is next level chaotic. He grabs her hand, his voice firm, "Sheng Ying," and with a simple "let's go," he turns his back on his enemies and leads her away. She trembles as she feels how cold his palm is. She looks at him, worried. As he says this, his gaze filled with a pain she's never seen before. "The second time I lost you." Her voice trembles as she stammers, Majesty." His expression is grim as he confesses, "If I had known that sooner, I should have taken you." The words hit her like a ton of bricks, and she instinctively clutches his sleeve, completely stunned. Still processing, she can only whisper his title again, her hand gripping his arm for support. He tries to calm her down, saying, "Aren't I fine now?" But his intense gaze says otherwise. Our poor heroine is worried about the consequences of this little stunt. He tenderly cups her face, but she's still concerned about the exchange they were supposed to make. But he's having none of it, his eyes burning with possessive fire. "Sheng Ying, I won't let you risk it again." She melts into his embrace, trying to assure him she can handle herself. His hand clenches at his side, his resolve hardening. He leans in, pressing a kiss to her forehead and vows, "Later, I will protect you." As they hold each other, she nervously asks if their enemies will come after them. He just smirks, pulling her closer and purring, "All around here are my people, they can't get in." She's still a bit skeptical about his so-called people, but he shuts down her doubts with an impossibly confident declaration. "Without my permission, no one dares to come close." "Well, okay then, Mr. Big Shot." She finally relaxes into his chest, accepting his protection. Just when things seem calm, he leans in and whispers, "Sheng Ying, I feel so hot." Our girl's face immediately turns 50 shades of red, her hand balling up the fabric of his robes. And would you look at that, his robes are conveniently open, revealing a set of abs that could grate cheese. He declares he's going to lie on the ground, pulling her down with him into a scandalous embrace. She's completely flustered, asking if this is really happening. He just holds her tighter, and she finds herself getting lost in the moment, inhaling his scent. He smirks, clearly enjoying her reaction. "It seems that my woman's understanding ability is not bad." She pushes back slightly, embarrassed. "Majesty, you keep teasing me." But her hand lingers on his chest as she notes, "Your body is so cold." His smile is pure sin, as he pulls her flush against him. "So, you warm me up." Our girl is absolutely speechless, her mind short-circuiting as he leans in for a kiss. He pulls back just enough to ask, "Do you feel warm at all?" He grabs her hand and starts spouting some nonsense about cathodes and anodes to feel warm. "Sir, this is a romance, not a science fair." But apparently his weird logic works, because she shyly admits that a certain place was feeling a little warm. He looks incredibly pleased with himself, and has the audacity to ask, "Sheng Ying, can you?" leading to some very flustered moans. He continues his teasing, whispering, "Sheng Ying, keep doing it." He stares at her with an intensity that could melt steel, and she shyly looks away. His hand roams freely, making her gasp, "Majesty, your hands." His excuse? "I'm just putting my hand over the other side." "Smooth, my dude, real smooth." He promises it'll be fine. But our girl is about to lose her balance and her composure. He just kisses her, murmuring that he's finally feeling warm. After a moment, he asks if they should go back, only to immediately change his mind. "Lie here with me." He sighs contentedly, saying he hasn't been this calm in a long time. Our girl's internal monologue is savage. "Calm? He was so agitated just now." Trying to change the topic, she asks about the drug shop, and he immediately gets suspicious, asking if she wants him to forgive them. She quietly says yes, The mood shatters in an instant. He sits up, his abs looking 10 times more menacing as he gets jealous. Are you interested in that store or interested in that guy? The mention of another man, a royal no less, sends the emperor into a spiral. You call his name so intimately? It looks like you like him, don't you? She's completely baffled by his sudden possessiveness. Who do I like, don't you even know? But he's not letting it go, leaning in and demanding. Tell me, who do you like? Our girl is at her wit's end. Majesty, you already know, but you still ask. He has the nerve to play dumb, claiming he's not good at reading women's minds. Yeah, right. He playfully boops her nose. But the tension is still there. He cups her face, his breath ghosting over her lips, leaving her a blushing mess. She tries to speak but gives up with a sigh, turning away in frustration. He watches her for a second before a sly grin spreads across his face. I don't know, he purrs. How do I make it good? And just like that, he pulls her back into his arms, right where he wants her. His Majesty pins our girl against the wall, his voice a low growl. Sheng Ying, you're challenging me again, right? Our poor heroine trembles, stammering that she just finished getting dressed. But he's not listening, his intense gaze burning into her as he declares, you are no longer my servant, you are my woman. Just then, a voice calls out from the courtyard, interrupting this chaotic confession. Third brother? It's the blonde prince, and he is not happy to see who's at the Revival drugstore, muttering how he always shows up at the most opportune times. His jaw drops when he sees the emperor getting cozy with Sheng Ying, and he immediately panics, asking if he should make himself scarce. The poor boy is so flustered he covers his face, but the emperor just commands him to speak, with a death glare, no less. The prince quickly reports that they've surrounded the Revival potion shop. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across the emperor's face. Let's go see it, he says, grabbing our girl to take her with him. They arrive at the now surrounded shop. He pulls her closer, demanding she walk beside him. He's clearly marking his territory for all to see. But suddenly, a shuriken flies right past them. Whoosh! An attack! The emperor catches it with lightning speed, just as a new, red-clad figure appears. The newcomer smirks, talking about darts and perfect plans. Oh look, it's another ridiculously handsome rival. He lays the flattery on thick, but his eyes are only for Sheng Ying. The emperor's jaw tightens as the man in red says, Sheng Ying, luckily they don't give you a hard time. The emperor thanks him with all the sincerity of a cobra. And then he goes full-on possessive mode, growling, my woman, I will protect her myself. The two men have a silent chibi-sized standoff, with the emperor promising he'll keep his end of whatever shady deal they've made. He declares he's just curious to see how many people will remember this transaction later. Our girl can only watch, realizing these two stubborn men are playing a dangerous game. One is playing for safety, and it looks like the third prince's plan is already working. His brother asks what to do next, and the emperor lays out his savage plan, spread a rumor that the shop was raided for smuggling illegal goods, but then publicly declare it was all slander and that the 1,000 people inside are innocent. He then orders his troops to withdraw, making it clear that no one from the Zhou Palace is to bother them again. A masterclass in political chess. Back at the palace, an official arrives with a gift. The emperor dismisses Sheng Ying, telling her to rest but to join him for dinner later. She obediently agrees and turns to leave. But the emperor's eyes are glued to the gift box. The official speaks up again, his gaze flickering between the emperor and our girl's retreating figure. The princess brought this here, he clarifies. Oh, the plot thickens. He asks if his majesty will open the gift from his supposed fiancé. The emperor is clearly torn, and the official presses, asking about his relationship with the princess. Sheng Ying, who hadn't left yet, forces a smile, saying a mere servant like her has no right to be jealous, but her pained expression says otherwise. That word servant triggers him. He grabs her hand, his voice laced with fury. Servant? Our poor girl is speechless, caught in his intense grip. He finally decides to explain, revealing that he and the princess, Li Zhu, grew up together. But here's the tea. She was originally his elder brother's fiancée, but after his brother was tragically murdered, a rival, Yuan Shu, became the new crown prince. Suddenly, the princess became the perfect choice for the crown prince's wife, a political pawn in a bigger game. Sheng Ying's eyes widen. So you two, she starts, but he cuts her off, insisting there's no promise between them. He reminds her that she once wanted to escape her own fate. He confesses he tried to help the princess do the same, but in the end, she compromised and chose power. He admits that on the night of her wedding to the crown prince, he got completely drunk, unable to bear it. You made yourself drunk? She asks softly. That's right, he says, his voice full of old pain. Seeing her fate so arranged, I felt helpless. He pulls her into a sudden desperate hug. Taking a deep breath, our girl finally musters the courage to ask her own question. That night, she whispers, her heart pounding. Why did you do that to me? Instead of answering, he just pulls her even closer, burying his face in her hair. Because the scent on your body, he breathes. She looks up at him, her world stopping. Makes me feel familiar. Our girl is absolutely floored as the emperor pulls her close, recognizing the scent of the incense bag she brought with her. He leans in, his gaze intense, and reveals that at first, he thought it was just a normal fragrance. But now he knows the truth, it's her unique scent, a scent that makes him feel completely secure. He buries his face in her neck, completely overwhelmed, and tells her there's a box she needs to open. She's flustered, asking if he wants to show her something now, worried about the urgent matters back at the palace. But he just gives her a soft look and says, "All right," as if her concerns mean nothing in this moment. He leads her over to a wooden box, opening it to reveal a stunningly beautiful hairpin. "This is the gift I gave her," he says. But his mood suddenly darkens as he picks up a letter. He tells her there's mail, and it's not good news. The message is frantic. "Something happened in the palace. Come back quickly." Our girl is shocked to see the urgent summons, and tries to be responsible, suggesting they should rest first since it's already late. But he brushes it off, saying there's no need to rush, admitting he didn't return to the palace because of the news, but for a completely different reason, and that reason is standing right in front of him. She tries to rationalize the situation, saying he needs to avoid suspicion since she's the crown prince's wife, but he cuts her off, commanding, "Come here." He sits down like the king he is, and drops an absolute bombshell. "Take off my shirt." Our girl is frozen, completely speechless. He smirks. "Didn't you come here to watch the night for me?" Then adds with chaotic energy, "But you haven't had dinner yet." She stammers, trying to process his request, blurting out that maybe she should eat but he should take his shirt off first. He just waits, the picture of patience. She nervously approaches, reminding him about dinner, but he grabs her hand, his voice dropping to a low purr. "Are you going to let me take off my shirt myself?" Our poor heroine is completely trapped and flustered. "Of course not, let me do it," she whispers, giving in. With trembling hands, she begins to untie his robes. As she works, he softly tells her she's been suffering so much lately. She tries to reassure him she's fine, but fumbles with the unfamiliar knots, complaining that it's hard to take off. But just as she gets into it, he stops her with a smug chibi face. "Stop undressing, here is fine." This guy is a certified menace. Now partially undressed, he changes the subject, noting how much the crown prince seems to care for her. Our girl is confused by the whiplash, but she starts praising the crown prince, saying he's a really nice person. The emperor's eyes flash with jealousy. How nice is he?" he asks. Oblivious, she keeps digging her own grave, gushing about how the crown prince is a rare person full of kindness, compassion, and responsibility. She's just fanning the flames of his possessiveness. "I feel," she continues, "if you can be with him, you will greatly benefit." She lets out a sharp cry as he suddenly pulls her close. "The game is over. Continue undressing," he orders, his voice leaving no room for argument. The atmosphere is electric as he stands before her, shirtless and furious. "Huh? I took your shirt off," she says, confused. He gives her a devastatingly wicked smile, and clarifies his command. "Not me. Take your shirt off." Our girl's face flames red, stammering about what happened between them that morning. He leans in, trapping her with his intense gaze. "You know, that's the thing in the morning," he murmurs. Her heart hammers in her chest as she wonders if she's actually expecting this. His eyes are burning with desire. He teases her. "It sounds like you're wanting me to take your shirt off, right?" She tries to deny it, but he leans in closer, whispering that he's heard women often say the opposite of what they truly feel. "Where have you heard these words?" she asks, completely flustered. He says he read it in a book, and she can't help but laugh at his ridiculousness. But her laughter dies in her throat, as he pulls her flush against him. "Don't laugh like that with me, understand?" he growls, before crashing his lips against hers. She lets out a soft whimper, completely overwhelmed, and melts into the kiss. He pulls back just enough to accuse her. "Seduce me, what crime will you commit?" She frantically denies it, her eyes welling up with tears. "But I was lured by you," he counters smoothly. "What should you do next?" He's not letting her escape this. She begs him not to slander her, but he just buries his face in her shoulder. "All right," he whispers. "If not slander, then we will indulge each other." His hand goes to her robes, and she can only blush, completely at his mercy. He complains that she's wearing too many layers, admitting with a shocking confession that this is his first time undressing a woman. He victoriously holds up her outer robe, and she gasps, mortified and thrilled all at once. He pulls her into a deep embrace, wanting to feel her warmth against him. "Majesty, Sheng Ying is always so warm," he whispers. Then his voice turns serious. "Sheng Ying, do you blame me? Or do you ever hate me?" "Never," she cries, insisting that he does great things and she always understands him. But he cuts her off, his expression unreadable. He knows she's just saying what he wants to hear. Tears stream down her face, overwhelmed by the raw emotion of the moment. "How about this?" he asks softly. "How much do you really understand?" Pressed against the emperor, our girl breathlessly complains that she feels itchy. But he just smirks, whispering that he'll let her understand exactly what that feeling is, slowly. His gaze is intense, and our girl can't help but feel a little flustered. For a moment, his expression softens, and she's shocked. Could this gentle man be the real him? He leans in, murmuring how beautiful she is, and our poor heroine's heart just melts. His fingers trail through her hair, sending shivers down her spine. She can barely keep her composure under his heated stare. He then asks a very personal question. Why would someone with such a beautiful body become a simple palace maid? The intensity in his eyes is enough to make anyone swoon. Stuttering, she tries to give him her sob story about how poor her family was. But this man is clearly not listening, instead commenting on how small her waist is. He then declares, "I love it so much." "Sir, she was talking about her childhood trauma." With a predatory look, he asks if she's ready. All she can do is whisper his title, completely overwhelmed by this chaotic energy. He confesses that she stirs up his emotions every single time they meet. Our girl is breathless, caught in his spell. His gaze is full of raw determination. Things are getting heated, very heated. He moves his hand down her leg, his touch like fire. "Shang Ying," he commands, his voice low and husky, "hold me tight." He whispers her name, and honestly, with abs like that, who could resist? "This time, I will pamper you," he promises. But then he adds with a smirk, "But next time, you have to pamper me." The audacity of this man. Our girl notices a flicker of something on his face and asks if he's in pain. He laughs, "Of course not. I am very excited." Then he challenges her, "Prove I've made you hard to control." Shang Ying is so flustered she can barely speak. What did you just say?" He completely changes tactics, demanding a massage. This emperor is a menace. Look at that smug face, he knows exactly what he's doing. He playfully guides her hand, asking if this is the right spot. "Not that," she yelps, panicking as he teases her relentlessly. "Are you shy?" he asks, enjoying her adorable, flustered reaction. Mortified, she begs him to stop, but her pleas only seem to amuse him more. He points to another spot, declaring, "Right there." She hesitantly places her hand where he indicated, asking if this is the place. She's completely lost, wondering what she's even supposed to be doing. "Incorrect," he declares, turning this into some kind of twisted game. He then pulls her hand to the correct spot, praising her like a pet. "Right there, good job." Our girl is blushing so hard she could probably start a fire. And the emperor looks incredibly satisfied with himself. Suddenly, she lets out a small yelp as his hands begin to wander. He praises her for being so smart, saying she caught on quickly. "I like smart women," he adds with a purr. But our girl brings him back to reality, reminding him that he's surrounded by smart women, like the infamous Lady Jin Qiao. The mood immediately sours. "Her again?" he snaps, calling Shang Ying stingy for even mentioning another woman's name. She just pouts, the romantic atmosphere totally shattered. As if on cue, his brother appears at the door, announcing he has a letter from, you guessed it, Jin Qiao. The emperor's face darkens. He is not happy. "It's true," he mutters. "One shouldn't talk about someone behind their back." Seeing her chance, Shang Ying tries to bolt. But he's too fast, grabbing her arm and pulling her back into his arms. His expression is dead serious. "Don't go," he growls, his grip tightening. He demands to know what the letter says. His brother reads the 3 simple words, "Come back soon." Shang Ying's eyes widen. She knows this means trouble is brewing back in the palace. The emperor dismisses his brother, his mind clearly elsewhere. She voices her concern about the palace, but he brushes it off, saying they can wait for more news tomorrow. He's got a one-track mind, and it's not on politics. "Let's settle our matter first," he says, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. He leans in for a kiss, trying to recapture the mood. But our girl is too worried, gently pushing him away. He catches her hand, a frustrated look on his face. He teases her for playing hard to get, accusing her of wanting this just as much as he does. "Did you do it on purpose?" he asks, a dangerous glint in his eye. He's clearly losing his patience, and our poor girl can only apologize. But he leans in close, his breath hot against her ear, and declares, "Your apology really doesn't mean anything." Just as one of the princes arrives with an urgent secret order for the emperor, our girl, Shang Ying, feels completely out of place and starts thinking this isn't for her. She tries to bow out gracefully, but the emperor is not having it. The messenger quickly stops her, insisting something terrible has happened back at the palace. The emperor turns, his face grim. He snaps at his brother to prepare something for his return. He'll be back whenever. After the others have left, the emperor looks exhausted and stressed. He commands our girl to pour him a cup of tea, and she quietly obeys. She hesitantly brings it to him, her hands trembling slightly. He can sense her turmoil and tells her to just spit it out already. She immediately drops to her knees, proclaiming, "I knew my sin." Our poor heroine looks like she's about to be executed, but the emperor just smirks, playing mind games. "Did I say you were guilty, or did you happen to see what was inside the secret order?" She nods meekly, and he presses her, asking what she read. Our girl nervously clutches her chest. She recites the order perfectly, even noting his comment that she has a surprisingly good memory for someone from the Neikang. She's a bit shaken but holds her ground. Then she points out a detail only a true expert would notice. She analyzes the emperor's own calligraphy, noting the style and how one word was stretched out. Looking him straight in the eye, she says the last word didn't have enough force behind it. The emperor's eyes light up. He's completely shocked and impressed. He pulls her into his arms, the air crackling with sudden tension. "As expected," he purrs. "The woman that I chose." Our girl tries to play it down, saying her knowledge is shallow, but she's swooning on the inside. He leans in closer, whispering that he can't underestimate her anymore. And then he just goes for it, stealing a kiss right then and there. Our girl is completely stunned by the chaotic move. The world fades away into a blur of sparkling petals. She pushes against his chest, trying to remind him of important matters at hand. He pulls back, a smirk on his face, and tells her to pack her things. They're returning to the palace tomorrow. She can only nod in dazed agreement. The next morning dawns bright and early. Our girl tries to slip out for a walk, but the guard knows something is up. He warns her the city isn't safe, but just as she's making an excuse, a wild scream tears through the street. A horse is out of control, bucking and rearing in a panic. A small child is directly in its path, about to be trampled. Our girl screams for the child to be careful. Without a second thought, she lunges, pushing the child to safety and putting herself right in harm's way. But a hand flashes out, stopping the beast in its tracks. A powerful figure grabs the reins, easily calming the horse. It's the red-haired royal. He stands protectively, asking if they're okay, his voice dangerously low. She says she's fine, just as the arrogant rider screams at them for daring to stand in his way. The royal's eyes narrow. "Do you know you almost killed a kid?" he asks, his voice dripping with ice. But the rider scoffs, claiming he's on government duty and calling them a bitch. "Big mistake, buddy." A flash of cold steel fills the air. The royal's sword is suddenly at the man's throat, and the look in his eyes is absolutely murderous. The coward immediately starts begging for his life. The royal sneers, telling him this road isn't just for unruly trash like him. The rider trembles, nodding frantically. With a final chilling promise to wash the word bitch away with the man's blood if he ever sees him again, he lets the fool go. The little boy, still terrified, clings to our heroine's leg, sobbing. She tries to comfort him, her heart aching for the poor child. The royal, looking incredibly awkward, tries to help, telling the boy not to cry. He even gives the kid a clumsy pat on the head. The townspeople watch, mistaking them for a young couple and cooing over how cute they are, making our girl blush furiously. Just then the boy's frantic mother appears. He runs into her arms, still crying his little heart out. She tells him to thank his saviors. At the same time, back at the palace, a crisis is unfolding. A mysterious box has been delivered, but when it's opened, a swarm of angry mosquitoes bursts out. The eunuch is horrified. The important document he was expecting is gone. He shrieks in terror as the swarm descends upon the palace staff. Back at the restaurant, our girl asks the royal what he's thinking about, sensing his distraction. He brushes it off, but you can tell from the look in his eyes he's plotting something big. The man is a walking, talking red flag of vengeance. They're led to a private room, and he immediately orders a feast. An incredible spread of food is brought out. The owner comes to serve them personally, complimenting the royal on his proficient-looking companion. The owner can't stop gushing about her. He offers them a delicacy of bird's tongue, describing its fragrant and crispy texture in detail. Our poor girl can only offer a weak thanks for the compliment. The royal cuts in, telling everyone to just eat, while a chibi wonders what on earth is going on with these two. He asks our girl if anyone gave her a hard time at the shop. She quickly denies it, but her anxious eyes tell a completely different story. He decides not to press her, instead telling her to eat, but she announces she has to return to the palace tomorrow. He agrees immediately, saying it's too dangerous for her here anyway. Feeling bold, she asks what he'll do for his needs later on. "Ooh, girl, you're playing a dangerous game." His eyes darken with a possessive glint. He takes a slow sip of his tea, the silence stretching between them. A sudden realization dawns on her face. She murmurs that the Manhwa people will never change their stubborn ways. She asks him point blank if it's impossible for his people and the government to ever make peace. He explains that even though the government gave up political influence in the south, it's not enough to fix things. Unless, he muses, someone with southern understanding could make the people happy with the emperor. She immediately asks if he would agree to help this hypothetical person. "That person?" he asks, his gaze piercing right through her. Meanwhile, the emperor himself is looking utterly heartbroken back at the palace. Our girl pushes again, asking if he'd agree if it were him. He knows exactly who she means. He calls her an idiot, demanding to know if she's also trying to help the emperor. She gets flustered, not knowing what to say. He asks if the emperor even knows she's out here making deals on his behalf. She insists it's not all for him, and asks for time to think, but his glare is full of suspicion. He finally relents. As she gets ready to leave, she smiles, confident that that person can handle the responsibility. But just as one male lead exits, another one makes a dramatic entrance. It's the emperor, and he's standing right behind her. He says he saw her sitting with Huang Tianba, and he was not pleased. He leans in close, whispering he was afraid she'd be taken advantage of, and our poor girl just swoons. She can't resist teasing him. "So, you worry about me?" He responds with a soft kiss on her cheek before changing the subject to the food. She's a flustered mess, touching her lips in shock. She blurts out that he's actually pretty handsome. This piques his interest, and he immediately asks who's more handsome, him or Huang Tianba. He leans closer, demanding an answer, and she's clearly struggling. Panicked, she finally sputters. "All right, you are the most handsome." He looks pleased, telling her he likes her just the way she is now. "So what was I like before?" she asks, curious. He tells her she always seemed worried and anxious. He rests his head on hers, saying it's only natural she had to be careful in the palace. He confesses that she's the one who made him put his identity aside and take her side without a second thought. He hopes he didn't make the wrong choice, but she quickly assures him that the current her likes him too. He smirks, asking what he was like before. She cheekily replies that his face basically screamed not a good person. Oh, she's got jokes now. He grabs her, mock outraged. Very good. You know how to tease me now. She tries to distract him by offering him food. He takes a bite she offers as compensation. Is it tasty? She asks sweetly. He holds up the half-eaten treat. You taste it, he says with a devilish smile. And then he pulls her in for a kiss, feeding her the other half. When he pulls away, he whispers, this one is even more delicious. Our girl is a blushing mess as he asks if she wants to do that again, taking her hand in his. He brings her hand to his lips for another kiss. The tension is absolutely electric. She's getting nervous under his intense stare. He tells her not to worry about the guards outside. But they'll hear us, she shouts, completely panicked. He just smirks. So, we'll just have to take it easy. He pulls her into his arms. He gives her a little squeeze, making her yelp. Who told you to sit on my lap? He teases, his voice a low growl. She protests that he's the one who pulled her down. He warns her that making excuses will only make her crime more serious. Our girl thinks to herself that he is definitely not a nice guy. He then asks if she wants him to undress himself, or if she'd like to do the honors. The blush on her face is answer enough. He whispers that if she's going to sit in that position, she needs to work harder. And then he pulls her into a deep, passionate embrace. He tells her he wants to see every expression on her face tonight, but she shouldn't ignore the delicious food either. Our girl timidly asks if they're going back. He gives her a sly look, saying they'll return when this is over. She nervously asks, will this be over soon? But his intense purple eyes are practically undressing her. It depends on you, he purrs, his voice sending shivers down her spine. He breathes her name, Kinging, and the playful mood instantly evaporates. He pulls her into a chaotic, passionate kiss. And our girl's mind goes completely blank. The air itself seems to sparkle around them. Very good, Kinging, he whispers, praising her response. Just like that, he continues his assault on her senses, and she completely melts in his arms. She gasps, overwhelmed, telling him she can't take it anymore. But one look at his burning eyes tells her he has absolutely no intention of stopping. I will help you, he says. And we all know what that means. Suddenly, the sound of shattering porcelain echoes through the room. Your Majesty, she cries out, startled. He holds her close, asking what happened. Our poor heroine is a blushing, flustered mess. He barks an order to the guards outside. No one can enter. He whispers her name again, and our girl can only tremble under his touch. The room fills with the scent of flowers as things get even more heated. His eyes are practically glowing with raw desire. She is completely at his mercy. You are so delicious, he groans, and my man needs a poetry class, stat. Wrapped? She asks, completely confused by his strange compliment. Your Majesty, that joke doesn't make any sense, she stammers. But oh honey, he is not joking. Our girl is about to lose her mind from the sheer intensity. He silences her protests. We're making love now, don't refuse. He tells her to just relax. And she finally lets go, crying out his name. Oh my gosh, she thinks, completely swept away by the storm. A sudden wave of panic hits her. Your Majesty, will the people in this restaurant know? He gives her a devilish smirk. You want to tell them? That's not what I meant, she squeaks, her face burning. He shushes her, a wicked glint in his eye. But what if I want everyone to know? This man is an absolute menace. Then, just as suddenly, he stops. All right, let's go back. Our girl is left completely stunned as they get dressed. What a whiplash. He grabs her hand, leading her out of the room. Then, right in the middle of the hallway, he leans in and gives her a surprise kiss on the cheek. She's mortified, but he just smirks, clearly enjoying her embarrassment. The next day, our girl finds the prince's residence buzzing with activity. She hears whispers of his return as she watches them load carts. Feeling a surge of affection, she prepares breakfast for him and heads to his study. She finds him already awake, looking exhausted and grim. Your Majesty, breakfast, she says gently. He's completely engrossed in his work, surrounded by scrolls. Put it there, he says dismissively, not even glancing up. She sets the tray down, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, she asks if he's been up all night, realizing he must have faced a fierce battle. He just stares off, his expression heavy with worry. Your Majesty, your health is important, she says, but her concern seems to fall on deaf ears. A faint smile touches his lips, but it's devoid of any warmth. Okay, he finally says, turning to her, sit down and eat with me. As she sits, he fixes her with an incredibly serious gaze. You will always stand by my side, right? He asks. She quickly promises she will always be there for him. I am just an insignificant servant, she adds. Where else would I go? That's good, he replies, but his tone is chilling. Then he delivers a line that sends a shiver of dread down her spine. Kinging, remember, no matter what I do, it's for your own good. Before she can even ask what he means by that ominous warning, the door bursts open and his brother storms in, shouting, There's a problem. Why do you always interfere? The prince is annoyed, but the brother drops a bomb. There is a plague in the city. Some have already died. A plague? How can there be a sudden epidemic? The prince mutters, immediately suspecting foul play. It looks like it was planned. His brother leans in. I heard the deaths were caused by a mosquito. A mosquito? The prince's eyes darken with realization. It seems some people don't want me to come back early. Suddenly, a memory flashes in our girl's mind. Is this related to the box the court post brought last time? She asks. Both men whip their heads around, shocked. Court post? She quickly explains how she saw a messenger drop a box, unleashing a swarm of mosquitoes. Their jaws drop. Our poor girl realizes she's stumbled into the middle of a massive conspiracy. The prince's face hardens into a mask of cold fury. Sure enough, it must be her. He knows exactly who is behind this. At this moment, the only one who wanted to harm the third prince was Queen Yin. He turns to his brother. Yunhui, go check it out. Yunhui bows, accepting the command. The game is on. The emperor gets a grim look in his eyes, realizing this plague is far more serious than he thought. He declares he's going to the plague area himself, and our girl is absolutely floored. He starts to leave, but she grabs his sleeve, begging him not to go. He turns, surprised by her interference. She looks him dead in the eye, reminding him of her promise to help. Taking his hand, she announces with fierce determination that she will go in his place. He looks down at their joined hands, his voice dropping low and serious. King Ying, this is no joke. But our girl isn't backing down, giving him a confident smile and reminding him that she can protect herself. He finally relents with a heavy sigh, telling her to take care of herself. He leans in so close it's practically a kiss and promises he'll come back to pick her up. A blush creeps up her face as she agrees to wait for him, before turning to face her dangerous mission. He can only watch her go, his final word a worried careful. When she arrives at the quarantine zone, the sight is absolutely horrifying. People are collapsed everywhere, and she can't help but tremble at the grim reality. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence. It's the mysterious Mr. Huang, and she's shocked to see him here. He's just as surprised to see her, asking what she's doing in this chaotic place. He explains he's here distributing medicine to ease the suffering of the sick. Our heroine immediately offers to help, but he harshly tells her to leave, warning her how dangerous the pandemic is. But she stands her ground, declaring she's not afraid, and his eyes widen as he realizes she's no ordinary woman. He concedes, handing her a veil for protection. She thanks him and puts it on, but is startled when he suddenly chokes out a cough. She whips around, asking if he's all right. He waves it off, blaming it on exhaustion from the past few days. He sends her off to a meeting, but 5 days later, he's still coughing, and it's getting worse. He looks pale and unwell. Our girl begs him to rest, but he refuses, worried he'll infect others. She cries out in frustration, "But you're not okay." At that moment, a carrier pigeon swoops down from the sky. Mr. Huang sees the letter attached to its leg. He reads the message, his face paling in shock. The emperor left the capital 3 days ago. Our poor heroine is devastated. He promised he would wait for her. The betrayal cuts deep, and she can't believe he just abandoned her here. Mr. Huang tries to console her, suggesting something urgent must have happened. But she's inconsolable, her world crashing down around her. Tears of heartbreak stream down her veiled face. He gently takes her hand and tries to distract her, asking if she knows what day it is. She's lost in her own misery, completely clueless. He tells her it's New Year's Eve and they should hang some lanterns. Our girl is aghast. How can he think about lanterns when they're surrounded by death? He replies with some grim wisdom, "No matter how we die, we should at least live well." His words snap her out of it, and she agrees, determined to survive. As if on cue, fireworks erupt in the night sky and he leads her out to watch. For a moment, they stand together, watching the beautiful fleeting lights. But the peace is shattered when another violent coughing fit racks Mr. Huang's body. She rushes to support him, her heart pounding with fear. He clutches his chest, speaking of wanting to die with the passion of a firework. A blaze of glory before fading into nothing. But our girl fiercely rejects his dark fantasy, declaring that his life is not a firework, but the brightest star in the sky. He's deeply moved, whispering that she's the only one who has ever truly understood him. He promises that if he becomes a star, he'll shine brightly just for her, lighting her way through the darkness. He wishes he could have met her sooner, but another brutal cough cuts off his sentence. She catches him, terrified, pleading with him to be okay. His coughing only gets worse as the next day dawns. Word spreads that a doctor from Baicheng has finally arrived. Our girl desperately holds on to Mr. Huang, telling him to hang on, that help is here. But he just looks away, his eyes full of despair. He weakly whispers that the doctor probably wouldn't want to see him in this state anyway. He points out that if there was a real cure, they would have just sent the medicine. As he speaks, blood begins to drip from his hand. She sees the blood and grabs his hand, her own shaking with terror. He's fading fast right before her eyes. He tries to calm her down, telling her not to worry, but tears are already streaming from her eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the emperor is having a tense conversation, vowing that if she saves the city, he'll live. Back in the quarantine zone, our girl watches as the new doctors begin checking the patients. They're on horseback, ready to immediately isolate anyone who's infected. She tries to sound hopeful for Mr. Huang's sake, suggesting maybe they've found a cure, and that she'll go check. Wiping away her tears, she steels herself. He can only manage a weak nod, telling her to be careful. A crowd gathers as the mysterious woman in red lays out her plan. She's going to check the pulse of every single person in both Nancheng and Beicheng City. The people are understandably terrified, but before panic can fully set in, our girl Qingying steps forward, volunteering to be the first. The woman in red is surprised. "Miss Yai, why are you here?" Qingying anxiously asks about a Mr. Huang, and the woman, Manhua, delivers the bad news. He's not doing well, but he believes our girl will find a way. Muhua's expression is grim, stealing her resolve. King Ying announces she's already developed an antidote and is just waiting for the ingredients. She asks who's from Baiking. At that very moment, a guard reports to the Third Highness that the consultations have begun. And then, a familiar commanding voice cuts through the crowd. I'm from Baiting. Check me out. There he is. Our girl is completely stunned to see the Third Highness himself. Manhwa, unfazed by royalty, simply tells them both to present their hands for an examination. She declares she will examine their bodies. King Ying immediately notices how thin his highness has become. Manhwa suddenly calls out King Ying's name, noting his poor complexion. Just then, the smarmy blonde prince pipes up, explaining that the highness is just tired from transferring a large amount of medicinal ingredients. So that's why he's been missing from the palace. King Ying starts to speak, a worried look on her face, but she freezes under his intense gaze. Manhwa asks what's wrong, and King Ying blurts out, "Am I infected with the plague?" Manhwa tries to reassure her, saying that while she was sick before, her symptoms seem to have disappeared on their own. King Ying confirms she had a cough but feels much better now. The highness then turns his attention to Manhwa, his voice dangerously low. "And you? Was there something wrong with Pei Yuanhao's body?" His expression is pure ice, but Manhwa is a savage and throws it right back at him. "Don't you know it yourself?" She reveals the abnormalities in his body are not natural, and our poor girl starts to tremble. King Ying is visibly nervous. Manhwa then turns to the blonde prince, dismissing him with "And who are you?" The Third Highness is clearly not used to this level of disrespect. He ignores her and commands King Ying to come to his side. He's done playing games. He informs Manhwa that he's already procured all the ingredients she needs. She's completely floored. He then gives her an ultimatum: produce the antidote in 2 days, or he'll massacre the entire city himself. The threat hangs heavy in the air, shocking everyone, but our sweet King Ying is just relieved that Mr. Huang will be saved. As she turns to leave, he orders her to come back. He grabs her arm, not letting go. Manhwa tries to stop them, needing more information on Mr. Huang's condition. She confirms he's very sick. He coughed up blood, but it wasn't black. And there's no bruising. Our girl gratefully provides the details. But the highness has no more patience and simply says, "Let's go," dragging her away. He sweeps her up into his arms, leaving the chaos behind. They arrive at the government offices. Inside, it's a world away from the plague-ridden city. King Ying tells him she needs to shower after being around the sick, but he just commands her to come in. Then he hits her with the most audacious request. "First, serve me a shower." Our girl is blushing and speechless, but he's already behind the screen, demanding she come undress him. She has no choice but to obey. And oh my goodness, the robes come off, revealing a physique carved by the gods. But he's not done yet, ordering her to test the water temperature for him. He pulls her impossibly close. She panics, trying to create distance for fear of infecting him. He just smiles, saying he's not afraid, since she was only there because of him in the first place. "All right, let's take a shower together," he declares. Then smoothly adds, "If you want to take a shower, why are you still wearing clothes?" With a devilish smirk, he pulls her into the water. "Come on." The world fades into a steamy floral haze. "You must think of me," he whispers. "Are you worried?" He holds her tenderly, asking if she ever received his letter. Without thinking, she confesses that the news of his departure made her heart race so fast she couldn't breathe. He leans in closer. "Just what?" She immediately regrets her honesty, stammering, No, nothing." Trying to salvage the situation, she quickly offers to wash his back. He gently takes her hand, his voice soft. "Are you afraid I left you and won't come back?" He looks at her with so much raw emotion, and in that moment she knows she's completely and utterly his. Initially, our girl was worried about being alone with the prince in a hot spring. But then she remembers his promise that he would never hurt her, and all her fears melt away. His eyes soften as he looks at her. "King singing," he whispers, and she pulls him in for a thank you kiss. The world fades away as they get lost in the moment. He pulls back just enough to speak. "Okay, I'll help you clean it properly," he says with a devilish grin, leaving our poor heroine utterly confused. His hands start to wander, and she squeaks, "Is this how to clean it?" Flustered, she stammers, "You are a prince, how can you?" But he just pulls her closer. With a chaotic smirk, he tells her this is the only way to get really clean, and when she offers to do it herself, he flat out refuses. This man is on a mission. His touch sends shivers down her spine. He leans in close, confessing, "King Ying, I really missed you these last 2 days." Our girl is a blushing mess. He presses closer, asking, "Do you miss me too?" With a shy whisper, she admits that she did, and just like that, her cheeks are on fire again. Things are getting seriously steamy in this hot spring. She can barely look at him. The air is thick with tension and flower petals. He looks so satisfied, whispering that he feels like he can't be separated from her anymore. She tries to change the subject, pointing out that the water is getting cold. She adorably says she's worried he will catch a cold, not her. But he just scoffs. "I'm not as weak as Huang Ye." Oof, low blow, bringing up his sickly brother. Our girl is shocked he'd even mention him. She tries to reassure him, saying Miss Manhwa is there to take care of his brother, but this just makes him suspicious. "Were you with him while I was away?" he asks, his tone dropping several degrees. The mood instantly sours. "The thought of it," he growls, splashing the water, "makes me very angry." But our girl is no fool. She looks him dead in the eye and calls him out. "Your Majesty," she says, "I don't think you're angry. I think you're jealous." He's caught and he knows it, but he just smirks. "Little girl, you dare to joke with me?" Her relief is palpable. He hums, accepting her apology, and they share another tender moment. But their quiet time is cut short when he suddenly gets out of the bath and tells her to get ready to leave. He explains that he received 3 urgent letters from the palace and must return tonight. He's already thought of everything, even having her things packed for her. She hurries to get dressed. As they leave, she asks if there's a big problem at the palace. He admits he doesn't know for sure, but the urgency means it must be serious. A small, unassuming carriage is waiting for them. It's a tight squeeze, and there are no guards, which is highly unusual. They set off into the night at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the carriage lurches to a stop. An old woman is blocking the road with a lantern. The driver asks what she's doing, and she cryptically replies that she was waiting for His Highness. The prince is instantly on guard, asking who sent her. She explains that her master knew he'd be passing through and prepared an inn for him to rest. She points towards a nearby inn, but the prince is suspicious and demands to know who owns it. The old woman just gives a mysterious smile. "You will know when you enter." She leads them inside the eerily quiet inn. She tells them to rest and try some snacks while she informs her master. The prince mutters that these people are weird and untrustworthy. He reaches for the food, but our girl stops him, worried it might be poisoned. He just smirks. "Are you worried about me?" He pops the snack into his mouth, declaring it tastes fine, much to her horror. She can't believe how reckless he's being. Just then, the old woman returns, saying the bedroom is ready and the answers they seek are upstairs. As they head up, a pleasant scent wafts through the air. The prince follows the smell down a dark corridor. A shadowy figure stands at the end of the hall, and he calls out, "Who's there?" His hand instinctively goes to his sword, his eyes sharp and focused, ready for a fight. His Highness's sharp eyes narrow as he senses a new presence, asking his companion what's wrong. He turns to the other woman, Qingying, and tells her to calm down. Our poor heroine watches from the side, a sweat drop of pure anxiety rolling down her face as he commands the other woman to get down. His gaze is cold as ice, and the woman finally relents. With the drama queen dealt with, he dismisses her with a curt "get out." But his night isn't over yet. He turns to find a stranger lurking in the hall. The poor guy stammers that he's just a waiter bringing snacks. His Highness is having none of it, calling him out on his terrible lie. The waiter, Lin Sheng, is forced to introduce himself, and the prince grills him about who owns this shady inn. He asks if the owner is a woman, and Lin Sheng confirms it's a woman named Shen Ro. The name seems to trigger a memory for the prince. His eyes sharpen as he connects the dots. She's the daughter of Shen Gongwen. He immediately demands to know Lin Sheng's relationship with her, and the poor boy confesses they're childhood sweethearts from different social classes. He sadly recounts how her father suddenly decided to send her to the palace. He thought she would refuse. But then he accuses her of choosing power and wealth over him, before quickly taking it back, insisting she's not a greedy person. With tears in his eyes, he claims he just wants to support her happiness, which is when the prince drops a bombshell offer. "Do you want to come in now?" Lin Sheng is utterly shocked by the suggestion. He finally realizes it's all a trap, and the target is His Majesty. In a flashback, we see the real plan. Shenro gave him a special incense, telling him to burn it so the prince would mistake him for her. His Highness, surprisingly merciful, gives the heartbroken boy a choice, telling him to go before dawn but be prepared for the risks. With his mind made up, Lin Sheng walks into the room. Meanwhile, our girl is wandering the gardens when a voice asks if she's feeling uncomfortable. It's the flirty Mr. Yang, offering her a cup of wine with a sly smile. She addresses him coolly, but he keeps teasing her, suggesting the person His Majesty wants to meet must be a real beauty. He notes how calm she is, cheekily guessing that the prince has been the one chasing her this whole time. Our girl isn't having it, firing back and asking if he's trying to make her jealous. She gives a perfect detached answer about the Third Highness being too important to be influenced by such things. But Mr. Yang just leans in closer, his smirk widening with a promise of chaos. He declares that no one can stop what's coming, even as he continues to stare her down. Suddenly, she has a moment of pure inspiration and asks him for a glass of wine. Before he can even react, she snatches the entire jug from his hands. And to his utter shock, she starts chugging the entire thing. The strong liquor hits her hard, and she starts coughing immediately. Mr. Yang looks on, completely baffled by this turn of events. He laughs, telling her to slow down, and then drops a truth bomb. She's not the only princess being sent to the prince, and the competition won't stop until he has an empress. The weight of his words settles on her, but she's not one to back down, finishing the entire jug in one go, leaving Mr. Yang stunned. He calls her a smart woman and advises her to know her place if she wants to survive. Taking his advice to heart, she thanks him and decides to head back to her room. She's barely taken 2 steps before the alcohol hits, and she stumbles against the door. Suddenly, a deep voice from inside asks, "Where have you been?" She looks up, her eyes wide with shock. The door opens, and there he is, His Majesty, leaning against her and asking why she took so long to come back. She's completely confused, asking if he isn't supposed to be elsewhere. He plays dumb, giving her a look that could melt steel. Our girl stammers, mentioning the princess he was supposed to meet. He grabs her, pulling her close and demanding to know why she was waiting for him. He leans in, his voice a low whisper as he asks the million-dollar question. You are jealous? She immediately denies it, but her blushing face is a dead giveaway, and he just smirks, victorious. In one smooth motion, he sweeps her into his arms, admitting that he loves seeing her jealous. He leans in for a kiss, whispering that he's only ever gentle with her. Our poor girl can barely get a word out before his lips meet hers. His intense gaze never leaves her, even for a second. Her heart pounds as he begins to undo the sash of her dress. He praises her, telling her to learn to take the initiative more often. She begs him not to tease her, but he just whispers back, "But I like it." He breathes in the scent of her hair, completely captivated. He demands to know why she isn't mad, but our girl just parrots what she's been told, that things like this will happen often in the future. She's trying to be the perfect, docile concubine, but he sees right through it, knowing she's just bottling up her real feelings. She's trying so hard to be what he wants, even if it hurts. But this chaotic man smirks, pulling her close and whispering, "I want you to be angry." And with a swift move, he throws her onto the bed, the situation escalating in a heartbeat. "Be angry for me," he commands, and our girl is completely stunned. She stammers, trying to process his bizarre request. He leans over her, his voice low and intense. "King Ying, remember? I am Pei Yuanhao, and you are my woman." "No," he growls, "call my name," before crashing his lips against hers. Tears stream down her face as she tries to speak. Finally, she whispers his name, Pei Yuanhao. The air is thick with tension and unspoken emotions. He holds her as if she's the most precious thing in the world. He peppers her with kisses, murmuring her name over and over. And our girl finally gives in, whispering back, "Yuanhao, I'm here." He pulls back slightly, his gaze searching hers. Then he asks the ultimate question, "Do you love me?" His eyes burn with a desperate need to hear her answer. She gives a small shy, which seems to be enough for him. But just as the mood softens, she remembers the other woman. She points out that the princess he drugged is also having fun tonight. A shadowy figure confirms her words. She adds the savage detail that the princess is with her childhood sweetheart. Then our girl goes for the kill shot, asking if he used the same dodgy medicine on her. He tries to deflect, bringing up Shen Ro, the daughter of Tai Fu Shen. Our girl quickly declares her loyalty to him, no matter what. She clings to him, caught in this political and romantic mess. Her declaration earns her a rare, genuine smile from the emperor. He seals her words with another kiss, but she weakly protests that it's almost dawn. "One more hour," he demands, clearly not done with her yet. The morning comes way too fast. He's already dressed while she's still recovering in bed, telling her to get more sleep. Our poor heroine is worried, asking if he's tired after being up all night. He just smirks, teasing her. "Are you worried about me, or do you not want to let me go?" Flustered, she dives back under the covers, telling him to be careful as he leaves. He departs for his morning duties. But as soon as he's gone, our girl gets an unwelcome visitor, a blue-haired beauty with cat ears. She recognizes her immediately. Miss Shen. And Miss Shen wastes no time, immediately accusing her of poisoning the queen. Our girl fires back that nothing has been proven. Miss Shen scoffs, calling her a sharp-tongued lowly maid. But just as the claws are about to come out, the emperor himself walks in, demanding to know what they're talking about. Miss Shen's entire demeanor changes in a flash. He simply notes that she's up early. She puts on a pitiful, delicate act for him, and then she drops a bomb, coyly saying she couldn't sleep because of what His Majesty did last night. The implication is scandalous, and our girl is absolutely floored. You can see the betrayal and hurt in her eyes. Miss Shen gives a little bow and leaves, her victory lap complete. Our girl watches her go, quietly admitting that Miss Shen is beautiful. But the emperor's eyes are only on her. He leans in and states it plainly. "I'm not interested in other women." He pulls her into his arms, reassuring her without saying more. He gets closer, ready to prove his point, but they're interrupted by a guard announcing that the train is ready. Our girl tries to use the opportunity to escape his grasp. He easily catches her hands, not letting her go. "Okay, let's go," he says, pulling her along, while she internally groans about his chaotic timing. As their carriage approaches the city gate of Beijing, their path is suddenly blocked. "Stop," the guards command. They declare that they've been ordered to guard the city, and no one from the south is allowed to enter. The fourth prince is absolutely livid, shouting, "How dare you stop the third venerable's carriage?" But a guard steps forward, flashing a token of authority. It's a token directly from the emperor. The guards immediately drop to their knees, saluting Master Chang Tai, a chief veteran of 3 dynasties. Our poor girl is stunned by the sudden turn of events. The Third Highness notes with a grim expression that Chang Tai has returned. The old master explains his presence. "I heard His Majesty has also returned to Beijing," he says, "so I'm waiting for you here today. Let's talk when we enter together." As their carriages proceed through the gates, the mood is tense. The fourth prince frets that this isn't a good sign, but the Third Highness is already putting the pieces together. "Yeah," he muses, his purple eyes glinting, "looks like someone knows all of our moves." With a smirk, he declares, "Now let's watch a good show." Our girl, on the other hand, looks like she's about to have a panic attack. The carriage continues into the city. Changtai greets the Third Highness formally, immediately asking where the emperor is. He's told His Majesty is in Yonghe Palace. Why at Yonghe Palace? He demands. The old man explains the empress claimed the emperor was unwell, so she had him moved to her own palace to rest. The Third Highness clenches his jaw. To make matters worse, the Crown Prince has been put in charge of all government affairs. Oh, I see, he says. But his eyes are pure ice. Without another word, he commands, let's go. He strides purposefully toward the palace. And who should be waiting for them but the man of the hour, His Highness the Crown Prince. He greets his third brother with a sickeningly sweet smile, glad he came back unscathed. He even has the audacity to suggest the Third Highness is tired and should go rest first. The tension between the two brothers is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. But the Third Highness isn't falling for the fake concern. His Majesty is unwell, he retorts. How can his son rest first? The Crown Prince's eyes land on our heroine, and he reaches out a hand. He grabs her arm, his touch lingering as he asks if she's all right in the cold. The nerve of this guy. Just look at this territorial nonsense. Our poor girl flinches, clearly uncomfortable. The Third Highness's expression darkens, seeing the whole exchange. He immediately steps forward, possessively putting his hand on her shoulder and emphasizing that his brother is being sympathetic to his woman. The two brothers lock eyes in a silent, chaotic showdown. The Third Highness then turns to our girl and says, King Ying, come with me to see the emperor. They arrive at Yonghe Palace. And they walk right into a scene, the Queen Mother and the Crown Prince standing over the sickly emperor. The Third Highness rushes to his father's side, asking how he is. The emperor remains silent while the Queen Mother coolly states that his body is not healthy and needs to be cared for. He reaches out and takes his father's hand. The Queen tries to dismiss him, saying they can talk tomorrow, clearly trying to keep him away. But our man isn't having it. Tonight, I will be here to guard the emperor, he declares. She looks him dead in the eye. No, she snaps. He calmly asks why she would deny him. He gives her a smug, challenging smile. She claims she's just worried and he doesn't have to bother, but he reassures her with false sweetness that he's just going to guard his father. She tries again, saying she and the royal healer are there. It seems that the Queen Mother really takes care of father, he says with a drippingly sarcastic smile. But, let father talk about who wants to be with him. Absolute savage. Backed into a corner, she grits her teeth and agrees. She leans over the bed and asks, my husband, who do you want to look after you? The emperor is completely still. A triumphant smirk spreads across the queen's face. You see, His Majesty doesn't need you to stay. But before she can finish, a shaky hand begins to move. The emperor, with great effort, raises his hand. He points, his finger trembling, right past his wife and son. Our girl is completely shell-shocked as she realizes he's pointing directly at her. The emperor wants, Yui Qingying? The Queen Mother is absolutely horrified. How is this possible? She thinks, her composure completely shattering. Our heroine is just as baffled, lost in the sudden drama. But the Third Highness sees his opportunity and pounces, saying the Queen Mother shouldn't be so persistent when Yue Qingying is clearly a good choice. The Crown Prince is bewildered. What did you say, brother? He even tries to back up his brother's power play, saying it's better not to violate their father's intentions. The Queen Mother can only stand there, seething in fury. With a sly smile, the silver-haired prince tells the Empress she should get some rest after working so hard. He smoothly volunteers Qingying to take over the night shift. Our poor girl can only bow her head and accept her duty. As they walk away, the Empress shoots a venomous glare over her shoulder. Yeah, if looks could kill, Qingying would be a pile of ash right now. But as soon as they're gone, a comforting voice cuts through the tension. Don't be afraid, he says. I'm here. It's the third prince, and he immediately pulls her into a warm embrace, the air filling with magical butterflies. He leans in, closing the tiny space between them. The kiss is soft and reassuring, a moment of peace in the chaotic palace. Our girl pulls back, flustered, but her heart soaring. She thinks to herself that this kiss was exactly what she needed to calm her nerves. She quickly tells him to go rest, insisting she can handle watching over the emperor by herself. Qingying approaches the emperor's bedside, tucking him in, but his eyes suddenly flicker open. She asks if he needs anything, but just as quickly he seems to be fast asleep again. She looks at the lonely old man, thinking how sad it must be to live in such a magnificent but empty palace. Her thoughts are shattered when she turns to find the silver-haired prince has returned. He claims he was worried and came back to check on things, telling her not to be jumpy since the third prince isn't around. She assures him the emperor is resting just fine, but he keeps getting closer, making her incredibly nervous. He reaches out and caresses her cheek, commenting that she's gotten too thin. Our heroine freezes, completely uncomfortable with how close he is. Thinking fast, she pulls away, saying she has a gift for him. She presents him with a book she found for his upcoming journey. He just stares at her for a long moment. Then he asks quietly, Qingying, you aren't mad at me? She immediately questions if he's referring to the poison incident. With her eyes downcast, she replies that a mere servant isn't qualified to be angry with him. Ouch, that was savage. That clearly hits a nerve, and he grabs her, desperately insisting he's never once thought of her as a servant. I'm serious, he pleads, his eyes full of a strange desperation. He looks at her with such pain, telling her that in his heart, she has never changed. but the confession just hangs there, and he looks utterly defeated. "Forget it, I'm leaving," he says, turning away. But he stops at the door. He reminds her his palace is nearby and that she should come to him if she needs anything at all. She agrees, watching him go with her mind in a total whirlwind. How can he say those things to her when he has a beautiful princess waiting for him? She starts to worry her gift will be misunderstood, but a groan from the bed snaps her out of it. The emperor is awake. She rushes to his side. He's mumbling that he's cold, leaving our girl utterly confused. Suddenly, a guard announces the arrival of His Highness, Wang Qi. The third prince walks in, and the delirious emperor seems to mistake him for King Ying. Prince Qi is completely stunned by the strange greeting. King Ying quickly curtsies, but he shushes her, telling her to keep her voice down. He quietly approaches his father's bedside. The emperor seems to have drifted off again. King Ying notes that he's still awake, just barely. The prince sighs, saying his father's health is much worse than it was last winter. She asks if this is a yearly occurrence, and he confirms it. But this year is the worst it's ever been. Just as he says that, a massive growl echoes through the silent room. The prince blushes, admitting he hasn't had dinner yet. Ever the caretaker, King Yim immediately offers him something from a basket. It's a special cake she bought earlier. She holds out the plate for him. She apologizes that it's all she has to offer. He gratefully takes one, his eyes lighting up as he declares it delicious. The poor guy is so hungry he starts stuffing his face like a hamster. King Ying can't help but smile warmly at the sight. After a moment, he looks at her and says, "But Qing Ying, I think the cake you make is better." She laughs, promising to make him more for free, and the two share a light-hearted, happy moment together. The new emperor, His Majesty Shi, is minding his own business when an unwelcome visitor arrives. The eunuch announces he's here to escort our girl, Qing Ying, back to the Shanyang Palace. Our poor heroine looks like she'd rather be anywhere else. Just as she's being led away like a prisoner, she's told to hurry up. But someone calls out her name, stopping her in her tracks. It's her old friend from the palace, Bai X. King Ying is happy to see a familiar face, but Bai Shu is already being rushed along by another maid. The other maid warns her not to get in trouble with the madam. Bai Shu shoots King Ying a smug look, asking what she's doing here. She's delivering medicine to the madam, and our girl is confused, thinking only Madam Jin Qiao is left in the palace. Bai Shu drops the bombshell. Madam Jin Qiao is pregnant. The word pregnant hits King Ying like a physical blow. Loquacia, she's in utter shock, her mind reeling with the news about Madam Jin Qiao. Dazed, she wanders off, her feet carrying her somewhere without her even realizing it. She finds herself standing outside a familiar building, her heart in pieces. As she hesitates, she overhears a conversation from inside. A maid is reporting that the doctor says the fetus is unstable. Inside, the fake pregnant Madam Jin Qiao is thanking the real emperor for helping her with this charade. He coldly reminds her they're just a team and even offers to help her divorce her husband so she can be with her real lover. She gratefully accepts his offer. But as the emperor turns to leave, he freezes. He's spotted our girl eavesdropping outside the door. Their eyes lock, and his intense purple gaze pins her to the spot. He immediately orders her to follow him so they can talk. Once they're alone, he grabs her hands, his expression softening when he feels how cold they are. He asks how long she was standing out in the cold. She starts to stammer about what she overheard, but he cuts her off. "Right now," he says, pulling her close. "I just want to keep you warmer." He holds her tight, asking if she feels better now. But King Ying can't let it go and blurts out that she knows Madam Jin is pregnant. She even forces a smile and congratulates him, saying she likes children. But the emperor hits her with a savage comeback. "How are you so sure she's pregnant with my baby?" He leans in, his voice a low growl. "Have you ever even seen me sleep with her?" Our girl is flustered, stammering that she wouldn't know since she doesn't follow him every night. He smirks. "Okay, then I will allow you to follow me every night." Or he purrs. She could just fulfill his one wish. He looks her dead in the eye and commands, "Give birth to my child." She's stunned, but he insists she's the only woman he wants, the only one who can help him. His gaze is so intense, she can barely breathe. He tells her it's up to her when his wish is fulfilled, because from now on, it's only her. Our heroine is a blushing, overwhelmed mess. He scoops her up, announcing it's time to warm her body for real. Getting bold, she cheekily agrees, saying she'll just have to rely on his body for warmth. Her playful defiance makes him smile, his eyes filled with a burning desire. She tries to bring up Madam Jin Qiao again, but he's not having it. Our girl lies through her teeth, claiming the emperor was a perfect gentleman who slept soundly the whole night. The other woman presses. King Ying hesitates, then decides to drop a little truth bomb. She admits that last night, the emperor whispered a cryptic phrase, "One frost under the sky." The woman just scoffs, telling her to forget it like a bad dream. But she's still suspicious. "Really? He said nothing else?" she presses. But our girl sticks to her story. King Ying quickly changes the subject, wishing the emperor a speedy recovery. She tries to make her escape, claiming she has other work, but the woman stops her with a sly smile. "Don't worry," she purrs. "I've already told the butler you're on emperor duty full-time now." Our girl can only manage a weak, forced smile in response. The woman catches her expression and asks what she's laughing at. King Ying quickly plays it off, saying His Majesty is actually a very considerate person. "Eh?" The woman's face twists in disgust as she grabs her arm. "You think I really care?" she sneers. Yikes, the mask just dropped. This lady clearly despises the emperor. Our poor heroine is flustered and immediately bows out of this chaotic conversation. 2 days pass. Elsewhere, the princes are getting reports. There are no hints about what's causing the emperor's strange illness. The third prince asks if they found the recipe for the emperor's medicine, but his subordinate reports it's a dead end. All the recipes are in the queen's hands. This whole situation stinks. If the emperor was just ill, why was he being treated like a prisoner of the state? His subordinate confirms that during the emperor's illness, all political affairs are being handled by the empress's office, not through official decrees. The prince realizes this is because they don't have the royal seal. That's their opening. Without the royal seal, no decree is legitimate. They still have a chance. The third prince gives a ruthless order: find Zhu Lingxi and use any means necessary to make them talk. Just as his subordinate leaves, King Ying arrives with tea, running right into the blonde prince, Mr. Yang. He politely brushes her off, saying he's busy. Suddenly, our girl feels a powerful, intense gaze on her. It's the emperor, and he does not look happy. He approaches her, asking what's on her mind. "Does my face look worried?" he asks with a smirk. Our girl bravely points out that his brows are knitted together. He gets closer, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. "Are you willing to help ease my worries?" Our poor heroine is completely flustered. "Your Majesty, do you need my services?" He answers simply, "Of course." And then he just pulls her into a tight hug. "This will help get rid of my worries," he murmurs as she stands there, completely stunned. After a moment, he lets her go, his mind returning to the political mess. His father's illness came on so strangely. He's sure of it now. He suspects someone poisoned his father on purpose. He also reveals that his father never gave the royal seal to the East Palace. Qingying asks the obvious question: "Where is it now?" "It's lost," he states plainly. Our girl is absolutely shocked. The symbol of imperial power is missing. Just then, a servant arrives with an urgent message, an invitation from the Taishi residence. The emperor takes the invitation, his expression hardening. He tells Qingying that the Taishi has invited him to watch an opera. He has no idea what the old fox is planning, but he knows it's a trap. "It seems that everyone can't sit still," he mutters. Qingying nervously wonders which side the Taishi will take in this power struggle. The emperor decides he'll find out soon enough. Then he turns to Qingying. "Go rest for a while. You're coming with me tonight." Our girl is shocked. "Me? Aren't you going with Madame Jin Qiao?" He shoots her a look dripping with possession. "So you want me to stand next to another woman?" Oh, he is not having it. Look at that pout. Our girl is blushing, completely flustered by his jealousy. She whispers that of course she wishes he was the only one by her side. His smirk tells her he heard every single word. "Are you trying to tease me?" He teases back. She stammers, but he just laughs and tells her to hurry up and get ready before he changes his mind. She quickly bows and practically flees the room, her cheeks on fire. He chuckles as she bolts. No need to run so fast. As she disappears down the hall, he looks after her, his expression softening. "You Qingying," he says to himself, "I hope this fight doesn't hurt you." That night, his entourage arrives at the grand, imposing residence. The emperor and Qingying step out, ready to face whatever political theater awaits them inside. He leans in close, giving her one simple, protective command: "Don't be too far from me." She agrees, but her heart is pounding with nerves. This is going to be one chaotic night. The prince greets him back, surprised to see the old monk in the capital city. The monk replies that he too never expected to set foot in the royal capital again in this lifetime, but an unusual event, a rehearsal of human destiny, has brought them all here, and he wonders who the main character will be. The monk graciously offers the prince and our girl a seat. The third prince's eyes narrow, spotting an unwelcome guest in the crowd. And of course, it's his snake of a brother, the crown prince, who smirks, having noticed their arrival. The third prince greets his big brother with a forced smile, while our poor heroine just wants to be anywhere else. The crown prince immediately starts his passive-aggressive nonsense, suggesting Sheng Ying should rest at the palace since she's worked so hard. Our girl just politely thanks him for his care, but you can feel the tension. The third prince shuts him down, basically telling him to focus on his own work and stay out of his business. The crown prince is left speechless, looking like a total clown. His wife, the crown princess, pipes up, saying it seems the third prince truly loves and cherishes his woman. The crown prince then notes that the crown princess's wife is also here, and she mentions they came to see a special performance. She coyly asks if their presence makes the third prince uncomfortable. He plays along, saying he admires their good relationship, before asking where the fifth prince is. The crown prince's wife explains that the fifth prince suddenly fell sick and won't be attending. The news is a shock, and the crown prince demands to know why. The wife claims she doesn't know, only that he caught a mild cold, but our girl Sheng Ying smells a rat. She panics internally, realizing if something happened to the fifth prince now, the entire political situation could collapse. The crown princess suggests they all visit him after the show is over. With the pleasantries out of the way, it's finally time for the performance to begin. As the lights dim, a stunning performer takes the stage in a swirl of pink and blue. Even our girl and the crown princess are completely mesmerized by her beauty. There's something off though. Her aura is one of such purity. She doesn't seem like a mere theater employee at all. The crown princess asks the monk if the performers are noble ladies, but he humbly dismisses it as simple talent. Just then, another performer is announced, and their entrance leaves our girl absolutely stunned. It can't be. It's a man, and she knows him. She recognizes that voice. It's Pei Yuan Shen. The crown prince casually asks if this handsome performer is also from Jiangnan. A noble lady in the audience practically swoons, demanding that he be brought to her immediately. Girl, we know what you're thinking, and you need to calm down. But before anyone can act, a kunai knife zips through the air, and a full-blown assassination attempt breaks out. In the chaos, the third prince instantly grabs our girl's hand. He pulls her close, commanding her not to leave his side by even half a step. He shields her with his body, and she freezes. In that moment, she realizes how warm and safe it feels to be protected by him. But the danger isn't over. Another assassin takes aim with a crossbow. As the arrow is loosed, someone screams for His Majesty to be careful. Without a second thought, our girl shoves the prince out of the path of the arrow. She takes the hit for him, the arrow tearing into her arm as the prince screams her name in horror. He clutches her, his eyes wide with panic as he stares at her bleeding arm. His face twists into a mask of pure rage as he tells her to wait for him. She tries to stop him, warning him that it's too dangerous. But he is unleashed. Dare to hurt my woman, he snarls. You will pay dearly. He draws his sword, his aura turning absolutely murderous. The clash of steel rings out as he meets the assassin head-on. With a single brutal move, he rips the sword from the attacker's hand. But just as he deals with one threat, another assassin appears behind the crown princess. The third prince acts on instinct, lunging forward and pulling her out of harm's way. He holds her close, asking if she's all right. Our girl watches from the side, her heart shattering as she yells at the useless guards. She clutches her bleeding arm, the physical pain nothing compared to the ache in her chest. He just took a blade for her, but then he protected the crown princess's wife with the same desperation. She's utterly confused. If he hates her, why is he being so intimate? Her mind spins as someone screams her name again, pulling her from her chaotic thoughts. An assassin lunges forward, blade ready to strike. But out of nowhere, the chaotic force of nature known as Huang Tianba leaps in to protect our girl. He doesn't even flinch, staring down the attacker with pure, unadulterated annoyance. Honestly, the assassin should be more scared of Tianba's fashion sense than his sword. The assassin's brain finally catches up, realizing this flamboyant man is not just some random pretty boy. He stammers out Tianba's name in sheer terror, while Tianba himself looks absolutely done with this whole situation, telling the traitor to get lost. With a metallic clang, Tianba casually blocks the assassin's sword with his paper fan. The absolute disrespect. Our girl, Sheng Ying, is completely stunned. She's realizing this man is connected to royalty. The assassins, realizing they've messed with the wrong crew, wisely decide to book it. But the head official is having none of it, ordering his guards to take down the trash that dared to crash their party. And oh, do they take them down. Blood flies as the guards go into full-on beast mode. One guard in particular is a whirlwind of brutal efficiency, but Tianba is right there with him, fighting back to back. But just as the guard goes for a finishing blow, Tianba stops him. The guard is furious, demanding to know what he's doing, but Tianba just looks at him with that signature. I'm so over this expression. He lets the last assassin escape over the wall, even yelling after him to make sure he gets away. The assassin makes a run for it, probably thanking every god he knows. The official calls off the chase just as the third prince himself arrives, and the official immediately starts groveling for the security failure. The prince is surprisingly calm, acknowledging that the hero of the hour, Tianba, handled things, but the official is still suspicious, turning to Tianba and demanding to know why a performer is meddling in royal affairs. Tianba drops a bombshell, casually admitting he orchestrated the entire thing. The collective gasp is almost audible. The prince just smiles, enjoying the chaos. The official asks the prince if Tianba is one of his people. The prince confirms it, revealing he predicted the ambush all along. This man plays 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. His real goal wasn't to stop the grunts, but to smoke out the mastermind behind them. He gives Tianba a patronizing pat on the shoulder, congratulating him on a job well done. Tianba looks like he'd rather be anywhere else, but the prince is clearly very pleased with his little agent of chaos. Tianba begrudgingly thanks His Majesty for the help. The prince dismisses the official, saying he'll take Tianba for treatment himself. A pink-haired rival watches from the sidelines, seething with jealousy. She can't believe how much the prince seems to respect our girl, Sheng Ying. Later, the prince is alone with Sheng Ying, and he's not happy. He asks her why she just stood there instead of dodging the attack. He points to the gash on her arm, scolding her for being so reckless but also clearly worried. Luckily, no poison this time. Our poor girl can only look down, admitting she was just worried for him. As he tends to her wound, he continues to lecture her, but she brushes it off, saying she's fine. Then he gets a little petty, asking if she's happy she got saved by her hero Tianba. He even turns into a jealous chibi, pouting that Tianba never takes his eyes off her. Sheng Ying gets flustered, whispering that he was busy saving someone else too. He leans in, his voice a low growl. What did you say? She panics, quickly trying to excuse herself and escape the suddenly tense atmosphere. But he's not letting her go that easily. He grabs her, demanding to know why her attitude suddenly changed. She tries to pull away, but he's insistent. Her mind flashes back to the moment she heard him call out another woman's name. The jealousy and insecurity bubble up, and as she tries to flee, he roars for her to come back. He looks absolutely furious, but she's already stumbling away. She reaches the door, but her legs feel like jelly. Suddenly, the world goes dark, and she collapses. The prince screams her name as she falls. The next day, Shen Ying wakes up in an unfamiliar room, finding the Jin lady watching over her. The Jin lady explains that the third prince brought her here for her safety. She also tells Sheng Ying she won't have to return to the treacherous Meiqi troop, which is a small relief for our poor girl. The Jin lady knew that place was trouble from the start. Sheng Ying apologizes for worrying her, but the Jin lady is just glad she's safe. She gently places a hairpin in Sheng Ying's hair, telling her to focus on getting well. But a shadow crosses her face as she thinks to herself that the prince clearly hasn't told Sheng Ying the full story, especially about someone named Qi Lang. The plot thickens. Despite her injuries, Sheng Ying is already trying to get out of bed, insisting she has something urgent to deal with. This girl literally cannot sit still for 1 second, even after fainting from emotional and physical trauma. The man she saved, Qi Wang, is waiting for her at a secluded villa. He spots her approaching, and his intense gaze is already making our girl nervous. "Sheng Ying, there you are," he calls out, his voice smooth but with a dangerous edge. He gets straight to the point, demanding to know why she deliberately gave him the address. She tries to deflect, asking if his wound is better, but he brushes it off as a mere scratch. He's not here for small talk, he wants to know about the chaotic scene from last night. Our poor heroine can only admit that what he saw was exactly what it looked like. He mutters under his breath, hoping his suspicions about her are just his imagination running wild. Then he gives her some surprisingly decent advice, telling her not to hold herself back for others. She's at a loss for words, but when he asks if she would just leave a bad situation, she insists that she knows what she wants. "Oh honey, do you really?" She claims she just wants everyone to live in peace. He pours tea with a smirk, calling her out for not being able to admit her own attachments. He does, however, thank her for taking care of him during the pandemic. But then he hits her with a truth bomb. "You have too much burden on your back. You should rethink what you really want." The question sends our girl into an existential spiral. What does she really want? He dismisses her, and she leaves, her mind a total mess. But just as she gets back to the Shangyang Palace, she runs smack into the last person she wanted to see right now, the Emperor. And he looks absolutely furious. "Where did you go?" he sees, accusing her of having a wandering eye even though she came all this way with him. The possessiveness is off the charts. His purple eyes are practically glowing with rage. Our girl is completely bewildered. He then shoves a book in her face, demanding to know what it is. Her blood runs cold. That's the book she gave the crown prince. How on earth did the emperor get his hands on it? She tries to play it off, saying it's just an ordinary book. Wrong answer. He sneers, saying he didn't realize she cared so much about another man. And before she can even protest, he shuts her up with a savage, claiming kiss. This man has zero chill. He pulls back, his eyes still burning with jealousy, and continues his interrogation. He doesn't leave anything at the head of his bed, he says, revealing he knows the crown prince's intimate habits. "Except," he adds, "for the book you gave him." She's horrified. How could he know? He then makes a wild accusation, suggesting she wants to be in the crown prince's bed. "Your Majesty, how could you think of me like that?" she cries, utterly humiliated. But he corners her with cold logic, pointing out that only someone very close to the prince could have gotten that book out of his private room. With nothing left to say, she crumbles. Her voice is barely a whisper as she begs for just one thing. "I want you to release me from the palace." The emperor is stunned into silence. "You want to leave?" he asks, his anger suddenly gone. For what? She doesn't even have a real answer anymore. She's just desperate to escape. The weight of it all is crushing her. The emperor watches her, his expression unreadable. Then the unthinkable happens. He agrees. "I got it," he says. "Until that day, I'll let you go." She can't believe her ears. Overjoyed, she thanks him profusely and basically flees the scene. He watches her go, a pained look on his face as she stumbles in her haste. As she disappears, the Empress approaches him, revealing she knows about his secret plans concerning the Imperial Jade Seal. The Emperor just says, "I know." He can't take his eyes off the path Sheng Ying took. The Empress asks if he'll really let her go. He confirms it, saying it's better to keep her away from the chaotic power struggle that's about to begin. Then the Empress drops the biggest plot twist of the century. "So why don't you tell her the baby in my belly is not your child?" The Emperor's face darkens, but he just says it's not important now. "Your Majesty, why are you so miserable?" she asks with pity in her eyes. He looks away, his voice filled with sorrow. "I just hope she can live a better life." This man is literally sacrificing everything for her safety and happiness. 5 days later, the peace is shattered. A young prince bursts in, shouting for the emperor. Something happened. He rushes to deliver the catastrophic news. His Highness Qi Wang suddenly vomited blood and passed out. Our girl, who was nearby, freezes in horror. Her mind goes blank. Qi Wang collapsed? How is that possible? The third prince demands to know if a doctor has been called, but the aide confirms the worst. The crown prince was poisoned, and it took a whole month to cure him. Our girl is horrified. Poisoned? Who would do such a thing? The third prince is absolutely seething as his aide calls out to him. He dismisses Shang Ying, wanting to be left alone with our poor heroine. She stumbles out of the room, her mind reeling from the news. A memory flashes through her mind, the crown prince, Qi Wang, kindly offering her pastries, a gentle smile on his face. But then her eyes widen in horror, as another memory connects. How could it be him? The realization crashes over her like a tidal wave. She feels dizzy, the tray nearly slipping from her trembling hands. It couldn't be, could it? A single tear escapes as the devastating truth begins to sink in. With newfound resolve, she marches straight to the third prince's quarters and knocks firmly on the door. He bids her to enter. The third prince turns, his face a mask of cold indifference. It's you. What's wrong? He asks what she wants to say, and she trembles, struggling to find her voice. Finally, she spits out the accusation that's been tearing her apart. You were the one who poisoned him. His piercing purple eyes give nothing away. He calmly takes a sip of tea, laying out her own thought process, deducing that since Qi Wang only ate food she brought him that day, she must be the prime suspect. So, he concludes with a terrifying finality. You poisoned him early that morning at Yang Palace. The puzzle pieces slam into place for our girl. That day, you saw the breakfast box in my luggage. You saw the book. You thought I was going to give it to the crown prince. Heart shattered, she accuses him. You just see me as a tool to harm others. And this absolute savage just smirks and admits, what you say is all true. The confirmation hits her like a physical blow. You always think of me like that, she whispers, tears streaming down her face. No, I'm not. He looks down on her, his thoughts a mystery, only revealing a flicker of something else. Xiao Wu always believes in me, but his words are pure venom. Aren't you my woman? You should know your worth. Shouldn't you feel happy now? She recoils, stepping back from his toxic touch. His eyes narrow into dangerous slits. You regret being my woman. He grabs her arm, but she's completely broken, just screaming, I don't know. She tears herself from his grasp and flees, crying his name. Shang Ying, let go of me. He just watches her run, a cold, empty laugh echoing behind her. Our poor heroine is having a full-blown crisis, realizing the third prince is reverting back to the ruthless monster he once was, nothing like the kind man she thought she knew. She clutches her chest, completely lost. Why? Which man is the real him? She wanders aimlessly until she runs into the second prince, who asks why she's there. She doesn't even know herself. He kindly invites her to sit, and she numbly agrees. He asks what's wrong, and she finally unburdens herself. Royal, I'm afraid we were all wrong. I don't think he's the type to poison his own brother. The second prince is stunned by the word poison. She explains with tears in her eyes that Qi Wang was poisoned, and the third prince did it using her. She lays out the entire sordid tale. The second prince listens patiently before saying, I know, it's just that you still haven't seen the whole picture. A sly look crosses his face. This poison is very magical. Our girl is totally confused. What do you mean? He begins to school her on the brutal reality of palace politics. It's a game where the winner is king, and the loser is an enemy, destined to be cast aside and forgotten. He gives her a sharp look, and she admits she's never heard of such a thing. He explains the stakes. The crown prince has a massive army and controls the capital. A direct confrontation would mean civil war. He asks her to think from the third prince's perspective. When facing an opponent you can't beat, you don't just let it go. An image of the crown prince flashes in her mind as the pieces start to click. You mean, the second prince lays out the brilliant, terrifying strategy. He poisoned him without killing him. The 1 month recovery time is key. Our girl's eyes widen. Something big is going to happen in this 1 month, and Qi Wang Highness can avoid this fight? But a new face appears, a fiery-haired man asking if Royal is being rude to her. Our girl quickly denies it, but he's not buying her nervous act for a second. He scoffs, declaring that the so-called royal has no value to him whatsoever. The absolute savage. He dismisses her, telling her to leave first, a dangerous glint in his eyes. But his words strangely calm our heroine down, making her realize that even the formidable Pei Yuan Hao has his own burdens to bear. A small happy smile graces her lips, and of course he's watching her every move. He then gives her a surprisingly sincere warning. If a civil war breaks out, she must stay out of it for her own safety. He tells her to keep a level head and find a solution. Our girl, feeling a bit more confident, assures him she knows exactly what to do. Later, in the quiet of the early morning, the emperor himself is out for a stroll. He stands there, a silent brooding figure watching her from across the courtyard. Our girl spots him and immediately panics, thinking he remembers their argument from the day before and tries to make a run for it. But he's too quick, his smooth voice cutting through the air. What's this? Now you don't even greet me when you see me. Busted. She freezes on the spot, completely caught. She stammers an apology, claiming she didn't want to disturb him, but he cuts right to the chase. Why don't you blame me anymore? He grabs her arm, demanding an answer, and all she can do is tremble and say she wouldn't dare. Her eyes widen in shock. She realizes he must have sent someone to spy on her conversation. She accuses him of having her followed, but he just smirks. Of course I want to know where my woman is. Trying to change the subject, she brings up the Jin lady, reminding him she's pregnant with his child. He just coolly asks, my child? He leans in, his voice a low whisper. Didn't I tell you I only have one woman? The air crackles with tension as he closes the distance between them. He claims the only reason he hasn't dealt with the child situation is to protect her reputation, leaving our girl utterly confused. She stammers that she doesn't remember him ever saying anything like that. She admits she wasn't really paying attention at the time. He scoffs, "You, what else can you do? Ouch." He gives her a sly, predatory smile. "Is that so?" Our girl is a blushing, stammering mess. He pulls her into his arms, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispers, "Or like this." He's going to help her remember. All right. He's clearly enjoying watching her squirm. He finally pulls back, asking with a smug look, "Next time, you know what you have to do?" She plays dumb meekly, saying she doesn't know. "It's okay," he says with a devilish grin. "I can teach you." She immediately panics, insisting there's no need. Desperate to escape, she pours him some tea, trying to distract him. He asks what she's doing up so late, and she bluntly tells him she's thinking about how to find the Imperial Jade Seal. He asks if she has any idea where it might be. Instead of a straight answer, he gives her a riddle. Who do you think the Emperor hates the most? The gears in her head start turning. A verse about cinnamon flowers comes to mind. A flower the queen despises. He presses further. Does she hate the flower, or someone who uses its scent? The name drops like a bomb. Empress Yan. Our girl is floored. She heard Empress Yan loved cinnamon flowers but died in a mysterious fire that destroyed them all. Her name is now a palace taboo. He confirms it. Empress Yan died in that very fire. So the clues are pointing to cinnamon flowers and a specific palace. He provides the final piece of the puzzle. Yongkyong Palace. Her hand trembles. She remembers a vision from her coma, pointing to a painting on the wall of that exact palace. When she asks if he knows where the painting is, he just says, "I don't know." This guy, as if on cue, a guard bursts in, announcing that Lady Sheng Ying is being summoned to Yongkyong Palace immediately. She's suspicious. Who would summon her there? Is the Emperor's health failing? The Emperor smirks. Of course, it's the person who wants to meet you the most. He looks so smug and possessive. Our girl realizes with a jolt. Don't tell me that he's jealous. He even pouts a little as he stands up. He tells her to go, confident that the other man won't dare to harm her. She knows he's just being a petty, jealous emperor, but he's already plotting his next move, determined to keep her all to himself. Just as she's contemplating the night sky, a voice cuts through the silence. "There you are." It's the crown prince, and our girl immediately bows in respect. But instead of a formal greeting, he grabs her hand, his brow furrowed. "Why are your hands so cold?" he asks, his grip surprisingly firm. Without another word, he pulls her inside the palace, leaving our poor heroine utterly baffled. Once they're inside, he asks if she's feeling warmer now. She meekly agrees, then cautiously brings up the ailing emperor, but she quickly cuts to the chase, demanding to know why he summoned her here. This girl is not here for small talk. The crown prince gets serious, telling her that she must know a great incident is about to rock the entire world. Her mind immediately jumps to the one thing that could cause such chaos, the Imperial Jade Seal, but she quickly dismisses the thought, reminding herself she's just a lowly servant. He then shows her a painting, and she wonders what he's up to now. A flicker of recognition crosses her face. That scene, it's so familiar. He presses her, asking what she would do when this great incident finally occurs. She tries to play it cool, saying she's just a servant and can't do anything, but he's not having it. "Do you remember what I told you in this place?" His eyes burn with an unexpected intensity. "I never considered you a servant." The words hang in the air, and our girl is absolutely floored, a blush creeping up her cheeks. He begins a confession that has our hearts fluttering, saying he once thought a quiet library was the most peaceful place. But after she left, that peace vanished along with her. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper. "I suddenly realized, the place where I feel most at peace is by your side." Then he drops the ultimate question. "What kind of person am I in your eyes?" Our girl is a stuttering, blushing mess. She finally manages to squeak out the most tragically friend-zoning answer possible. "In my heart, you are always a good person forever." A good person? You can literally see the man's soul leave his body. He grabs her arm, his disappointment palpable. "So, good people in your eyes, can it become someone you can rely on?" He pulls her into his space, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Our heroine is completely speechless, her mind short-circuiting. He makes a desperate, heartfelt plea. "Sheng Ying, no matter what Pei Yuanhao gave you, I can bring you happiness." She can only stare, overwhelmed by this sudden, passionate declaration. As the chaos erupts, a scroll on the wall begins to rustle. It unfurls on its own, and drops from the wall, revealing a secret compartment. And nestled inside is none other than the legendary Imperial Jade Seal. Our girl can't believe her eyes, it was hidden here this whole time. The prince retrieves the priceless artifact, a triumphant smile on his face. But that's not all. He points to another item left behind in the hidden nook. It's a royal command, a decree straight from the emperor. The prince unrolls the scroll, but his triumphant expression instantly morphs into one of pure shock and horror. The scroll slips from his trembling fingers as Sheng Ying asks what's wrong. The decree proclaims a successor to the throne, but it's a name she's never heard before, Chief Prince Pei Yuan Chen. Then, a horrifying realization dawns on her. She and the prince are the only ones who know the seal's location. He could kill her to keep the secret. Fear grips our poor heroine's heart. The prince's eyes lock onto hers, his expression unreadable. He lunges forward, and she stumbles back, crying out his name in terror. He grabs her, and she trembles, absolutely certain her life is about to end. She thinks he's going to silence her forever. But instead of harming her, he gently cups her face. Sheng Ying, don't be afraid, he says softly. There are many people in this world who will hurt you, but I absolutely will never. He reveals this was all his father's intricate plan. The Imperial Jade Seal and the Royal Command, all laid out for the true heir. She's reeling, but the decree is vague, leaving the location of this mysterious chief prince a secret. Her eyes drift back to the painting that started it all. She reads the poem inscribed on it, her mind racing. Wine Village, Shengming Yuezhong. The words rearrange in her head, Shenxi, and then it clicks. The final, earth-shattering piece of the puzzle. Sheng Mei Wan, he glares after her, muttering her name with a dark premonition. Our girl runs as fast as she can, just praying that her terrible feeling is wrong. But her escape is cut short by the smell of smoke and the sound of screams. An entire pavilion is engulfed in flames. She freezes, her heart pounding in her chest. Could it be? Is Pei Yuanhua trapped in there? Her mind races. Covering her face against the suffocating smoke, she steels herself and plunges into the chaos. The heat is unbearable as she desperately searches the burning halls. Help me, she cries out, but her voice is lost in the roar of the fire. Suddenly, a volley of arrows whistles past her head. She screams as she sees their target, Qi Wang, riddled with arrows as he protected his men. Our girl can only watch in absolute horror. She rushes to his side, but it's too late. He coughs up blood, realizing with his final breath, Tianba tricked me. Xingying desperately tries to help him up, but he pushes her away. It's too late, he rasps, pressing a small flute into her hand. He purposely targeted me, but I really like him. Help me give this to him. He shoves the flute at her one last time, before his hand falls limp. Our poor girl is absolutely terrified. Holding the flute, a horrifying thought enters her mind. Was Pei Yuanhao the one who caused this fire? She looks up, her eyes filled with a new terrifying suspicion. And there, on a nearby rooftop, she sees him, Pei Yuanhao, watching the inferno with cold, calculating eyes. He spots her in the courtyard below, his own eyes widening in shock. Why are you here? The smoke overwhelms her, and she collapses into a fit of coughing. I gotta get out of here, she thinks, her vision blurring. But the smoke is too thick. She can't breathe. Just as she's about to pass out, a strong arm wraps around her. It's him, Sheng Ying. He sweeps her up and carries her out of the blaze, ordering his men to secure the area. Once they're clear, someone rushes over with a cup of water, but as she coughs too hard to drink, Pei Yuanhao takes the cup, drinks the water himself, and then presses his lips to hers, forcing the water into her mouth. He pulls back, asking if she feels better. She's still coughing, but manages a weak yes. This only makes him angrier. Really? Who told you to run into the fire? The man is absolutely livid. Trembling, she whispers the truth. I thought you were inside. His fury vanishes in an instant, replaced by something much softer. I will not allow you to risk your life like that, he says, his voice low and intense. Not for anyone. He cups her face, his gaze burning into hers. If you are in danger, I will be very worried. She dares to ask, Majesty, are you worried about me? He practically explodes. You're my woman. How can't I be nervous? She's completely stunned. Did he just say she was his woman? But the romantic moment is shattered by a sharp pain in her arm. He immediately notices. Were you injured? Let me call a doctor. No, I'm fine, she insists, trying to pull away. But he's not having it. Come here, he orders, pulling her close. Let me look at it. He corners her against the wall, his face just inches from hers. Are you afraid I will do something to you? She tries to change the subject. Majesty, this fire, taking a deep breath, she asks the question that's been haunting her. Were you the one who set the fire? And what about His Highness, Qi Wang? His face remains a cold, unreadable mask as the image of the dying prince flashes through her mind. But his inner thoughts are chilling. Great affairs definitely require sacrifices. The fire wasn't an accident. It was a plan, and he was the mastermind. He pulls her into a sudden, crushing hug. His mind is made up. This is the price of power. He is exactly what she fears, a murderer, and a faint, terrifying smirk touches his lips. A guard rushes in with urgent news for the emperor. Something has happened in Zhengmeng. The emperor's face darkens, clearly not pleased with this interruption. He turns to our girl, ordering her to wait right there. He'll be back. She can only nod obediently, her heart sinking with a terrible feeling as he leaves. Left alone, she nervously wonders where her mysterious friend, Huang Jia, could be. And speak of the devil, a figure in a lavish red and black cloak appears in the distance. A nearby servant instantly recognizes the chaotic aura. It's Huang Jia. He spots our girl immediately, calling out her name, Sheng Ying. She rushes over, filled with worry. Why are you here? Are you all right? She delivers the grim news. The fourth prince is dead, caught in the inferno. Huang Jia confirms it, his face unreadable. The palace burns in the background, a funeral pyre for a prince. Huang Jia recalls his last conversation with the prince, who gave him a parting gift, a simple jade flute. He presents the flute to Sheng Ying, explaining the prince wanted her to have it. He smirks, musing that the prince clearly thought highly of him. The weight of it all hits our girl, and tears well up in her eyes. Are we all wrong? She whispers, her world crumbling. He pulls her closer, and in that moment, she has a horrifying realization. He's going to help Yunha, using this chaos for the people in the south. This means he's willing to pay any price. He cuts through her thoughts, asking what she knows about the government's current state. Her mind races, connecting the dots. Master Yang will send guards to reclaim the Zhengmeng area, and Yuan Hao will definitely use this as an opportunity to return, oppress the king, and take what he believes is his. His ultimate goal, to overthrow the throne itself, but she protests, revealing that the emperor's official command was to pass the throne to the eldest prince. The one elder Yao supports is the eldest prince, she exclaims. Hong Jia looks at her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You know a lot, he says, impressed. She explains she figured it out from an inscription she saw. His expression turns deadly serious. Ji Huang, he says, using her other name, what is your relationship with Empress Yan? He reveals that not even the Emperor Pei Yuanha knows the truth. He gives her a stark warning. If you want to be with him forever, then never repeat this. Defeated, she looks down and agrees not to ask anymore. He presses her. Did you decide to stay by his side? She admits she has to stay because of their covenant, then asks with trembling hope, do you think he will succeed? Hong Jia confesses that there are two people in the Hong clan he can never predict. One is her emperor, Pei Yuanha, and the other is the silver-haired prince, Pei Yuanshu. Because of them, he admits, I can't predict the outcome this time. Then he drops a bombshell. Sheng Ying, do you want to come with me? Our girl is completely floored. He continues, saying no matter how the day ends, seeing a bloody battle isn't something she wants to witness. Her cheeks flush at his intense gaze. She turns away, insisting she's fine. But he's not letting go. If you come with me now, you won't need to care about a pardon. She stands her ground. No, that's not the same. I expect to be able to step out openly. A tense silence hangs between them. He seems to relent, acknowledging her own struggles. He warns her to be careful before thanking him and leaving. As the fires continue to burn, our poor heroine knows she can't just stand by. If Yuan Hao is behind this, the casualties will be immense. She has to see for herself. She realizes he must be at the royal citadel. Spotting horses nearby, a dangerous determination fills her eyes. Without a second thought, she leaps onto a horse and rides furiously toward the palace gates. Her mind is a whirlwind of panic. Did they fight? Pei Yuan Hao, where are you? She arrives to a scene of absolute chaos. A battering ram is pounding the gates and soldiers are clashing. And then she sees him. It's Yuan Hao, leading the charge from horseback, his face a mask of cold fury. He spots her in the crowd, and his rage explodes. Didn't I tell you to wait? Why are you here? She gallops to his side, grabbing his arm and pleading with him to stop the fight. He looks at her as if she's lost her mind. What are you talking about? He roars that this is treason, an act of rebellion. He explains the enemy sent soldiers to the palace first. If he doesn't take action now, he'll be the one to die. It's either win or perish. She desperately tries to reason with him, shouting that they have the imperial seal and the decree naming the elder prince as successor. This will make him a traitor in the eyes of the world. He scoffs at the idea of a virtuous person taking the throne. With a terrifying glint in his eyes, he declares his own savage philosophy. Whoever wins today, that's a virtuous person. He realizes the soldiers they encountered are far too skilled to be under Qi Wang's command. The dark-haired prince's eyes narrow as the implications sink in. The entire royal citadel is eerily quiet, practically a ghost town. Something is definitely wrong. His Highness immediately snaps into action, ordering his men to blockade the Jinluan Palace and the royal library. As they rush to the Donglu Palace, our girl Sheng Ying wonders why he's so focused on that location. It's the crown prince's residence, and his sudden interest feels ominous. As they arrive, an official greets him as Majesty, but His Highness is only concerned about the Emperor. He asks if the Emperor was disturbed. The official assures him that the Emperor slept soundly, completely undisturbed. That's not the answer he wanted to hear. He orders the area to be completely locked down. Turning to his brother, he gives a chilling command, show no mercy to anyone, especially the princess, he adds, his gaze cold as ice. But his tone softens as he warns his brother to be careful with her. Sheng Ying realizes with a start, he's not threatening the princess, he's trying to protect her. But it's too late. A soldier reports that Queen Yin, the princess and the crown prince are all gone. The palace is completely empty. His Majesty storms off to see for himself. Sheng Ying trembles, realizing that Pei Yuanhao's actions today are nothing short of rebellion. He slams the door open, but the room is empty. His brother spots a recently used tea set, realizing the princess willingly followed the crown prince. In a fit of pure rage, he shatters the cup in his hand. Our girl gasps as blood drips from his fingers, but His Majesty just licks the wound with a terrifyingly blank expression. He sends his brother to secure the north gate, his voice devoid of all emotion. His brother rushes to obey. Let me treat the wound first, she says gently. As she wraps the bandage around his bleeding hand, he seems lost in thought. He always believed the princess was only with the crown prince due to a family arrangement. He admits to Sheng Ying that he regrets it, feeling pity for the woman he lost. He saw her as just a woman stuck with her husband. Our girl can only watch as he grieves. He's worried her life will be difficult now that she's on the run. Ah, so he was in love with the other woman. Sheng Ying tries to comfort him, saying the crown prince will surely treat her well. But then he grabs her hand, his eyes desperate. Now it's only you by my side. Sheng Ying, won't you leave me? Our girl is stunned into silence, but she quickly reassures him that she won't, telling him to forget she ever spoke of leaving. He pleads again, his voice cracking. Don't leave me, okay? The sight of this powerful man looking so broken melts her heart. She cups his face, making a solemn promise, Shang Ying will always be here. And in that moment, something shifts between them. Surrounded by a whirlwind of flower petals, he sweeps her into his arms. There are no more words, only the feeling of his arms around her. In this moment of shared vulnerability, they find solace in each other. Meanwhile, in the capital, things are in chaos. After the incident, the crown prince's whereabouts became unknown. With a power vacuum, officials flock to the court, hoping the third prince will inherit the throne and bring stability. Our girl Shang Ying stares out from a balcony, worrying about him. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls her name. It's Yu Gong, the prince's loyal attendant. He urgently asks her to come with him to see the third prince. She asks what's wrong, and the servant's face is grim. He explains the prince is about to take office in 3 days and is working himself to the bone. He's been handling things day and night, and his body can't take it. Since no one else can get through to him, he's begging her to try. Our girl's heart sinks with worry, but Yu Gong gives her a knowing look, admitting he's aware of their special relationship. Our poor heroine turns beet red from embarrassment. They finally arrive at the Shangyang Palace. As the doors slide open, they're greeted by a beautiful woman with striking cat-like features. Yu Gong, she calls out. He bows stiffly, greeting the Shen lady. She eyes our girl with suspicion, asking what he's doing. He explains he brought a servant to care for the prince, and she immediately gets the wrong idea, thinking she's interrupted something. She muses that the prince must be tired from choosing a concubine. Her sharp gaze lands on Sheng Ying. You don't look like an ordinary servant, she says, her voice dripping with disdain. Our girl quickly insists that's all she is, but inside, her world is shattering. He's recruiting a concubine? The thought pierces her heart like a shard of ice. Just then, an angry roar erupts from inside the room. Who's noisy outside? Get out of here! The servant quickly apologizes, announcing he's brought Sheng Ying. The prince's tone changes instantly. Let her in, he commands. The Shen lady is left fuming as the servant ushers our girl inside. She glares at Sheng Ying's back, vowing to find a way to get rid of this eyesore. The other woman storms off, and the prince's voice, now soft, says, "There you are." Sheng Ying stands before him, her heart in her throat. Majesty. He looks exhausted, but his eyes are fixed on her. Why did you come here? She nervously explains. I heard you've been busy, so I wanted to see if I could help. He closes the distance between them in a heartbeat, his voice a low whisper. Are you worried about me? She tries to play it off, saying his health is important to the whole country, but he's not buying it. He traps her against the wall, his face inches from hers. So how about you? Am I important to you? He presses, his intense gaze leaving her nowhere to hide. He leans in even closer, his presence overwhelming. Of course it's important. Our girl can only stare back, completely captivated. He sighs. Sheng Ying. There are some things that can't go both ways. She finally finds her voice, asking, Are you upset because you chose concubines? His eyes widen slightly. How do you know? He asks. She explains that the Shen lady told her. She looks down, her voice small. Sheng Ying is a slave. I'm afraid that I have no status. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes. Have no status, he repeats. He corners her again, his voice dropping to a jealous growl. Or did you have someone else? Before she can answer, he grabs her, pulling her flush against his chest. She has no idea what's going on. But the emperor drops a bomb, revealing that when Pei Yuanshu left, the only thing he took was the gift she had given him. Sheng Ying is stunned, and the emperor twists the knife, suggesting that her old flame is clearly still in love with her. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a jade hairpin. Then he hits her with the ultimate jealous question. If she were in the palace, would Pei Yuanshu have tried to take her with him? Our girl, caught between a rock and a very possessive hard place, insists she won't go with anyone, but her answer doesn't satisfy him in the slightest. He claims she sounds reluctant. He grabs her chin, his eyes blazing with insecurity, demanding she promise to always be by his side. She clutches her chest, a sharp pain reminding her this isn't normal. He's acting completely unhinged. He accuses her of getting bored of him already. Then he brings up her ex. The emperor's paranoia goes into overdrive, accusing her of hiding secrets and even working for his rival. She frantically denies everything, but it's like talking to a brick wall. Finally, she snaps, telling him to get lost, because she can't stand to look at him anymore. The air goes still as she clenches her hands, her resolve hardening. She makes her final move. She'll disappear from his life forever if he just grants her a pardon and lets her leave the palace. He just gives her a cold, unreadable stare. And with a dramatic slam of the door, he's gone, leaving our girl all alone with her thoughts. But we see his perspective. He believes that if she stays, she'll just be criticized by everyone. He thinks this is the only way, the only solution he has. Meanwhile, Sheng Ying reflects that getting out of the palace was always her dream. So why does her heart feel like it's shattering into a million pieces? She tries to convince herself that she's finally free. Free from this suffocating palace. and free from expecting anything more from him. When she returns to her quarters, her friend Yiting is overjoyed to see her. Yiting heard that Yu Gonggong was looking for her and asks if something urgent happened. Sheng Ying tries to play it cool, but her friend immediately notices her red, swollen eyes. Yiting then spots the packed luggage on the bed, and Sheng Ying confirms it. They're leaving in a few days. Our girl is clearly depressed about it, but her friend seems excited. Yiting tries to cheer her up, asking if she remembers their plans for who they'll marry once they're free. The word marry hits Sheng Ying like a ton of bricks. Who could she possibly marry now? Yiting, oblivious, daydreams about marrying a rich merchant and getting a dog. She then asks Sheng Ying about her future plans, but our girl hasn't even thought about it. Yiting playfully calls her a liar and demands an answer. Sheng Ying whispers something about finding fishermen, which sends her friend into a fit of laughter, until a sudden noise from the door startles them. Sheng Ying is on high alert. Yiting peeks outside but doesn't see anyone. Sheng Ying dismisses it as the wind, but she looks uneasy. Her friend agrees and suggests they get some rest, unaware that someone was definitely listening from the shadows. Later that night, Sheng Ying lies awake, stealing her heart. She's finally getting out, and from now on, she'll have no relationship with him whatsoever. A few days later, the time has come. The palace ladies are being discharged with a bonus, and Yiting can barely contain her excitement. They hold hands as they wait in the crowded line. It's chaotic, but they've got their reward money and freedom is just a few steps away. Sheng Ying takes one last look back, ready to say goodbye to this chapter of her life. Names are being called one by one. Yiting gets her reward and hurries out, eager to start her new life. Finally, the official calls out, Yu Sheng Yang. Her friend promises to wait for her right outside. But elsewhere, a dramatic conversation is unfolding. The emperor's brother is furious, asking why he's letting her go. The emperor coldly replies that he thought it would be safer for her outside the palace. But here's the twist. The blonde brother reveals that the scheming Shen Gongyi knows all about Sheng Ying and has planted assassins right outside the palace gates. Luckily, their own guards discovered the plot just in time. It seems Shen Gongyi is trying to secure his own daughter's future by eliminating any and all potential threats to her position. With a cold apology, the emperor tells Sheng Ying this is the only way. She has no idea what he means, but the look in his eyes is pure, unyielding ice. He grabs her hand, dragging her away as guards fall in line behind them. She panics, screaming for him to let her go before the palace gates close, but his only answer is a harsh no. With a deafening slam, the massive doors shut, sealing her inside. She yanks her hand back just in time, her heart hammering against her ribs. Beating her fists against the wood, she screams for them to open the door. But he doesn't even look back, simply walking away with his brother. Moments later, he's carrying our girl's unconscious form, having knocked her out to get her here. His brother offers to take her the rest of the way. The emperor hands her over without a single word. Holding her gently, the brother whispers that the emperor is only doing this to protect her. But our poor heroine can't hear him, shedding silent tears in her forced slumber. He begs her unconscious form not to hate his brother for this betrayal. A few days pass, and Pei Yuanhao is officially sworn in as the new emperor. Meanwhile, our girl wakes up in the infamous cold palace, the place where unwanted women are sent to be forgotten. Dazed, she pushes herself up, wondering where on earth she is. A sickeningly sweet voice cuts through the haze. Yu Sheng Ying, long time no see. She freezes. It can't be. Yu Yan. Sure enough, her old two-faced rival appears with a triumphant smirk. The horrifying reality sinks in. He's locked her up again. Yan wastes no time rubbing it in, sneering that she's just a palace maid now. She accuses our girl of being a terrible friend, a total waste of her time. Then she screams, "You told the emperor to lock me up here to suffer forever, didn't you?" Our girl is floored. The emperor? Yan laughs, gloating that the third prince has been promoted, and now they're both his prisoners. Karma spares no one, she cackles, absolutely delighted that our girl has been brought down to her level. Sheng Ying can only stare in disbelief, her world crumbling around her. It's official, he's completely bored of her, but if he's done with her, why not just let her go? She yells at Yi Yan's retreating back, demanding answers. Yan whips around, her face twisted with rage. Who are you talking to? She grabs our girl and lets loose a torrent of abuse, calling her a hated tramp, and even insulting her deceased mother. And that was the biggest mistake of her life. Bop! Our girl serves up a 5-fingered serving of shut your mouth. Yan is stunned, clutching her cheek. You dare to slap me? Sheng Ying's eyes are blazing. I will not allow you to scold my mother. Suddenly, the head matron of the cold palace appears, breaking up the fight. The old woman is shocked to see our girl is now one of her charges. She immediately sides with Yi Yan, threatening our heroine for causing trouble. I'm the manager here, she snarls, getting right in Sheng Ying's face. With a wicked grin, she asks if our girl fancies another go at cleaning the manure pits. Yan just smirks, knowing she's got the matron wrapped around her little finger. The two witches storm off, leaving our girl utterly defeated. But the matron returns, ordering Sheng Ying to pack her things and receive a reward. A reward? Our girl is completely bewildered. Today is the queen's inauguration day, the matron announces. Everyone in the palace gets a reward. The queen's inauguration, the words are a punch to the gut, she has to ask. Who is the queen? The matron just sneers. You're already here. Why are you asking so many questions? The cruel implication hits her like a tidal wave. That night she prepares a bath while the sky explodes with fireworks celebrating his wedding. She's now just a forgotten woman in the cold palace. Tonight he marries his queen, and it has nothing to do with her anymore. She sinks into the tub trying to numb the crushing ache in her heart. Just then, a sharp knock echoes from the door. Stepping out of the water, she wonders who could possibly be looking for her at this hour. She opens the door and her breath catches in her throat. It's him. The newly crowned emperor on his wedding night is standing in her desolate room. Before she can speak, he pulls her into a desperate embrace. Her mind is reeling. Why did he come here? Our girl stammers, asking why His Majesty is here on his wedding night. With a smirk that could melt glaciers, he announces he's here for the bedding ceremony, and her jaw absolutely hits the floor. She tries to play it cool, suggesting he's drunk and she should call a maid to escort him out. But he shuts that down immediately, roaring. Before she can even blink, this chaotic man is already getting into her bathtub like he owns the place. Our poor heroine can only cry out his title in utter disbelief. She asks the million-dollar question, why did you climb into the tub? His response, this is very comfortable. Sir, this is not a 5-star resort. He even has the audacity to praise the water temperature. Then he invites her in, grabbing her hand before she can even think of running. With a huge splash, he yanks her into the water, demanding she help him shower. He cups her face, his purple eyes burning with an intensity that makes her tremble. She tries to snap him back to reality, reminding him he has a queen and that he's the one who threw her in this cold palace on his wedding day. With a heavy heart, she admits she thought she'd never see him again. But he just leans closer, his voice a low growl as he declares, "You're my queen." "So I came here," he proclaims, as if that explains ditching his own wedding. The air is thick with unspoken words and rising steam. She makes one last desperate attempt, insisting he's just drunk. But as she tries to escape, he grabs her arm. "Did I allow you to go?" he growls, pulling her back with force. Our girl is a blushing, stuttering mess, completely overwhelmed. "Of course," he says, then casually tells her to get up before the water gets cold. Then this man has the absolute nerve to ask if she's cold and offers to help her warm up with a sly grin. She frantically refuses his very generous and very inappropriate offer. But their little moment is interrupted by an official announcing his presence outside, and our girl panics. The emperor, however, is completely unbothered, teasing her for being shy. He assures her his men won't talk, but the official bravely pipes up, reminding His Majesty that the actual queen is still waiting. The poor guys are on their knees, probably praying for a swift end. The emperor goes full savage mode, telling the official to send the queen to bed alone, then roaring, "Go away," when the man hesitates. He turns back to Sheng Ying, complaining that his servants are such buzzkills. Our girl, ever the voice of reason, gently suggests he should probably go back to his new wife. He scoffs at the very idea. "The queen? Are you talking about Changjing?" He dismisses his new bride with a cold "she," as our heroine is reminded of the powerful woman who now holds the title of queen. The image of her beautiful rival flashes in her mind, and her heart aches with despair. Lily leaped from the window. Seeing her sadness, the emperor's expression softens. "Sheng Ying, I've let you suffer here for a while." He then makes a solemn promise. "Wait until I'm sure you're safe, and I'll let you out." The emperor explains with a grim look. "Someone wants to harm you." He continues, stating that the harem is a battlefield, and to rise, others must be eliminated. It clicks for Sheng Ying. This means someone is already threatened by her, seeing her as a rival. The emperor lays it out cold. "Since you're about to leave the palace, this is the perfect time for them to kill you." And in that terrifying moment, a single thought warms her heart. Turns out he doesn't hate me. He catches her staring and asks what's wrong, then notices she's shivering. "You're cold again?" His expression softens, and he grabs a towel. "Help you dry." Before she can even protest, he pulls her into a rough, chaotic embrace, scrubbing her hair with the towel. And then he goes for it, planting a kiss right on her lips as she sputters in shock. "You seem cold," he whispers. "Let me help you warm up." He pulls her closer, and our girl is completely swept away in the moment. The next day, things at the desolate cold palace are about to get a lot more dramatic. A guard's voice rings out, announcing the arrival of a concubine. Sheng Ying is confused. Who would possibly want to visit this place? And then she sees her, a vision of silk and jewels, looking like she owns the world. It's a face she knows all too well. Sheng Ying freezes in shock. It's Shen Rou, and she's been made a concubine. The old servant lady immediately starts screeching at her to show some respect. Our girl quickly bows, meekly greeting the new concubine lady. Shen Rou just hums, looking down her nose at her. With a scornful smirk, she taunts Sheng Ying about her fall from grace, from being the emperor's favorite servant to a nobody in the cold palace. The servant lady shrieks again, demanding to know why Sheng Ying isn't answering her new master. But Shen Rou has other things on her mind. "Today is my ordination day, so why can't I see the emperor?" she pouts. She leans in, grilling Sheng Ying. "Do you know where he went last night?" Our girl plays dumb, saying she has no idea. She can feel Shenrou's eyes boring into her. "Oh, I heard he went to Shangyang Palace." Shenrou says slyly, "I heard he drank a lot. What exactly was he doing there?" She snaps, her voice sharp as a whip. Don't let me hear you say I don't know again. It's obvious now she came here just to see if Sheng Ying has truly been abandoned. With a final venomous smile, she tells her servant to take good care of this very noble girl. The servant bows, practically vibrating with malicious glee. As Shenrou sachets away, a terrible feeling creeps into Sheng Ying's heart. Even here, in the palace's most forgotten corner, trouble finds her. Is this a fate she simply can't escape? A few days later, the head servant Momo finds Sheng Ying looking unwell. Our poor girl admits she has a fever, touching her forehead weakly. But she gets zero sympathy, as Momo just scolds her for being so weak. Momo shoos her away, telling her to go rest. But when Sheng Ying insists she's fine, the woman snaps, "Do you want to infect me?" Defeated, Sheng Ying just thanks her for the concern. Momo huffs and walks off, leaving her all alone. Sheng Ying's mind flashes back to that steamy night in the bath with the emperor. Is that how she caught this cold? Her thoughts are interrupted by a familiar, unwelcome voice. Shenrou is back. "Stand up," the concubine commands. Sheng Ying's stomach plummets. Why is she here again? Does she know the emperor visited? Shenrou grins. "I saw how smart you are, so I asked the queen to give you to me. From now on, you'll be working at my palace." Our girl is absolutely floored. This has to be a trap. How? You don't want to. Shenrou sneers, her face inches away. Sheng Ying trembles, stammering that she wouldn't dare refuse. She tries to make an excuse about being clumsy, but Shenrou cuts her off, saying that's her decision to make. So Sheng Ying plays her last card. "My health is not good, I'm afraid I will infect you. Please give me a few days to rest." Shenrou looks her over, noticing her pale face. She actually agrees. Fine, the next day then. Sheng Ying thanks her profusely, barely believing she got away with it. She watches the concubine leave, a wave of relief washing over her. She quickly retreats inside, shutting the door on the drama. But suddenly, a frantic banging starts. "Let me in," a voice yells. Sheng Ying recognizes the voice as Xiao Wu's, but when the door opens, it's not Xiao Wu, it's Qi Wang, and standing right behind him is Shenrou with the most triumphant, evil smirk. Qi Wang is stunned to see the concubine there. "I heard you're busy at court," Shenrou purrs. "Why are you here?" He's been completely cornered. I came to find a servant," he admits. "Her name is Yue Sheng Ying." All eyes fall on our heroine. She's been caught. She asks our girl's little brother if he knows where Sheng Ying is, but he plays dumb, saying he has no idea, though the concubine is clearly not buying it. The little brother knows Sheng Ying hasn't left the palace, but he can't find her anywhere. He came here specifically to look for her. Sheng Ying is touched by his concern. "Ah, this sweet boy." The concubine offers to help search, since it's inconvenient for a man to be in this part of the palace. He's thrilled and thanks her profusely. "You're welcome, Your Highness," she says, all smiles. She's practically beaming, thinking she's got one up on her rival. Later that night, Sheng Ying is tossed into a feverish dream. She's a little girl again, happily playing with her mother. She calls out for her mom with a bright, innocent smile, but the memory turns into a nightmare as a man grabs her mother from behind. In the present, she tosses and turns in bed, trapped in the traumatic memory. The emperor watches over her, his face a storm of emotions as she whimpers. He sighs, clearly worried sick. He wonders why she suddenly fell ill like this. A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Is it because of me? Just then, our girl wakes up and is completely shocked to see the emperor right there. Why are you here?" she stammers as he tells her he came to take care of her. She tries to push him away, begging him to leave, but he calmly explains it's his fault she caught a cold. She's stunned that he's actually admitting fault. He then casually asks if she's thirsty. He offers her a cup of water. She just stares at it, completely bewildered by his sudden nursing skills. A little giggle escapes her, and he immediately asks what's so funny. She teases him, saying she never expected the great emperor to know how to care for someone. "So what do I look like every day?" he asks, leaning in. "A stranger no one can get close to," he smirks. "Looks like you know how to tease me now." Before she can deny it, he swoops in for a kiss. Our girl is completely flustered. After the kiss, the room is filled with a sweet, romantic tension. She can only blush and look away. But he's not done. He pushes her down gently onto the bed. "I'll be with you," he whispers, his voice low and full of promise. She stammers his title, completely overwhelmed. Later, her maid fills her in. "The concubine lady came here today," she reports, and the emperor's face darkens instantly. "What did she want?" he demands. Our girl explains that the concubine wants her to serve at Zhonghua Palace. The emperor is furious. "That snake!" He gets up, ready to confront the concubine, but Sheng Ying stops him. "Don't! It's a matter of the harem." She pulls him back, insisting she can't let him get caught up in the harem's conflicts for her sake. "But I'm in the harem," she says sadly. "How can I escape?" It feels like she's a bird trapped in a gilded cage. He asks if she's blaming him, but she's just stating a fact. She shakes her head, not wanting him to misunderstand. She takes his hand, reassuring him that she knows he means well and that she's been in the harem long enough to know how to handle things. He leans his head on hers, begrudgingly accepting her point. But he warns her, "Do not use this expression to look at others later on." She's confused. "What expression?" He replies, "The expression that invites me." Oh, this chaotic man. He gives her one last, smoldering look. "You should go to sleep," he warns. "Otherwise, I won't guarantee that I can control myself." The concubine is shocked, exclaiming how haggard Sheng Ying looks after just a few days. Our girl, looking utterly drained, meekly explains that her health isn't good. The concubine takes pity on her, pulling her up from the floor and saying her sickness just makes her more pitiful. She then gets a sly look in her eye, telling Sheng Ying to take a shower and stay by her side starting tonight. Our girl has no choice but to agree, even as her mind races, knowing the concubine is plotting something. She's quickly dismissed and makes her escape. As she walks through the palace grounds, she runs into another maid, Bai Shu. Bai Shu explains she was sent by the emperor to serve the concubine, and questions why Sheng Ying is back from the dreaded Leng Palace. Our girl dodges the question, asking where the concubine is headed. It turns out everyone is going to see off General Chang Qing. The name hits Sheng Ying like a lightning bolt. She realizes that with the general gone, his sister, the wicked Queen Shen Ro, will lose a powerful ally. Later that night, Sheng Ying finds herself playing hairdresser for the concubine, who's getting all dolled up. Our girl throws out a compliment, telling the concubine she's beautiful. But the concubine just sighs dramatically, lamenting what a pity it is. She pouts that even though she's as beautiful as a fairy, no one ever comes to see her. Sheng Ying wisely keeps her mouth shut. Speak of the devil, the emperor himself suddenly arrives. The concubine is floored, asking why he's here. The emperor coolly replies he's come to visit her, but his eyes are already drifting elsewhere. With a look that could freeze fire, he dismisses the concubine, telling her to go take a shower because he's tired. When she cheekily asks if he wants to join, he just tells her to go first. Ouch, rejection. He then orders a eunuch to bring an incense burner, clearly setting a mood. But as the concubine leaves, the emperor turns and grabs Sheng Ying's hand. His intense gaze is locked on our flustered heroine. Satisfied, he leans in and gives her a soft kiss on the forehead. Our girl trembles as he asks what she's so afraid of. He gestures towards the other room, reminding her that the concubine is still waiting for him. But then he drops a bomb. The person she was waiting for has already entered. Sheng Ying is confused until she sees the eunuch and realizes the emperor brought him here for the concubine. She's touched by his chaotic but thoughtful gesture, but her relief is short-lived as the emperor gets possessive, accusing her of wanting him to be with the concubine instead. He challenges her for daring to order him around, before deciding he'll take a break with her. Our girl, ever the quick thinker, offers to give him a massage. He smirks, clearly pleased with this development, as she works on his stiff shoulders. He flips her concern back on her, asking if she thinks he's not healthy. She blushes, accusing him of teasing her again. He pulls her close, whispering that he only feels secure when she's by his side. Then he gets bold, telling her not to massage only his shoulder, because that place needs attention too. Sheng Ying panics, reminding him the concubine is still in the next room. But the emperor is completely unbothered, implying the concubine is too preoccupied to notice what they're doing. Our poor heroine is a blushing, stuttering mess, completely overwhelmed. The emperor holds her tight, declaring he'll have to visit this palace more often. He then dismisses any thoughts of the queen, leaving Sheng Ying to wonder what he means. He leans in, telling her to protect herself well before he departs. She promises she will, trying to keep her composure. But just as he's about to leave, a chaotic knock echoes through the room. It's a flustered eunuch, barging in and calling for his majesty. The poor guy is blushing and sweating, clearly mortified to have interrupted. Whatever this was, the emperor, cool as a cucumber, simply tells Sheng Ying he'll visit another day. He then sweeps out of the room, leaving his bewildered eunuch behind. The emperor's aide immediately starts giving him an earful. "Majesty, you should have stayed in longer," he complains. The emperor deadpans that he was in there for 2 whole hours, but the eunuch just tells him to prep more incense next time. The absolute nerve of this guy. The next morning, Sheng Ying finally feels a moment of peace. Her return to favor is already causing ripples in the palace, as other concubines celebrate no longer being on laundry duty. Our girl tries to relax by the palace pond, finally able to breathe. She watches the fish swimming freely in the water. Reaching out, she enjoys the simple, beautiful moment. But her quiet is shattered when a familiar voice calls her name. It's Qi Wang. She lets out a small sigh, her brief moment of tranquility over. She was just wistfully thinking about how the fish are free, unlike her. She turns, startled to see him. He rushes towards her, his voice filled with relief, and without a second thought, he pulls her into a tight, desperate hug. Completely flustered, she can barely stammer out his name. He confesses he's been looking for her everywhere, terrified he'd never see her again. Our girl's heart aches. Through all this chaos, he never forgot her. She gently pulls away, telling him she's missed him too. He frantically asks where she's been and why he couldn't find her. When she explains she was banished to the Leng Palace, Qi Wang sees red. He can't believe the emperor would lock her away after everything she's done for him. She tries to change the subject, asking if he's still mad about a previous meal. His face softens with worry, knowing that's not what she's truly asking. He gets to the heart of it. Why did my brother exile you? She tries to explain that the emperor was actually protecting her, but Qi Wang isn't buying that for a second. Protect you? Did he hurt you? He demands, ready to fight his own brother for her. She quickly grabs his hand, assuring him she's fine and that he doesn't need to worry. She thanks him for his concern, and the poor prince turns beet red. Ah, he's just a blushing, concerned cinnamon roll. But their reunion is cut short by an approaching voice. It's another servant. The prince is so flustered he can barely stand straight as the lady greets him. She announces she's here on the concubine's orders to fetch Sheng Ying. Qi Wang is visibly annoyed, grumbling about her terrible timing. He reluctantly waves them off, muttering about waiting for another chance. Damn it, he thinks, frustrated that their conversation was cut short. He was so close to getting some real answers. As they walk away, the maid wonders why the concubine returned so quickly. Sheng Ying explains that with the concubine's status, she doesn't need to grovel before the queen. The maid then remembers she was told to pick some fresh flowers. They wander over to a large flower bush. These flowers are pretty, the maid says, but Sheng Ying is confused. Her eyes widen in shock. The bush is completely empty. Suddenly, a hand yanks our girl straight into the foliage. It's the emperor. He puts a finger to her lips, silencing her gasp. He leans in, his voice a low whisper as he confesses, "I miss you." Our girl is a blushing, stammering wreck. She tries to wriggle free, protesting that the concubine is still waiting for her. "Just let her wait," he growls, not giving a single care. She panics, saying a mere maid like her will be punished for the delay. But he just smirks. "What are you afraid of? I am here." The intense look in his eyes tells her she's not going anywhere. He pulls her into a deep, passionate embrace, surrounded by the scent of flowers. The world outside their secret hiding spot simply ceases to exist. He playfully lays her down in the flower bed, and she can't help but let out a small laugh. "What's so funny?" he asks, a playful glint in his eyes. She smiles, pointing out that fallen petals are now stuck in his hair. "I didn't expect you to wear flowers so well," she teases. He growls, leaning over her. "How dare you?" she playfully retorts. "Does your majesty want to leave your mark again?" He moves closer, their lips almost touching. "This," he declares with a devilish grin, "was my main goal all along." But the emperor is loving every second of her flustered state, trapping her against the basin. She calls him petty, but one look at the mark he left on her neck says he's just getting started. He leans in, whispering that she'll be leaving Zhanghuapa soon. The emperor then announces that since things aren't peaceful in Jiangnan, he's decided to go there himself after spring. And to her surprise, he declares he's taking her along for the trip. But just as she's processing this, a voice calls out her name. It's her friend, Bai Shu. The emperor gives a curt dismissal, not even glancing at the newcomer. He tells them to stand and walks away without another word. The man has places to be. The ladies quickly see him off. Bai Shu immediately wants to know why our girl was with the emperor, and Sheng Ying fumbles for an excuse, saying they just happened to meet. They decide to get back to their duties, but of course, the drama just loves to follow our girl. A new voice stops them in their tracks, and it's none other than her old rival, Yian. Bai Shu tries to run interference, telling Sheng Ying to go on ahead. Our girl agrees, but tells her friend not to take too long. Yian smirks, shocked to see Sheng Ying out of the cold palace. Our girl stands her ground, demanding to know what she wants. And Yian's request is absolutely unhinged. She wants Sheng Ying to help her get into the emperor's bed. "Don't dream," our girl fires back, absolutely disgusted. But Yian grabs her hand, her eyes glinting with malice. She leans in close, her voice a venomous whisper, claiming she knows Sheng Ying's secret. "What do you mean?" Sheng Ying asks, but the dread is already creeping in. Yian reminds her of an incident 5 years ago, involving a third person who was with them, a person who suddenly disappeared. Our girl's blood runs cold. She can't believe this woman still remembers. Yian goes in for the kill, threatening to expose that Sheng Ying once killed someone, and gets a hard shove for her trouble. Stumbling back, Yian is stunned. But Sheng Ying is furious, her eyes blazing with anger. Yan taunts her, asking if she's trying to silence her before spilling her sob story about how she used to be an official's daughter. "Boo-hoo, lady, get in line." Sheng Ying warns her that if she gets into trouble, the palace will investigate everything. But Yan just laughs, confident that when the truth comes out, our girl will be the one who can't escape. Yan bursts out laughing, her blackmail plot a smashing success. All she wants is the emperor's favor, and to become a concubine. With no other choice, Sheng Ying agrees to find a way. Yian looks sickeningly pleased with herself. Our girl is left trembling, her darkest secret now a weapon in her enemy's hands. Later that night, another concubine tries her luck, offering the emperor a specially made soup. But just as he asks what it is, Sheng Ying swoops in like a guardian angel of pettiness, declaring that she's the one who had the soup prepared for him. The emperor takes a sip. He declares it not bad, his eyes fixed solely on our girl. The concubine, desperate for attention, asks if he'll stay the night, but he coldly shuts her down, claiming he has work. She insists he needs servants, practically begging. "You're right," he says, before pointing a finger straight at Sheng Ying. "Let her serve me." The concubine is seething. Our girl has thwarted her plans yet again. Sheng Ying can only bow her head and accept. In the library, he dismisses everyone else. He's only got eyes for one servant tonight. As she prepares his ink, he reads a rather grim report about imprisoning mothers and killing brothers. He shows her the book. It's a list of the 8 biggest sins the ministers have accused Jiangnan of. That's exactly why he wants to go see it for himself. The more they protest, the more curious he gets. Sheng Ying watches him, a worried look on her face. He just gives her a sly, knowing smile. Then, without warning, he grabs her arm. He pulls her into his lap, declaring that he's tired. She panics, saying the eunuch is still outside, but he's not listening. "So what? Should the soup I drank be wasted?" He leans in, his intentions crystal clear. She tries to tell him it was the other concubine's soup, but he doesn't care. He ate the soup, and now he's feeling the heat. Rainy called, and before she can say another word, he pulls her into a deep kiss. Things get steamy as our girl nervously addresses the emperor. He pulls her close, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he asks if his skills weren't good enough for her. With a smirk that could melt glaciers, he flips the script, demanding she undress him. Our poor heroine is a blushing, stammering mess, begging him to let her go. Our girl thought she had escaped his clutches for a moment, but realizes she can't get rid of this man. Just then, his eyes flutter open. He's awake, and he's not letting her leave just yet. He pulls her back into his arms, complaining that he's exhausted and needs to sleep in. The absolute nerve. Our girl is flabbergasted that he has the face to complain about being tired after the night they just had. She tries to tell him his attendant, Wu Gong Gong, is outside, but the emperor just shoos him away, telling him to wait. The attendant knows exactly what's up and respectfully retreats. She finally gets him dressed and ready for the day. He's back to his teasing self, asking if she wants him to brush her hair for her. She tells him to cut it out and get to work. When asked about breakfast, the emperor smugly replies he doesn't need any because he ate a lot last night, earning a knowing, cunning laugh from his attendant. Our girl is left a blushing, humiliated mess. He tells her he's leaving and that she can go back to her own palace. She heads out, only to be met by her concerned maid, Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu asks a very personal question. Has her mistress's period arrived? She points to a bucket with bloodied cloths, noting that her cycle has been chaotic lately, and she should go change. But as she hurries away, she's ambushed. A hand grabs her as a rival consort accuses her of daring to follow the emperor into the library. The jealousy is radiating off this woman. But our girl isn't taking any nonsense today. She claps back. The emperor wanted me to follow him. If you have the guts, go against his will. The consort is left fuming and speechless. Pushed to the edge, the rival declares, "You forced me," and pulls out a trump card. It's a golden token, an item of immense authority. Our girl's face falls in utter shock. That card, why is it in her hands? Who gave it to her? She reminds Sheng Ying of their shared past, trying to pull rank. Tired of the games, our girl demands to know what she wants. Yian's demand is as simple as it is savage. Make her the emperor's favorite in 1 month, or she'll spill all of Sheng Ying's dirty little secrets to the entire palace. Our poor heroine is cornered. But Yian is practically giddy with the possibilities, asking how they're going to pull it off tonight. Sheng Ying, ever the strategist, lays out the plan. The head concubine is on her red light day, so they'll use musk incense to spice things up. Yan immediately hesitates, knowing musk is a huge taboo in the palace, often used to prevent pregnancy. Sheng Ying plays on her ambition, reminding her that no one is pregnant anyway, and besides musk is great for promoting love. But Yi Yan is no fool, and asks if this is a trap. Our girl scoffs, telling her to take it or leave it. Desperate for power, Yi Yan quickly agrees but realizes she has no idea where to even get musk. Sheng Ying was prepared for this. She places a small, specially made packet in Yi Yan's hand. It's a special fragrance the emperor loves, she whispers, sealing the deal. Yan is completely sold. She scurries off to prepare the trap, leaving our girl behind. But as Sheng Ying watches her go, a flicker of pain crosses her face. She wonders if her heart will ever stop hurting from the things she must do to survive. You see, the musk was designed to give the concubine stomach cramps, but the real masterstroke was the scented sachet. Sheng Ying gave Yi Yan a little something extra to ensure she could never open her mouth to tattle. As the plan unfolds, Yi Yan dutifully brings the cursed incense burner into the room. She places it down, completely unaware she's just sealed her own fate. Just as the target concubine offers the emperor a tasty morsel, the trap is sprung. She suddenly cries out in pain. Clutching her stomach, she collapses as the emperor demands to know what's wrong. He screams for a doctor. The concubine can only whimper that it hurts. The emperor tries to soothe her while Yi Yan watches in pure horror, realizing this was not part of the plan she signed up for. The royal doctor arrives and delivers a chaotic diagnosis. It seems the concubine has been drugged. When the concubine denies taking any medicine, the doctor's eyes land on the source of the problem, the incense burner. He explains that while the incense is normally fine, the added musk is known to cause infertility. All eyes turn to the person who brought it in. The emperor, radiating pure fury, demands to know who ordered Yi Yan to do this. She stammers, completely panicked. The guard sees her as she screams that she was framed. And in a moment of clarity, her eyes lock onto Sheng Ying. "It's you," she shrieks. "It's all on you." She grabs our girl, trying to expose her as the true mastermind. But just as she's about to spill everything, her voice vanishes. She claws at her throat, unable to make a sound. The scented sachet has done its work. The emperor, having seen enough, orders the guards to drag the now mute Yi Yan away. He turns to our traumatized heroine, asking if she's all right. Sheng Ying, playing the part of a damsel in distress, assures him she's fine, her only concern being the concubine. Later, the recovering concubine thanks Sheng Ying for saving her. She's completely bought the story that Yi Yan acted out of jealousy. She now trusts Sheng Ying implicitly. The empress is investigating, so the concubine sends Sheng Ying to probe for information on her behalf. Our girl thinks to herself how lucky it was that Yi Yan carried the sachet, otherwise the plan to silence her would have failed. but she knows she's not out of the woods yet. A mute woman is still a threat. Arriving at the Empress's palace, she's told to wait outside because the Emperor is with her. Sheng Ying's heart aches at the thought of them together. But then she overhears the Empress's sharp words. Why is she suddenly dumb? I already investigated. Sheng Ying freezes. The Empress and the Emperor are getting suspicious, and her perfectly laid plan is about to unravel. The Empress spins a tale for the Emperor, claiming an incense bag with musk caused her to lose her voice. She plays the victim, saying it was a complete accident that she hurt herself. The Emperor silently listens, his expression unreadable. Then, with ice in his veins, he orders Lao Yiyan to be beaten to death. Our girl is horrified, but the Empress just turns on her, calling her a person with bloody hands. You're a monster, she sneers as she sweeps away, leaving Sheng Ying to tremble in her wake. Overwhelmed by the chaos, our poor girl stumbles and trips on a rock. She yelps in pain, but before she can hit the ground, a strong arm catches her. It's Xiao Wu, and he looks frantic with worry. What's wrong? He asks, his eyes full of concern. But our girl is too shaken to speak. Tears stream down her face as she tries to process the brutal sentence. He gently asks if someone was bullying her, but she just shakes her head. Instead, she asks him a heavy question. Your Highness, have you ever killed someone? His face hardens as he admits it, saying he clawed his way out of a pile of corpses to survive. She then asks if the nightmares and the sight of blood ever go away. He grabs her, his voice cracking as he shouts her name. He confesses that killing is painful, but it was the only way to stay alive. Looking up at him, she timidly asks if that's really true. He explodes. Of course it's true. Would you not cry if I were killed on the battlefield? He tells her she shouldn't say such things. His expression softens, a blush creeping up his neck as he looks at her. He admits that with his father ill and the palace in turmoil, he worries about her too. You're the only person I can trust, he whispers, so you have to take care of yourself. He grips her hand tightly, his voice desperate. You must live well. She can feel his own hand trembling. Our girl reassures him, but thinks to herself that while she once wanted to escape, things have changed. Now she has a secret she must protect. Xiao Wu's face lights up, but she knows she doesn't deserve his blind trust. Later, Lao Yiyan's room is in absolute chaos. The maids whisper among themselves, confused about who could have made such a mess. Just then, a palace eunuch approaches Sheng Ying. He confirms that Liao Yiyan has been executed, but her room has already been ransacked by someone else. Our girl's eyes widen in shock. The eunuch asks her to check if anything is missing, since she knew the deceased. She reluctantly agrees to help. Her heart pounds as she begins her search. She quickly checks under the bedding, and inside a small box, where she finds a hidden card. Why is this here? She clutches the box, her mind racing. She quickly tells the eunuch nothing is missing and scurries away, wondering if the card was stolen and planted here. Returning to her duties, she serves the concubine a specially prepared bowl of tangerine tea. The concubine seems pleased and agrees to try it. She takes a small sip. Can you make it a bit sweeter? She requests. As Sheng Ying agrees, the concubine slyly remarks that her thoughtfulness must be why the emperor likes her so much. Her eyes have a cunning glint. Our girl just lowers her head, playing dumb, as the concubine asks for another cup. The emperor himself walks in, drawn by the fragrant smell. He casually explains he was just passing by on a visit. The concubine quickly apologizes for her disheveled state. He asks about her recovery before his attention is caught by the tea's unique aroma. The concubine immediately offers him a taste, only to find her own cup is empty. Sheng Ying steps in, offering to pour him a fresh bowl, and as she does, a mysterious powder dissolves into the tea. Just as the emperor is about to taste it, Sheng Ying stops him. She pulls a piece out of the tea, declaring she'll try it first to ensure it's safe. But before she can, he snatches the piece from her, holds her hand, and eats it himself, his eyes locked on hers in a moment of pure chaotic romance. The emperor smirks, thinking the taste of her cooking is unique, but not even the royal chefs know the recipe. The queen, ever the schemer, suggests Sheng Ying bring him a late-night snack personally. Not bad, he murmurs, clearly intrigued by more than just the food. He stands up abruptly, telling them to bring it to him tonight. Our poor girl can only agree, her heart sinking with dread. The queen corners her, ordering her to go to the emperor's room with a wicked glint in her eye. I consider you a sister, she says, as if that justifies throwing her to the wolf. Sheng Ying is utterly baffled by this twisted display of sisterly love. And so, under the cold moonlight, our girl's fate is sealed. An attendant leads her right to the lion's den. She nervously announces her arrival with the food, and a voice from within commands her to enter. She has no choice but to obey. With trembling hands, she places the bowl on his desk. Majesty, please enjoy, she whispers, hoping this is all he wants. But one look at those piercing purple eyes tells her she's dead wrong. He suddenly yanks her wrist, pulling her off balance. Before she can even gasp, he pulls her into a chaotic embrace and crashes his lips onto hers. He doesn't let up for a second. Breaking the kiss just enough to breathe, he whispers, "You're the one who wrote this, right?" He holds up a piece of paper, his eyes intense. "I think you were the woman from 3 years ago." He's connected the dots, recognizing her handwriting from a note he found in the library. Our girl panics, quickly making up a lie about it being a remedy to attract fireflies from an old book. "I just tried to document it," she says, trying to sound innocent. He remembers everything. He remembers her standing in a swarm of magical fireflies that night. The jig is up, and there's nowhere for her to run. He whispers her name, Shang Ying, pulling her even closer, until she's a blushing mess. She stammers for him to hurry up and let her go, but he twists her words. Can't wait any longer, him? That devilish smirk says it all. This man is enjoying this way too much. He leans in, his gaze promising a very, very long night. He lets out a low, wicked chuckle. Then I will follow your wishes, he declares, as the scene gets steamy. He lays her down gently, ready to claim what he believes is his. The next morning arrives far too soon. She watches him sleep, wondering how this man can be so easily provoked. But her attempt to escape is a total failure. He's awake. You're up, he asks, looking far too pleased with himself. He has the audacity to ask why she didn't sleep, and she snaps back. Whose fault do you think that is? He just smirks, blaming her entirely. Who told you to seduce me? Flustered and red-faced, she sputters that she did no such thing. He just laughs, teasing her about how much she wanted him last night, and that's the last straw. She's out of there. After changing, she formally asks for his permission to leave, and he dismisses her with a simple all right. She makes her walk of shame out of his chambers. 2 months fly by and they're sharing a meal again. A huge feast is laid out before them, but the moment she looks at the food, a wave of nausea hits her, and the queen's eyes widen in suspicion. The emperor asks what's wrong as she quickly apologizes for her sudden outburst. She kneels, tears welling up in her eyes from the overwhelming feeling. What's wrong with me, she thinks, horrified. Just seeing fish is making me sick. Oh honey, I think we all know what's wrong with you. He rushes to her side, his usual cold demeanor gone, replaced with pure concern. She tries to play it cool, clutching her stomach and blaming it on some bad street food. But the emperor is not having any of it. He immediately decides to call for a doctor. Without a second's hesitation, he barks the order, and his attendant scurries off. The royal physician arrives in record time. He respectfully greets his majesty, completely unaware of the chaos he's walked into. The queen, ever so helpful, tells him to get on with it and diagnose her. The doctor carefully places a cloth over our girl's wrist to take her pulse. A moment of concentration, and then his eyes go wide with shock. He drops the bombshell. Your Majesty, she is about 2 months pregnant. The emperor is absolutely stunned. Even the queen can't believe her ears, thinking how it happened so fast. Our poor heroine is just as shocked, her hand flying to her stomach as the reality hits her. A baby, their baby. The doctor quickly adds that both the fetus and mother are perfectly healthy. A storm of emotions crosses the emperor's face as he processes the news. Then, a slow smile spreads across his lips as he takes her hand. This is it. This is the reason he needs to finally give her a proper title. He immediately orders his eunuch to document the incident in the mailroom, making their union official. The queen, seeing her chance, asks what title he'll bestow upon her. He declares she will be ordained as a concubine, with a celebration in just 3 days, before snapping at our girl to kneel and give thanks. Another concubine gives our dazed heroine a little nudge. She quickly drops to her knees, thanking the emperor, but the queen just sneers. Only thanks? Our girl, still reeling, expresses her deep gratitude for this great favor. The queen then assigns her a new residence, Fang Kao Tang. The green-haired concubine congratulates her with a little too much enthusiasm, gushing about how they'll be sisters now. The queen plasters on a fake smile, saying she'll have to rely on our girl in the future, but her inner monologue is pure venom. She wanted an ally in the harem, but a pregnancy this early throws a massive wrench in her plans. Meanwhile, the new sister can't hide her wicked little smirk. The harem games have officially begun. Overwhelmed by the day's events, she dismisses all of her new attendants. She just wants to be alone to rest and process everything. The head maid assigns shifts for the night, leaving our heroine to her thoughts. The room is finally quiet. She collapses onto her bed, the weight of her new reality crashing down on her. From now on, she thinks, I must stay in Shen Palace forever. She curls into a ball, completely lost and alone. But she's not alone for long. A figure appears by her bedside in the dead of night. It's the emperor. He gently brushes a strand of hair from her face and she stirs. Startled, she asks who's there, her eyes widening when she sees him. You woke up, he says softly. Of course I came. To protect you and our baby. He pulls her into a warm, protective embrace and tells her to go back to sleep. He holds her as she drifts off, and she realizes with a jolt that she's no longer just a servant. Her entire life has changed. He tucks her in, whispering that she needs to get used to him being here, because he's never leaving her side again. He then leans in and captures her lips in a tender, breathtaking kiss. Our girl is so flustered she can barely breathe. He just smirks, telling her she'll get used to this too. He gently places a hand on her stomach, a soft smile on his face. I hope the baby can be born safely, he whispers. She melts into his touch, murmuring her agreement. The warmth from his hand feels like it's going straight to her heart. She wishes this perfect, peaceful moment could last forever. Later, the emperor steps outside and summons his aide. He gives a deadly serious order. She is to have the best of everything, and if anyone fails in this task, their head will roll. A few days later, our girl is trying to relax while her maids giggle in the background. They're teasing her about the emperor's visit, and she blushes, trying to deny it. They just laugh, pointing out her red face, until the head maid sternly tells them to be quiet. Our heroine is reading a book, trying to ignore them. She looks up and asks what they're whispering about. The maids excitedly report that they just saw Qi Wang, the second prince, sitting all alone at the Z temple, looking completely zoned out. The name catches her attention. Qi Wang? She can't help but wonder what he's doing there all by himself. And there he is, the poor second male lead, looking utterly heartbroken. Our girl dismisses her attendants, wanting to go for a walk alone. The maid is worried, but our poor heroine insists she'll just be in the nearby area. She wanders off, only to find Xiao Wu sulking by himself. She approaches him gently, asking why he's sitting there all alone, and offering to listen. She even shows some concern, warning him that he might get sick sitting out in the wind. Her eyes are full of genuine worry. But he just mopes, saying he wants to be left alone for a while. She reminds him that he said the exact same thing the very first time they met. She even teases him, saying he treated her like a naive child. It turns out, in front of you, I'm nothing more than a child, she says, before dropping an absolute bombshell. You were pregnant with his baby, right? His face falls as she twists the knife, telling him he should be happy for her. Happy? He explodes, completely losing his composure. He tries to backtrack, flushing bright red and insisting that of course he's happy for her. He even forces out a laugh, but the act is painfully obvious. The facade shatters, and tears stream down his face as he whispers, I am just a child. Seeing his raw heartbreak, she grabs his sleeve, her voice soft as she calls out his name. She reassures him that no matter what happens, he will always be Xiao Wu in her heart. But he cries that she doesn't understand. His feelings for her are so much more than that. The emotional weight is too much for our girl, who suddenly feels unwell and makes a hasty exit. She clutches her chest, completely overwhelmed by the tense confrontation. He watches her leave, thinking it's for the best, just as a servant announces that the emperor has arrived. Talk about chaotic timing. Our girl is shocked, and her attendant explains he just arrived and is already in a foul mood, because he couldn't find her. And there he is, standing like a thundercloud, radiating pure fury. He icily demands to know where she's been. Knowing she's in deep trouble, she immediately drops to her knees. He pulls her up, but his questions are sharp and accusatory. He warns her never to go out alone again. She meekly agrees. Taking all the blame, she begs him to let her terrified servants off the hook. He turns his death glare on them, warning that if anything happens to her, their lives are forfeit. He then grabs her hand, his voice low and possessive. You have to look at me when you're talking to me. In your eyes, there is only me. This is getting intense. She blushes, flustered, reminding him that her maids are still in the room. With a single barked command, he dismisses them. He scolds her for making him worry, but she tries to brush it off. He is not amused. Still want to argue? She finally relents. He offers to take her for a walk tomorrow, but she quickly refuses, worried about the rumors it would cause. What a smooth deflection. She tries to change the subject by asking about his work in the south, but he's one step ahead, telling her they'll settle the score after she gives birth. A playful threat. She insists he shouldn't delay his important duties for her sake. He leans in with a devilish smirk. Oh, I already did, so how are you going to thank me? And his hand begins to wander. You're teasing me again, she stammers, but he just whispers, you know what I want? He leans in, closing the distance between them. After a soft kiss, he pulls back slightly. But our pouty chibi emperor declares it's not nearly enough. Our girl can't help but let out a laugh at his childish antics. He immediately pulls her back in for a much deeper kiss. This should be enough, right? He asks, then praises her for getting smarter. She playfully pushes him away, declaring that her service ends here for the night. She urges him to return to his duties. He asks if she's trying to get rid of him, but she explains she needs to prepare for her ordination ceremony tomorrow. She's emotional about her promotion, a mix of happiness and sorrow that he can't quite decipher. He's confused by her sad expression. She was promoted, so why does she seem upset? She sends him off, but he's left wondering if she's secretly reluctant to see him go. The next day, the ordination ceremony begins. Our girl is dressed in stunning new robes, ready for her new position. The head maid announces her new role. From now on, she must fulfill her duty and serve the emperor carefully. The queen notes that since our girl has been promoted, her family will also be rewarded for their excellent gene pool. But Sheng Ying's face falls. My relatives? She quietly informs the queen that she has no family left. The queen, only slightly thrown, asks where she's from, commenting that it's unexpected for a barbarian land like Shuzhong to produce such a beauty. Sheng Ying humbly accepts the backhanded compliment, but the court ladies start whispering. Apparently, the previous empress was also from Shuzhong, and she died in a mysterious fire. The gossip gets even spicier. Rumor has it there's a secret force in Shuzhong even more powerful than the former empress's family. All eyes turn to our girl, pressing her for insider information, but Sheng Ying plays dumb, claiming she's only heard rumors. The queen muses that this must be related to the traitors in Shuzhong, and the ladies add that Prince Qi Wang was just sent there. Alone. Yes, he was sent out just last night. Sheng Ying's heart plummets. Qi Wang, her love, is being sent to the front lines. The queen shuts down the gossip, but not before throwing some major side-eye at the concubine, who seems a little too interested in Qi Wang. Sheng Ying dutifully bows, her mind racing with worry. Suddenly, the emperor himself arrives. The queen explains she's taking the newly ordained Sheng Ying to pay respects to the ancestors. But the emperor has other plans. He dismisses the queen, saying he's busy but will take Sheng Ying to see the queen mother himself. The other concubines are absolutely seething with jealousy. They can only bow as the emperor whisks our girl away. He notices her worried expression. She quickly covers, saying she's just not used to the palace rituals yet, but he just tells her she'll get used to it. Yeah, she's not so sure about that. They arrive at the Queen Mother's residence. He announces his presence, here to greet his mother. The Queen Mother is shocked to see him. It's clearly a rare occasion. Why did you come here? She asks, not exactly sounding thrilled. He introduces Sheng Ying, explaining she's the new concubine who has come to pay her respects. The Queen Mother's eyes narrow with suspicion. The Queen is always the one to bring new concubines. She demands to know why he brought Sheng Ying personally. The Emperor then drops an absolute bombshell. Sheng Ying is 2 months pregnant. The Queen Mother is floored, and our girl looks ready to faint. The math isn't mathing. Promoted today but pregnant for 2 months? The Emperor just brushes it off, admitting he was careless. Despite the scandal, the Queen Mother tells the pregnant Sheng Ying to sit down. Then she turns back to her son, ready for a fight about her wanting to move to a temple. The Emperor's face hardens instantly. He flat out refuses, saying he'll agree to anything but that. She's ill and wants to recuperate elsewhere, but he's not having it. He insists he can still visit her, arguing that if she leaves, the palace will no longer be a home. His words leave the Queen Mother looking utterly heartbroken. Sheng Ying is stunned to hear him call the palace just a house. The Queen Mother laments being alone, without a companion or her son by her side. Our girl can't stay silent any longer and bravely speaks up. She tells the Queen Mother she can be devout even at home. She drops some poetic wisdom, saying a pure heart doesn't need a specific location. You say everything is empty, then who am I? She challenges. The Queen Mother is impressed, finally understanding why the Emperor favors this girl who used to work in the library. The Emperor thanks his mother for approving of them, and just like that, the crisis is averted, with the Queen Mother even inviting Sheng Ying for tea and scriptures. But as they leave, the Emperor's face is like a thundercloud. Our girl notices he is definitely not happy. She cautiously asks what's wrong. He turns to her, his voice cold and sharp. You should not read too many Buddhist scriptures later on. The Emperor deadpans. The two of us are not talkative people. If the baby is born, I'm afraid it will be mute. Our girl is speechless, trying to process if he's actually serious. She starts to defend herself, but he's not done. I don't like people who argue with me, he says with a smirk, but you might be an exception. He then lays out his terms. She has to make him tangerine tea tonight. He brings up their last encounter in the mailroom, and our girl immediately tries to shut him down, her face turning beet red. Just what? He teases, leaning in closer as she frantically whispers that his eunuch is literally right behind them. He throws a savage glance over his shoulder, not caring in the slightest. The poor eunuchs are practically melting into puddles of fear. Taking a bold step, she grabs his sleeve and invites him over tonight, and he instantly agrees with a smug "sure" before taking his leave. Our girl practically flees the scene, leaving him standing there looking way too pleased with himself. Later that night, as promised, he arrives at her quarters. So fragrant, he purrs, walking in like he owns the place. She tries to greet him formally, but he immediately tells her to cut it out. She presents the bowl of tangerine tea, telling him to taste it. But instead of eating, he just stares at her, asking why she isn't having any. She quietly explains that she can't eat this particular dish. Instantly, his teasing demeanor vanishes, replaced by concern as he promises to have the kitchens prepare nutritious medicine for her, even saying he'll take it with her. Ah, look at that. A genuine happy smile finally breaks through her defenses. He gently wipes her face, telling her she has food stuck on it before whispering her name, his voice dropping an octave. I like you just like now, he confesses. Our girl immediately fires back. So you didn't like me before? He explains that she's just softer now, less sharp. She pouts, understanding his point but still a little salty about it. But she's not letting him get the last word. She points out that he's changed too, becoming a total smooth talker. Dare to say I'm a smooth talker, he exclaims, launching a tickle attack on her stomach. She laughs, calling him evil, but then lets out a sharp cry of pain. The playful mood evaporates as he sees her pained expression and asks what's wrong. She clutches her stomach, trying to brush it off as having eaten too much. He's not buying her terrible excuse for a second and insists on calling a doctor, but she begs him not to, saying she just needs to rest. She's clearly in pain, sweating and looking pale. Okay, he says with a sly grin. Just in time. I'm tired too, so I'll sleep with you. And just like that, he's maneuvering them toward the bed. Our poor girl is completely stunned into silence. She stammers, trying to explain that she can't exactly serve him while she's feeling unwell. But he cuts her off, telling her to just sleep and declaring that no one else can serve him anyway. He covers her hand with his, a simple, comforting touch. I'm used to it already, he murmurs, telling her to just go to sleep. She's still flustered, pointing out that he's patting her. He shushes her, revealing he's patting himself to sleep before whispering a dark threat. If you don't sleep, I can't guarantee this is all I'll do. That does the trick. She immediately burrows under the covers like a frightened chipmunk. He smiles, holding her close and wishing her good night. The next morning, the sun rises on a new day. Our girl wakes up, her hand reaching across an empty space in the bed. He's gone. She sits up, looking a little lost. Her lady-in-waiting enters, asking if the emperor has already left. She explains His Majesty was worried about waking her, so he left quietly. What a gentleman! But our girl has plans, and she quickly decides to head out for a walk. She dismisses her attendant, making her way towards the ominous cold palace. She meets with the former queen mother in secret. Our kind-hearted heroine has brought the disgraced woman a bundle of supplies. The old woman thanks her, looking frail but grateful. But Sheng Ying is lost in her own thoughts, a conflicted expression on her face as she stares into the distance. An old court lady sighs, telling another woman how hard her life has been, stuck in the cold Leng Palace for years. The other woman, Qian Mama, reveals that the mother queen offered to let her leave, but she refused. After serving the late Queen Zhao Lai for half her life, she can't imagine leaving now. Our girl, eavesdropping from the side, is stunned. The mother queen was connected to Queen Zhao Li, the one who supposedly died in a fire. This changes everything. As Qian Mama prepares to leave, our heroine steps out from her hiding spot. Qian Mama is startled to see the concubine Yue Kai Ren in such a remote place. Our girl quickly lies, saying she came to visit the elder, Ren Jia. The two sit down for tea, though Qian Mama is clearly suspicious. But just as she pours, our girl panics and tells her to stop. Qian Mama is confused, thinking she's offended her guest. Our poor heroine quickly covers, using her pregnancy as an excuse, saying the doctor forbid her from drinking these kinds of teas. The old woman's eyes soften with understanding. As she looks at our girl, she remarks that she reminds her of someone. You look weak and easily bullied, she says. But in the palace, no one can climb on your head. But before she can say who, she dismisses it as nothing. Our girl takes her leave, but the encounter has clearly left an impression on both of them. Back at her residence, her maid is frantic. Kai Ren, His Majesty was here, she says, explaining he's now gone to see the queen. Our girl tries not to look disappointed. But hey, at least the mother queen sent over some cakes. Our hungry heroine is ready to dig in. Finally, some snacks, but the moment she sees the cakes, her blood runs cold. She recognizes them. Her maid is confused by her sudden change in demeanor. Get it out and pour it, she orders, her voice trembling. Don't let others see. She's horrified, realizing what just almost happened. Her maid inspects the cake and gasps. It's laced with arsenic powder. The maid panics, saying this is a clear attempt on her life. She wants to run to the emperor for justice, but our girl is terrifyingly calm. Think, she says. Would the queen really try to harm me now, with His Majesty visiting her? It's too obvious. The maid's eyes widen as the gears start to turn. Our girl has already figured it out. The one who did this wants me to miscarry, she explains. And for the queen to take the blame. The real culprit is the one who benefits the most. The plan was savage. 1 arrow, 2 targets. Her maid can't believe how she's holding it all in, but our girl knows this is just another day in the viper's nest of the palace. She has to endure more than just tantrums to survive here. As she stares at the poisoned cakes, a new plan begins to form. Later that night, she's practicing her calligraphy. She's trying to focus, but her mind is racing. Suddenly, a large, warm hand covers hers. It's the emperor. He snuck up on her, whispering in her ear, "Don't stop, keep going." Flustered, she continues to write with his hand guiding hers. He leans in close, asking if she's enjoying this little lesson. Our girl tries to play it cool, but her blush betrays her. He smirks, then suddenly pulls her into his arms, commenting on how she's still so skinny even after 3 months. I also eat a lot lately, she stammers, but he's not buying it. He pulls her onto his lap, his intentions clear. His hand hovers over her chest. There's no piece of meat here, he teases. Looks like the nutrition went into the wrong place. Our girl is about to combust from embarrassment, but the emperor is in no mood for games, pulling her into an embrace so tight it steals her breath. He sighs, admitting that holding her like this is the only thing that brings him peace these days, before noticing what she's working on. She tells him it's a drawing of a bodhisattva. He asks why she's drawing something so pious. She explains she's been studying Buddhist Dharma recently and felt inspired. He smirks, asking if she knows what bodhisattva truly means. Our girl, not missing a beat, says it means feeling the love before cheekily asking if she's right. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper, yes. Before she can even answer, he closes the distance. Our girl's mind goes blank, thinking only one thing. What a beast. I can't restrain myself all the time, he growls, before hitting her with the ultimate low blow. Or do you want me to go to the other concubines? Backed into a corner, she quickly says no. Sleep with me then, he demands, shocking our poor heroine, who can only stammer. Be gentle, don't hurt the baby. The next morning, the storm has passed. The emperor invites her for a walk. As they stroll through the palace gardens hand in hand, he asks if she's finally getting used to her new life. He apologizes for being so busy with state affairs lately. He tells her to rely on his aid for anything she needs, before teasingly adding, "Except me, right?" She just giggles, completely charmed. Our girl is the perfect empress, assuring him that the nation's affairs are far more important than her own needs. She promises to always support him, no matter what, but their tender moment is shattered by a frantic guard. "Bad news, Your Majesty. Something urgent has happened in Yangzhou," he cries. Our girl tries to excuse herself, knowing this is a matter of state, but the emperor grabs her wrist, his expression grim. Come with me to the imperial study. Her heart pounds in her chest as she follows him, wondering what could be so terrible. He offers her a seat, the silence in the room thick with tension. He sits across from her, a single teapot between them. Don't you want to know what the expedited letter says? He asks. She demurs, saying she shouldn't interfere with politics, but he insists, and her mind immediately jumps to one person. Is it about Mr. Huang? He confirms it's about Yang Zhou. He drops the bomb. Lily Yi was assassinated. Our girl is horrified, recognizing the name of the upright official's son. He was one of the few people in court who actually spoke up for the Southerners. The emperor clarifies that Lu Yi wasn't killed, but is gravely injured. Our girl breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God, he's alive. She pours him some tea, trying to calm his simmering rage. He takes the cup, his voice heavy. Your hands are warm. Why can't I warm the Southerners? He suddenly asks how she knew the situation was so dire. She lays out the cold, hard truth. This assassination proves the Southerners have lost all faith in the court and will lash out at anyone associated with it. They see every decree as a lie, and every official as corrupt. The emperor is silent, stunned by her sharp analysis. He looks at her, a newfound respect in his eyes. What do you think the court should do? She doesn't hesitate, offering a radical solution that could change everything. Have you ever thought of designating a Southerner as governor of the South? His eyes narrow, instantly understanding her implication. Are you referring to Huang Tianba? Just as Mr. Huang announces his departure, Qingying calls out to him, a hint of desperation in her voice. She tries to persuade him, asking why he doesn't want to stay and serve the government. But he's firm in his decision, stating that a life of politics is not his path. Suddenly, the emperor is there, his presence cutting through the tension, asking if she's been filled in on everything. Our girl blushes, caught in the middle of a private conversation. But oh, look at this possessive man. He teases her about being jealous, and scolds her for even mentioning another man's name in front of him. So chaotic. Flustered, our girl tries to make a strategic retreat, but his simple okay promises he's not letting this go. Her mind is still on official matters, pondering the political implications of appointing a Southerner to govern the South. Later that evening, she's still deep in thought, reviewing documents. But her quiet contemplation is interrupted by the creak of a door. It's the emperor, of course, and he's not here to discuss politics. He walks right up to her and cheekily demands a massage, making her blush from head to toe. As she works out the tension in his shoulders, he praises her political proposal, agreeing to find the right person for the job. She asks if he's already chosen a candidate, but he admits it's a tricky decision, his hand finding hers and pulling her closer. He pulls her into his lap, thanking her for being his steadfast support. Our girl, ever so humble, dismisses her contribution, but he's not having it. But sleep is the last thing on their minds as they share one final tender kiss before the night truly begins. Our girl wakes up in her lavish new quarters. When her maid tells her it's almost noon, she's shocked she slept so late. But girl, after the night you had, you deserve it. The maid blushes, explaining that His Majesty himself ordered them not to wake her because she was. Our heroine immediately gets the memo and swoons, realizing he didn't even try to hide their passionate night together. But the peace is shattered by a knock at the door. The Empress has summoned her, and you just know this isn't going to be a friendly tea party. She arrives at Jingren Palace and gives her greetings. The Empress tells everyone to sit, but her eyes are locked on our girl, immediately pointing out how unwell she looks. Our poor heroine can only agree meekly. The other concubines, smelling blood in the water, start with the snide remarks, sarcastically saying they should learn from her impressive stamina. Our girl begs them to stop, feeling completely cornered. She knows they're just sneering at her new title, but then the Empress drops the hammer with some fake concern, telling her she should rest more. The Empress's eyes are pure ice as she lectures our girl on being temperate, a savage jab implying she's draining the Emperor's energy. She continues her verbal assault, telling our girl to persuade the Emperor to control himself instead of indulging so much. Our girl can only look down, completely humiliated. The Empress then grabs her hand, putting on a show of caring for the royal bloodline, but her smile is pure poison. All our heroine can do is agree. The Empress then brings up the upcoming New Year celebration, clearly plotting something. But amidst the chaos, our girl notices one person is eerily silent. The ever-scheming Shenro. The Empress fakes concern again, asking if she's alright. Seeing her chance, our girl claims she's feeling unwell and asks to be excused, and the Empress smugly lets her go. Just as she leaves, Shenro finally speaks up, offering to prepare fireworks for the celebration. The Empress is delighted, but our girl is already out the door, escaping the Viper's den. Her maid asks if they're heading back, but our heroine has another plan. They're going to Linshui Pagoda. Upon arrival, she's greeted by a familiar face. She politely makes her way inside, heading straight for the Grand Imperial Sire, the only person who might give her some real advice. The Sire gets straight to the point, noting how awful she looks and bringing up the Emperor's visit last night. She immediately connects the dots, asking if the Empress summoned her this morning. Did she bully you? The Sire asks, cutting through all the pretense. Our girl denies it, saying she accepts the Empress's reasonable words. But the Sire sees right through her. Then why do you look so awful? Our girl finally admits that what's really bothering her is Shenro's strange silence. The Sire changes the subject, asking a philosophical question about Buddhism. Our girl explains the story of Amitabha, a Buddha who made a vow to protect his loyal followers, granting them fortune and a sound body. The sire nods sagely. It's inevitable to meet evil guys in the world. What matters is whether you have your own Amitabha. Our girl wonders if she means the emperor. The sire gives a sly, knowing look. Whoever can protect you is your Amitabha, she says cryptically. Our girl's heart flutters as she remembers the emperor's promise to protect her and their baby. But then, the sire's tone shifts. Seeing you always reminds me of someone, she says. Someone I hate. She speaks of a woman who had everything but was never satisfied, calling her annoying. Our girl instantly realizes she must be talking about the former Empress Su. She bows her head, asking for pardon. And the sire allows it. Taking a deep breath, our girl asks the question that's been burning in her mind. Was the Grand Imperial Sire your Amitabha? The sire lets out a bitter scoff. He's my nightmare. As servants haul heavy chests through the courtyard, our girl can't help but be curious. Turns out they're fireworks, a gift from Mrs. Shen's family. The servants, trying to be friendly, offer to let her light some off. Her maid is all for it, practically vibrating with excitement. She happily runs off to get some fire, ready for a little fun. But as the fireworks light up the sky, our girl is lost in thought, remembering a time just a year ago when she was back in Yangzhou. Time flies, and she can't help but wonder where her mysterious Mr. Huang is now. Her nostalgic moment is rudely interrupted by Miss Wu, who comes out complaining about the strong smell of fireworks. Got it, Miss Wu, our girl says. But the old woman is on a roll. She insists they close the windows, grumbling about the cold and the horrible smell of sulfur. And that's when it hits her, the sulfur. A horrifying realization dawns on our poor heroine. Later, on New Year's Eve, her attendant asks if she's still planning to attend the event at Qingyan Pavilion. Miss Wu worries, pointing out that she's been unwell lately, but our girl brushes it off as just feeling under the weather. She insists on going. It would be improper for her to be the only concubine absent. She blames the heavy sulfur smell in the palace for her recent fatigue as they finally arrive at the pavilion. Inside, they greet the emperor, who coolly tells them to take a seat. But he immediately notices our girl doesn't look well. His sharp eyes are filled with a flicker of concern. She quickly makes an excuse, claiming she just slept too long. But her hand instinctively goes to her chest. Just as he asks if something is wrong, the ever-so-helpful empress chimes in with a savage comment. It's because you're pregnant. You should take care of yourself. Oh, that smirk says it all. She is enjoying this way too much. Our girl politely thanks her for the concern and takes her seat. From across the room, the snake Shenro gives her a nasty side-eye. But our girl isn't about to back down, meeting her gaze with cold determination. The show begins, and it's announced that the first play was Shenro's choice. Knowing Shenro, it's bound to be a lively, chaotic mess. Shenro smugly hopes His Majesty will enjoy it. But as the actor takes the stage, our girl's eyes widen in absolute shock. Mr. Huang? No, she was wrong. He's handsome, sure, but he lacks the unique charm of her Mr. Huang. Across the room, the Empress watches our girl's every reaction with a calculating glint in her eye. Suddenly, the Empress drops her teacup with a loud crack. She clutches her head, apologizing to the Emperor. It's okay, he says, but she insists she's not feeling well. She asks to be excused, claiming she's tired. As the Empress leaves, Shenro's mind starts racing, already plotting how to frame our girl for this little stunt. Later that night, under the full moon, our heroine finally returns to her residence. Miss Wu immediately fusses over her, pointing out how pale she looks. She grabs her hand, exclaiming over how cold it is. As she's ushered inside, more fireworks explode in the distance. Her maid points out how beautiful they are, completely oblivious. But the pungent smell hits our girl like a ton of bricks, and she clutches her stomach. She covers her mouth, looking like she's about to be sick. And just then, a figure appears in the courtyard. It's the Emperor. She quickly gathers herself, trying to look composed as she greets him. Come in, he says gently, his eyes full of worry. I'll accompany you. She pours him some tea, cautiously asking why the Emperor is gracing her with his presence. He shoots back. You don't want to see me, to which she bluntly replies, of course not. Our girl reminds him that he was supposed to be visiting the Empress today, but he just scoffs, saying the Empress probably wants to be alone right now. And that little smirk on his face tells her he knows exactly why. He then drops a bomb. He's known since the beginning that the Empress had another man in her heart, and he let people's pathetic schemes play out. Trying to change the subject, she points out how cold he must be, coming out so late at night. Oh, but he's got a smooth answer for that. He grabs her hand and purrs, well, you can get close and warm me up. And just like that, he pulls her in for a searing kiss. It's a passionate moment, but when she pulls away, she feels how ice-cold his hands are, and asks if he's really all right. He brushes it off, blaming the smell of fireworks, before suddenly flying into a rage. I'll decree that fireworks are forbidden, he yells, but our girl quickly grabs his arm, begging him not to ruin New Year's Eve for everyone. He calms down instantly, telling her to go get some rest instead. But as he turns to leave, something's not right. He asks what's wrong, offering to give her a massage wherever it hurts. She weakly points to her lower abdomen, and as soon as he touches her, the pain intensifies. Suddenly, she cries out, collapsing in his arms. He looks down in absolute horror and screams for the guards. They rush in, completely panicked by the sight. The Emperor roars for a doctor as our poor girl lies on the floor, groaning in agony. Then the unthinkable happens. Blood, so much blood, and the horrifying realization crashes down on her. My baby. The next thing she knows, she's waking up in her bed. The emperor is right there, his face etched with worry, and he rushes to help her sit up. He gently asks if she's feeling any better, his voice cracking as he apologizes for not protecting her. He holds her tight as she sobs, trying to comfort her, promising that they're young and can have another baby. He lets her cry it all out, his own heart breaking for her. After she's settled, he gives a stern order to her maid to take good care of her before he leaves. Later, our girl is trying to distract herself with a book when her maid, Miss Wu, comes in. The kind woman has brought her some rice soup, but just as she's about to eat, an attendant announces a surprise visitor. Her Grace is here. The Empress Dowager strides in, dismissing the servants with a wave of her hand. Our girl quickly gets up to greet her, apologizing for her state. But her Grace cuts right to the chase with a truly savage comment. It might be lucky for the baby that it wasn't born in the imperial palace. Our girl trembles, her voice barely a whisper as she says, "Anyway, it was my baby." The dowager softens slightly, reminding her that the emperor is also suffering deeply from this loss. It clicks for our girl then. The emperor must have asked his mother to come comfort her. The old woman then asks to see her fingers, taking her hand gently and telling her to rest well. But as her Grace leaves, her eyes land on the bowl of rice soup, a flicker of suspicion in her gaze. "Do you also like rice soup?" she asks, her tone suddenly very pointed. The Empress Dowager reminisces about someone else who also liked rice soup, leaving our girl utterly confused. She tells our poor heroine not to be too sad, but then delivers the most savage comfort ever, saying, "At least you know your baby has gone." She twists the knife deeper, bringing up another woman who doesn't even know if her child is alive or dead. Our girl's mind immediately jumps to the rumors about Empress Sui and the missing first prince. She can't help but notice the profound sadness in the dowager's voice as she speaks. "Are you okay, Your Grace?" she asks, concerned. But the dowager just dismisses her and leaves, telling her to rest. Our girl politely sees her off, still reeling from the strange conversation. As she stands there, lost in thought, she doesn't realize she's being watched by a pair of intense purple eyes. The emperor steps out from his hiding spot. Our girl is completely startled to see him standing right there. He ignores her question and immediately reaches for her, his voice soft as he asks how her body is feeling. She assures him she's much better now, and he gives her the gentlest of smiles. He admits he wanted to give her space, but she calls him out, saying he let his mother comfort her, proving he does care. Overcome with emotion, he pulls her into a desperate hug. He confesses just how much he's been wanting to hold her through all of this. He then starts talking about having another baby, promising to work hard for it. He seals his promise with a tender kiss on her forehead. But our girl flinches back, whispering that she's not ready yet. He immediately understands, telling her to take it easy, and that he's not in a hurry. Just as the tender moment builds, a servant rushes in, announcing an urgent message from Yangzhou. The messenger is apparently waiting in the imperial study, but the emperor, in full protective mode, snaps. "Let him wait. His only priority right now is her." He tells her to get some rest and eat more, sealing his words with one last sweet kiss. But the peace doesn't last long, as a maid rushes in with alarming news. The wicked noble consort Shen is on her way. Our girl isn't even surprised. "As I thought," she murmurs, "she cannot wait anymore." She calmly dismisses her servants, preparing for battle. Noble consort Shen swaggers in with a sickeningly sweet smile, asking if she feels better. Our girl plays along, thanking her for the concern. The consort puts on a whole show, pretending she was just too busy with harem duties to visit sooner. She then has the audacity to suggest they be good friends, now that they've shared the emperor. But our girl is done with the games. "You just didn't expect that I would be pregnant, did you?" she asks, her voice dripping with ice. The consort's fake smile finally cracks. She tries to deny it, but our heroine isn't letting up, adding that giving birth to a prince would have changed everything. The consort finally drops the act. "I didn't expect you to be so smart," she sneers, her face a mask of smug satisfaction. "And that's all the confirmation our girl needs. So you are the one who made me have a miscarriage," she declares. The consort just scoffs and then reveals she's done some thinking of her own, remembering how unwell she felt on New Year's Eve. She recalls the strong smell of sulfur from the fireworks. "Sulfur alone is harmless," she says. Our heroine connects the dots out loud, her voice trembling with rage. Someone mixed harmful medicine into the fireworks and covered its smell with that of sulfur. That's why she had the abnormal fetal movement. The consort's eyes widen in shock. She can't believe our girl figured it all out. But her shock quickly turns to smug confidence. "So what? You cannot expose it," she taunts. "What do you mean?" our girl demands. The consort then reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a golden token that makes our heroine's blood run cold. It's hers. Shenro reveals she interrogated the maid for the entire night. And during that time she discovered something very interesting. dropping a bombshell on our girl. You killed her, right? She doesn't stop there, twisting the knife by accusing her of killing someone else long ago. Our girl trembles, realizing Shenro has been digging into her past, even searching for remains when no maids were ever reported missing. And that's when Shenro found the damning evidence. She holds up a name tag, Yan Qingying. With a cruel smirk, she muses that such a delicate beauty, one who could easily win a man's love, unfortunately died on her way to the palace. The name hits our girl like a ton of bricks. Shenru knows. Our poor heroine panics, realizing this snake has uncovered everything. The story was that there was no corpse, no evidence, just some bloody clothes. The palace manager, afraid of being blamed, just hushed it all up and brought the remaining girls in. But Shenro isn't just throwing around accusations. She's done her homework. She points out that the dead woman's surname, Yan, belongs to a powerful family from the southwest. A family even more powerful than the Shu clan. This Yan family had backed the enemy chieftains in a war 7 years ago, and Yan Qingying was likely part of a peace tribute, meaning she would have been carrying a fortune with her. Shenru finally gets to her venomous point. Did you really kill this woman for money, she asks, her eyes glinting, or was it for another reason? Our girl realizes this isn't just an accusation, it's a test to see how far she can be pushed. She knows that even if she admits to it, the emperor might not believe her anyway. Shenro scoffs at the idea, laughing in her face. Do you really think His Majesty trusts you that much? She delivers the final savage blow, saying the emperor would never stay with a woman as mysterious and unreadable as her. And the worst part is, our girl knows she's right. It's the very reason she's tried so hard to hide herself. Shenro delivers her ultimatum, cooperate with her, or else. But our girl isn't going down without a fight, asking if Shenro wants to end up like Lang Ningshuang. The other woman just laughs, far too arrogant to believe she could be that stupid. Just you wait and see, she says, leaving our girl shaking in her wake. As Shenro departs, the air is thick with tension. Her maid rushes to her side, full of concern. Our heroine tries to pull herself together, insisting she's fine. Her maid tries to cheer her up, noting that a walk seems to have helped her mood. Just as she resolves to move on from the confrontation, a familiar voice calls her name. It's Prince Qi, and he looks frantic with worry. He grabs her arm, full of regret. I shouldn't have left you with him. Come with me. He's absolutely furious, declaring that the emperor has failed to protect her. But just as he tries to pull her away, a cold hand stops him. It's the emperor, and he does not look pleased. Prince Qi, shocked but resolute, declares his intention to take her away. The emperor's eyes flash with possessive fury. You want to take away my woman? Prince Qi fires back, demanding to know why he let her suffer if he truly cared. He shouts that it doesn't matter if it was an accident, it happened, and it's the emperor's fault. The emperor roars for them to stop arguing. Caught between these two powerful men, our girl tries to take the blame. Prince Qi looks at her, his heart breaking. Even now, you still stand by his side. The emperor cuts the tension, ordering Prince Qi to handle matters in the south, reminding him that the fleet is ready. You want me to go with the fleet? The prince asks. And the emperor confirms, saying he's counting on him. Prince Qi sees his chance and makes a bold demand. After I'm done, can I take her away? The two men lock eyes in a silent, chaotic battle of wills. Then the emperor says something that shocks them all. If she wants. Our girl can't believe her ears. Is he really willing to let her go? Prince Qi immediately agrees to the mission, but adds one more condition. Qingying must go with them. He doesn't even wait for a real answer, thanking the emperor for his approval. He turns to our girl, making his promise one last time. Think about it. As long as you want to leave, I'll take you away. With that, he leaves to prepare for the journey. The moment he's gone, our girl turns to the emperor, her eyes pleading. Your Majesty, are you going to the south? Please take me with you. He gives a simple quiet. He gently takes her hand, telling her it's a good chance to escape the sadness for a while. She leans against him, a wave of relief washing over her as she thanks him, safe in his arms for now. The emperor pours our girl some tea, trying to act all casual, but then he drops the interrogation. Are you close with Prince Qi? She quickly friend-zones the prince, saying she's always seen him as a brother. The emperor's eyes narrow, sensing his opening. He pulls her into a back hug, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Then will you leave? With him? Our girl is flustered, admitting that for some reason, she always has a feeling. He leans in closer, demanding to know what she means, and then this chaotic emperor drops a bomb of vulnerability, admitting he's terrified she'll leave him. He quickly recovers, offering to help her rest, trying to pretend he didn't just expose his entire insecure heart. Soon our heroine is on a boat, heading south again, but this time everything feels different. Her maid tries to get her out of the wind, but Qingying is lost in thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls her name, and it's Prince Wu. He asks her why she's standing out in the cold. She plays it cool, saying she was just enjoying the beautiful scenery. Yeah, right. He agrees that it's beautiful, but you can tell from his smitten gaze he's not talking about the ocean. She tries to make small talk, mentioning how people say the Southern River is a great place to retire. But he scoffs at the idea, saying he has no intention of growing old and dying there. In a moment of pure edgelord drama, he declares that people like him are meant to die on the battlefield, not peacefully in their sleep. Our girl is just trying to process his intense life philosophy. She tells him to knock it off. He'll jinx himself, but her words are softened when she sees he's brought her snacks. Snacks? Where did you get them? She asks, a little surprised. He heard she was taking medicine, so he bought her something sweet. He's so kind it makes her heart ache a little. She turns away, murmuring that the past is gone, but the sadness in her eyes says otherwise. Prince Wu sees right through her. She changes the subject, asking about his purpose in the south. He gives her the official story. The emperor is there to investigate the people's conditions. But our girl is no fool. She points out that the emperor seemed to be specifically waiting for him before they departed. His silence is deafening. She presses on, asking why he's really going to the south. He cuts right to the chase, his eyes piercing into her. King Ying, do you still care about him? He won't let it go, asking if she still worries about the emperor. He points out the obvious, that no matter what happened, she still can't forget him. She finally snaps back, defending the emperor and insisting that that thing wasn't his fault. Prince Wu sighs, making a simple request. Then promise me you won't get involved this time. He decides to just spill the tea, revealing that his own father had considered abolishing slavery, but it's a deeply complicated issue that can't just be decreed by the imperial court. He explains the political nightmare. The southern river region is full of powerful nobles, and while taxes are high, none of the money is reaching the national treasury. He drops a massive hint, asking if she remembers where the royal family came from. The realization dawns on her. The northeast. Her mind is reeling. It all clicks into place. The taxes from the south are being funneled to Shengjing, their hometown, as part of an ancient deal. This was the price for Shengjing's support when the first emperor took the throne. She asks what's happening in Shengjing now, and then the final, horrifying piece of the puzzle falls into place. The emperor, he went back to Shengjing. Pure panic washes over her face. This is all tied to the Changming sect. She frantically asks who else is going to Shengjing, and Prince Wu reveals that while his brother's status is unknown, his wife has already set off. Our girl puts two and two together. Lady Lizhu is also headed into the heart of the danger. Later that night, the emperor finds her staring at the moon, completely lost in thought. He gently asks what's on her mind, but he already has a pretty good idea. She confesses that Prince Qi told her everything about the trip's true purpose. The emperor is instantly annoyed, muttering about his brother's loose tongue. He pulls her into a comforting embrace, his voice soft as he asks, "Are you worried about me?" But our girl, ever the master of deflection, quickly lies. I'm worried about Lady Lizhu. With his eyes locked on our girl, the emperor asks why she's so worried about his old flame. And just like that, he masterfully flips the script, declaring that as long as no one takes advantage of her, he couldn't care less. Our girl is a flustered, blushing mess, muttering that he's talking nonsense again. She tries to deflect, even suggesting he go spend the night with concubine Lu instead. Big mistake. His face darkens instantly. "Are you going to push me to another woman again?" he asks, his voice dangerously low. As they arrive at their destination, a guard announces the emperor's grand entrance. Officials immediately fall to their knees, scrambling to greet His Majesty. They inform him a huge reception banquet has been prepared in his honor, but the emperor, cool as a cucumber, simply tells them all to rise. They stand before the city gate, a place that holds some, rather traumatic memories. An official begins to lead the royal party forward. Suddenly, chaotic shouts erupt from the walls. "Stop right there. Assassin, don't run away." The emperor and our heroine look up, completely startled by the sudden pandemonium. And who is the so-called assassin? None other than the pink-haired menace herself, Nangong Lizhu, cornered by guards. A bitter wave of déjà vu washes over our girl. This is just like a year ago, only this time she's the one standing beside the emperor, not the one being hunted. But one look at his face tells her the painful truth. In his heart, there will always be a place for Lizhu. The emperor shouts for the guards to arrest the assassin, but in the very next breath, he chokes out, "Don't hurt her." Our girl can only watch, her heart aching as he's torn between his duty and his lingering feelings. She sighs to herself, realizing he was never a heartless man. How could she have ever expected him to just forget? The lead official practically grovels, apologizing for the security breach, but the emperor just dismisses him with a wave. Later that night, the mood in the palace is tense. The official finds our heroine, looking grim. She already knows what he's going to say. He confirms their fears. The official is relieved, believing she's the only one who can comfort His Majesty. She pushes open the door, only to be rudely challenged by another woman demanding to know who dares enter without permission. It's concubine Lu. The emperor is there too, and he looks utterly shocked to see our girl. With a heavy heart, she says, "At a time like this, I'm the only one who dares to come," and you can see his tough exterior just crumble. She cuts right to the heart of the matter, asking if he's angry with Lizhu, or with himself. He grabs her hand, his voice thick with emotion. "You know me best," he admits, blaming everything on Pei Yuanshu for bewitching his former love. Then he turns his intense gaze on her. He admits he cares for Lizhu, but then he asks, "Do you care about me?" Our girl blushes. The answer is so obvious, but he needs to hear it. He leans in, his voice a low, seductive whisper. "Of course I care about you." He pulls her into a sweet embrace, his eyes searching hers as he asks, "Do you?" But he doesn't even wait for an answer, instead capturing her lips in a desperate, passionate kiss. This is more than just a kiss. It's a chaotic mix of apology, confession, and a plea for comfort. The next morning, she finds him already awake and dressed, looking troubled. "Come sit with me," he says, his voice heavy. That is the face of a man with the weight of an empire on his shoulders. Our girl gently asks if he's still worried about Miss Nangong, but he only sighs. He wonders aloud about the true purpose behind these chaotic events. She explains her own fears, that Miss Nangong was just a pawn to start a war, but their conversation is shattered when a guard bursts in, screaming, "Bad news!" The emperor's expression turns deadly. "What happened?" he demands, his voice dangerously low. The guard trembles as he delivers the blow. "Your Majesty, Mr. Liu died." Our girl is horrified. Without a second's hesitation, the emperor commands, "Take me there." The guard immediately leads the way. They arrive to a grim scene, the emperor already realizing this trip south is going to be far more difficult than he imagined. An official greets them, his face etched with sorrow. He laments that Mr. Liu, a man devoted to the country, was killed by a mob, calling it a great loss for the court. Our girl listens, her heart sinking. This is getting more and more complicated. Another official chimes in, saying there's no turning back for His Majesty now. The emperor raises a hand to silence him, his face a mask of cold fury. Our girl watches him, her own heart aching with worry. He dismisses them all, declaring he'll handle this mess himself. Later, our girl decides to take matters into her own hands, telling Prince Qi she wants to see the captured assassins. The prince offers to accompany her, but the emperor cuts him off. Defeated, Prince Qi leaves, simply telling her to be careful. But when she arrives at the prison, a guard blocks her path. She explains that Prince Qi sent her. The guard recognizes her as Miss Yue, but he's terrified, explaining the emperor has forbidden all visitors and ordered the assassins to be beheaded in 3 days. The news hits her like a physical blow. As a storm rages outside, mirroring the one in her heart, she knows she can't let this happen. She rushes to the emperor's quarters, frantically asking an attendant if he's inside. Not waiting for an answer, she bursts in, desperate to see him. In her haste, she trips and stumbles, and he calls out, "Watch out!" He catches her just in time, his hands steady on her arms. "Why are you wet? Were you caught in the rain?" But she's in no mood for small talk, immediately begging him, Don't kill those people. Please don't." She pleads with him again, warning that something worse will happen if he executes them, but he just calmly states he has his own plan. He pours her a cup of hot water, but as he turns to give it to her, she suddenly collapses in his arms. He holds her, realizing she's been pushing herself too hard, all because she was worried about him. When our girl finally wakes up, she asks how long she's been asleep. The maid's answer sends a jolt of terror through her. "You've been asleep for 2 days." Her eyes widen as she asks about the assassins. The maid confirms her worst fear. "They seem to be beheaded today." "No," she whispers, horrified. She can't let this happen. She bolts from the bed, determined to stop the emperor at all costs. Under a torrential downpour, several people are tied to stakes on the city wall, ready for a public execution. Our poor heroine, King Ying, watches in horror, unable to believe her eyes. The order rings out through the storm, cold and final. Time is up. As the first person is shoved towards the edge, lightning cracks across the sky. And just then, the emperor himself arrives, his purple eyes blazing with an unrateable intensity. He stands like a storm god, watching the grim proceedings without a word. King Ying screams, "No!" But it's too late as a gruesome splatter of red fills the air. She can only whisper a horrified no as the reality of what she's just seen crashes down on her. The shock is too much for our girl to bear, and she collapses into darkness. The emperor's voice cuts through the chaos as he shouts her name, his composure finally breaking. The next thing we know, he's at the Zhou mansion, demanding answers from a terrified doctor. The physician quickly explains that Qing Ying only fainted from extreme anxiety and isn't in any real danger. But the doctor is still trembling, begging His Majesty not to kill someone. In her sick bed, King Ying tosses and turns, sweating and muttering in her sleep. The emperor watches over her, his voice soft for the first time as he asks if she's okay. When she finally opens her eyes, they are filled with tears and desperation. She weakly pleads with him to offer amnesty to the remaining prisoners, but he just snaps back. "I know." He's clearly furious about something, but she can't figure out what. He starts to say something else, but cuts himself off, simply telling her to rest. As she lies awake that night, the moon her only company, a voice suddenly asks if she's awake. She doesn't answer. The next day, she's standing beside him, the sadness still clinging to her like a shroud. He asks if she's still mad at him, adding that what's done is done. Just then, an aide announces that everything is ready. A mysterious, sly smile plays on the emperor's lips. Suddenly, he scoops our girl into his arms, bridal style. She's completely flustered, demanding to know what he's doing. He carries her off like a prize he's just won. As they ride in a carriage, she asks where they're going, but he just tells her she'll find out soon. He finally announces their arrival at a breathtakingly beautiful mountain retreat. She's confused, asking why he would bring her to a place like this. He just shushes her, a knowing look in his eyes. The tension is thick as they wait for something. Then, a group of guards brings forward a prisoner, and Qing Ying gasps her friend's name, Manhwa. The hood is pulled back, revealing the very woman she thought she saw die. Manhua is alive and kicking, screaming at the stupid king and demanding to know what he wants. The emperor simply gestures with his hand and says, "Raise." He unsheaths his sword with a sharp swish. In one clean motion, he slices through the ropes binding Manhwa and her father. They stumble forward, completely free. "You can go back," he says, as if he just did the most normal thing in the world. Manhwa is absolutely baffled, asking why he isn't killing them. He hits her with the most savage comeback. "If I actually wanted to kill you, do you think you'd still be alive today?" The sheer power radiating from this man is chaotic. One of King Ying's attendants urges Manhwa to leave, confirming that His Majesty is letting them go for real. Still not getting it, Manhwa asks the one-word question on everyone's mind. Why? King Ying finally explains the master plan. The emperor wants to abolish slavery, and he staged a fake execution with condemned prisoners to fool the corrupt court. Manhwa and her father are left speechless as the truth sinks in. The emperor turns to King Ying and says, "Let's go," his mission accomplished. Manhwa can only watch as they depart, her entire worldview turned upside down. As their carriage rolls away, King Ying is hit with a massive wave of guilt. She realizes she completely misjudged him. Later, he playfully asks if she's going to keep ignoring him. Our girl finally looks at him, her heart filled with remorse. "Sorry, Your Majesty, I got you wrong," she admits, before he slyly asks how she plans to make it up to him. She meekly agrees to do whatever he wants, so she gives him a tiny, hesitant kiss on the cheek, but he's not satisfied, asking, "Is that okay?" Before she can answer, he pulls her into a real breathtaking kiss. He pulls back, a smirk on his face. "Yes, but you still need to practice." He's got her cornered now, ready for another lesson, and our girl gets all flustered, reminding him the guards are right outside. But the carriage keeps rolling, and what happens in the emperor's carriage stays in the emperor's carriage. He immediately goes to check on the commotion, leaving our girl alone. When he doesn't return, she starts to worry. She peeks out the curtain to see what's taking so long, and her blood runs cold. He's with another woman, the infamous Nangang Liju. The emperor is just as shocked to see his old flame, muttering her name in disbelief. And like the classic damsel she is, Liju promptly faints right into his arms. He immediately yells for her, catching her before she hits the ground, and coldly tells King Ying he'll be taking a separate carriage. Our girl can only whisper okay as he carries his past love away, her own heart shattering as she realizes she's back. Sometime later, at the Zhou mansion, Liz Kuo wakes up to find the emperor watching over her. With a smug smile, she purrs that she knew he wouldn't be able to leave her alone. He asks how she got hurt, and she declares she endured it all just to find him and be with him. She then reveals her chaotic plan. She's just doing all this to make another man, Yuanqiu, jealous. She then cuts right to the chase, asking if he's managed to get the Imperial Jade Seal yet, a smug look on her face. She drops a bombshell. His rival already has the seal, but she stole it and is now the only one who knows its location. He's furious, demanding to know her price. Her demand is simple and devastating. "I want to be your concubine." He tries to brush her off, saying he doesn't have time for her games. But she insists she's serious, driven by a desire to humiliate her ex. He knows he's being backed into a corner. "You're threatening me with the Imperial Jade Seal?" he asks, already knowing the answer. But she's not done. She pulls out tiger tallies, the key to controlling an entire army. With a wicked grin, she tells him that while she might not be able to kill him, she can easily kill the people he cares about. The threat hangs heavy in the air, and he instantly thinks of King Ying. Right on cue, our poor girl walks in, and Lizhu lays down her final cruel condition. "Alienate King Ying, or she dies." A tense silence falls over the room, but Lizhu's inner thoughts are screaming. She plans to kill King Ying no matter what. Our girl, oblivious to the life-or-death negotiation, simply offers the medicine she brought. The emperor is stunned, asking why she came herself. She naively says she just wanted to check on Miss Nangang. Lizhu uses the moment to assert her power, rudely snapping, "Who let you in?" As our girl reels from the hostility, the emperor delivers the final blow, coldly ordering her to leave them. She looks at him utterly bewildered, but he just screams at her to get out now. Heartbroken, she flees the room. Alone, he whispers an apology she'll never hear, his face a mask of pure agony. He asks if she's satisfied with the arrangement. She just laughs, promising to tell him where the Imperial Jade Seal is, but only after he gives her the title she wants. This girl is playing for keeps, and she's not backing down. The emperor looks pained, asking her, "Lizhu, why did you become this?" But she throws his pain right back in his face, asking what he would do if the person he loved was in love with someone else. She gives him a venomous smirk, twisting the knife by saying she knows exactly who he loves. His mind flashes to Pei Yuanqiu and the rage he felt. He shakes it off, telling Lizhu to just take her medicine and rest. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Before he leaves, she demands he keep their conversation a secret. He slams the door on his way out, leaving her to stew in her own schemes. Meanwhile, our poor girl King Ying has overheard everything, and her heart sinks. He still cares about Nangang Lizhu. She tries to shake off the awful feeling, telling herself to just stop thinking about it. But suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs hers. It's the emperor, and he looks worried. "King Ying," he says softly, "are you mad at me?" His eyes are so gentle it's almost impossible to stay angry. Our girl is completely flustered as he tells her not to move. He just wants to hold her for a bit. He pulls her into a tight embrace, and she can only stammer his title. And then, without any warning, he's kissing her. He pulls her even closer, desperately whispering for her to hold him tight. King Ying is so confused, asking what's wrong. He finally pulls back, looking utterly broken. As an emperor, I can't even protect my beloved woman, he cries. I'm useless. And just like that, the romantic moment is shattered. Our girl's heart plummets. Is he talking about Nangang Lizhu? Again? She's had enough. Then go and stay with your beloved woman, she says, trying to leave. But he stops her, insisting. King Ying is left completely speechless. What is she supposed to believe? But their moment is interrupted by a new voice calling her name. Our girl turns, shocked to see her rival standing right there. Nangang Lishu struts in like she owns the place, a smug smile on her face. I'm here to see you. She starts with some backhanded compliments about King Ying's intelligence and looks, before grabbing her shoulder in a not-so-friendly way. What are you trying to say? King Ying asks, on high alert. Lishu drops the bomb. The emperor is going back to the capital soon. She gives a sickeningly sweet smile, telling our girl to get well for the long trip. King Ying is reeling. Go back? Why? Lishu just shrugs. It's just time to go back. And then the horrifying truth dawns on our girl. He's going back to marry Nangang Lishu as his imperial concubine. The realization hits her like a physical blow. Lishu then launches into a bizarre metaphor about carrying burdens, asking King Ying how much she can handle. Our girl, still in shock, fires back. How about you? How much can you carry? With a savage smirk, Lishu declares, I can only carry one person. The message is loud and clear, and it leaves King Ying stunned into silence. Later that night, the emperor finds her staring out at the full moon. What are you thinking? He asks. She brushes him off, saying the room was stuffy, but he insists, saying there's something he needs to tell her. Our girl isn't having it. She cuts right to the chase. Are you going to tell me we're leaving soon, or that you're marrying Nangang Lishu as your concubine? He's shocked that she already knows. King Ying closes her eyes, trying to swallow her pain. She says it's reasonable for an emperor to have many concubines, but her voice trembles. He desperately tries to explain. King Ying, it's not what you think, but she's already checked out, her heart completely closed off. She turns her back on him, delivering the final blow. Your Majesty, I'm tired. I want to rest. He's left utterly speechless. All he can do is watch her walk away, defeatedly telling her to get some rest. A eunuch approaches our girl with a message from the emperor, claiming he wants her to get some fresh air. Oh, so now he's concerned about her overheating? Her maid tries to spin this as a good thing, insisting that His Majesty still cares about her. King Ying isn't buying it and politely tells the eunuch she'll be there later. But when she steps onto the deck, she sees the emperor is already occupied with the pink-haired princess. He turns and beckons our girl over with that infuriatingly handsome smirk. She confirms they are indeed approaching Tiger Gorge. Suddenly, a guard rushes over, reporting a large ship heading straight for them. The emperor orders his men to stay on alert, but not to act rashly. King Ying looks out and sees the approaching vessel, her stomach dropping. The ship bears the Shang banner, and the princess realizes with a gasp that he's coming. The emperor screams at his men to act. It's an ambush. The enemy ship opens fire. The princess is stunned by the sudden attack. Our poor girl is frozen in shock as their own ship is blown to smithereens. The entire vessel is torn apart by the explosion. The emperor reassures the princess, revealing this is all part of his plan to kill someone he's wanted gone for a long time, casually dropping that if it wasn't for Aunt, the princess would have married Pei Yuanshu. It's Aunt? The princess gasps, putting the pieces together. King Ying overhears this chaotic confession, and the princess admits that if not for her aunt's meddling, she might not have fallen for that man. But then the jealousy turns nuclear. The princess grabs our girl, spitting that even though she was with Pei Yuanshu, the name he called out in his sleep was yours. Absolutely losing it, she points at King Ying and screams, "You're the one who deserves to die." And with a savage push, she sends our girl flying overboard as the emperor screams her name in pure horror. Sometime later, in a quiet building, King Ying's eyes flutter open, her first thought being, am I dead? A smooth voice asks if she's awake. It's the mysterious Mr. Huang, looking concerned. Our girl can't believe her eyes. Mr. Huang? She asks if she's still alive, and he cryptically replies, yes. Sometimes, it's not easy to die. Not neat. He offers her some medicine as she tries to make sense of her surroundings. He tells her to drink up first. She weakly thanks her unexpected savior. He explains he found her floating down the river while he was traveling. Talk about a lucky coincidence. Or is it? She panics, asking how long she was unconscious. 3 days. She was in a coma for 3 whole days, and her heart aches wondering if the emperor even noticed she was gone. A wave of sadness washes over her. Mr. Huang gently asks how she fell into the river, and the painful memory makes her clench her fists. Not wanting to relive the drama, she just lies and says she accidentally fell, and he kindly tells her to rest. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the emperor is absolutely furious. You still haven't found her? His guards plead with him, explaining the river currents are too strong, but he's not listening to excuses. Find her, or I'll kill you. Beneath the rage is pure terror as he silently prays for her safety. The princess, ever the antagonist, snidely remarks, you really care about her, and that's the final straw. He snaps, grabbing her by the throat and threatening to make her life a living hell if anything happens to King Ying. She chokes, glaring back at him with pure hatred. He shoves her to the ground in disgust. Remember my words, he snarls before storming out, leaving her to stew in her own rage. She's just a lowly servant, she seethes. Why do all these men love her? The jealousy is eating her alive. She vows that if King Ying is still alive, she won't be for long. 7 days pass, and the emperor is still frantically searching for our girl. His attendant rushes in, asking if he's had any luck, but the grim look on his face says it all. Instead of news about Xingying, the attendant brings bad news about his father, the Grand Imperial Sire. The emperor's heart drops, fearing the worst. He clenches his fist, trying to keep his composure, and orders the attendant to bring his father to him. The second he's alone, he slams his fist into the wall, his mask of control shattering as he whispers her name, tormented by the thought that she'll blame him. Meanwhile, our girl is being taken care of by the mysterious Mr. Huang, who gently chides her for overdoing it, but she insists she's feeling much better. She thanks him and then cautiously asks if he was able to send the message to the emperor. Mr. Huang dodges the question, saying he'll go himself once she's fully recovered. But then, our girl overhears some local gossips talking about the emperor's ship. Her heart leaps into her throat as she timidly approaches them. Did His Majesty go back to the capital? She asks, trembling. The men confirm it, and her world shatters. He left. The first thought that poisons her mind is, did he go back with her? The devastating thought is too much, and she collapses, with Mr. Huang catching her just in time. He panics, calling out her name, trying to wake her up. He holds her tightly, his face a mask of pure terror. Wake up, he pleads, but she's completely unresponsive. Later that night, the doctor delivers a bombshell. Your wife is 3 months pregnant. How could you not know? Mr. Huang is stunned speechless, but our girl, listening from behind the screen, is even more shocked. I'm pregnant, she whispers, the words feeling unreal. The doctor prescribes some medicine and tells Mr. Huang to take good care of his wife. After the doctor leaves, Mr. Huang closes the door, a heavy silence falling over the room. She's lost in her despair. He left her, and she's pregnant again. Mr. Huang breaks the silence, asking if she wants to return to the capital. But our girl knows she can't go back. Not like this. Seeing her pain, he makes a decision. Forget it. Just stay here until the baby is born. She looks up, overwhelmed by his kindness, apologizing for being a bother. She feels so small and helpless. But he just laughs it off, declaring that since he saved her, he's getting a goddaughter out of the deal, and our girl manages a small smile. Time passes, and Mr. Huang catches our very pregnant heroine doing laundry, immediately fussing over her. He insists on helping, and she just laughs, happy to have someone care for her. It's the first genuine smile we've seen on her face in a long time. But as she turns, she accidentally bumps into the heavy bucket. Watch out, he yells, lunging forward to catch her just before she falls. He's furious with worry. I told you this was dangerous. Our girl tries to calm him down, saying she's fine. But he's not having it, exclaiming, I'm really worried about you and my goddaughter. He then scoops her up like a fragile doll, much to her surprise. She asks how he's so certain it's a girl, and his answer is simple and chaotic. Because I like girls. He tells her to rest while he goes to cook. But as she thanks him, a sharp pain makes her cry out. The cup she was holding shatters on the floor. Mr. Huang spins around in alarm. He finds her collapsed on the floor, groaning in agony. What's wrong? He asks, his voice laced with panic. Is it a bellyache? He asks frantically. But our girl grits her teeth and delivers the news. I think I'm in labor. Oh, the sheer panic on this man's face. He's completely frozen. She's in labor. What do I do? He snaps out of it, helping her up and promising to find a midwife immediately. Soon, the sounds of childbirth fill the small house as the midwife encourages our poor heroine to push. Outside, Mr. Huang paces like a caged tiger. Then, a loud cry pierces the air. He freezes, his head snapping towards the door. Is the baby out? The wait is absolute torture. Finally, the door opens, and the midwife announces, Congratulations, it's a baby girl. His face lights up with pure joy. He was right. He rushes inside to see our exhausted but relieved heroine holding her newborn daughter. Let me see her, he begs. He leans over, his eyes softening as he looks at the tiny baby. He carefully takes his goddaughter into his arms, laughing with delight before asking if she has a name for her. Our girl looks at her daughter with all the love in the world, a gentle smile on her lips. Her name, she says softly, is Lear. Under the full moon, the emperor is making plans. His aide confirms everything is ready for their departure tomorrow. But as the aide is dismissed, another figure watches from the shadows. It's the pink-haired concubine, and she looks absolutely furious. She storms up to the emperor, demanding to know when he'll fulfill his promise. He brushes her off, muttering that he needs to protect himself. He turns to leave her, but she's not done with him yet. He snaps that he doesn't have time for this, but she fires back. I'm your concubine now. Are you worried I'll run away? The audacity! She gets close, offering him the tiger tallies, which command the southern army as a sign of her sincerity. But he savagely slaps her hand away, warning her to behave herself while he's gone. She watches him go, her eyes filled with cold fury. Oh, the palace drama is thick. Meanwhile, in a quiet town, our girl Qingying gets a surprise visit from Mr. Huang, who wants to take her to the fair. A fair? She didn't even know there was one. She jumps at the chance for a day out, quickly arranging for a babysitter. Arriving at the bustling market, she's in absolute awe. She's always dreamed of a simple day like this. Mr. Huang teases her for being so childish, but our girl is just happy. But hold on, who else is in town? It's the Emperor. His aide is tired of searching, but the Emperor is relentless, vowing to find her no matter what. He looks exhausted but determined. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he spots a familiar silhouette across the crowded market. Could it be? He calls out her name, his voice filled with disbelief. Qingying? Our poor heroine freezes, turning to see the ghost from her past. Yanhao? He immediately grabs her arm, his world stopping. The two men stare each other down, while our girl is caught in the middle. She looks absolutely terrified. What is she supposed to do now? Back at her house, he follows her inside, his voice shaking as he asks, Qingying, is that really you? She can only whisper, Your Majesty. He grabs her, demanding to know where she's been all year. She looks confused, asking why he isn't with Miss Nangong. She explains she had to leave because the Grand Imperial sire was ill. He immediately asks how the sire is now. Qingying tells him he's fine, and a wave of relief washes over her. He takes a breath, but his expression hardens. Then he asks the question they've both been dreading. Are you with him now? Our girl looks up, completely stunned. She claps back with some serious shade. I won't be with others, unlike someone. He pulls her into his arms, asking if she's angry and begging for a hug. He holds her tight, refusing to let go. He swears there's no love between them, and Qingying demands to know what that reason is. And so, he finally begins to explain the political mess he's in. Apparently, Nangong had the tiger tallies and even threatened Qingying's life, so he had to play along. He only pretended to get the tallies back, but he still needs to find the Imperial Jade Seal. Until then, he can't take her back to the palace. Our poor heroine's heart sinks. He promises to come for her as soon as he can, but then adds a warning. She can't be close to Mr. Huang anymore. The jealousy is radiating off him as he tells her, he likes you. Don't you know that? She tries to argue that they're just friends, but the tears in her eyes tell a different story. He pulls her into a dramatic dip, forbidding her from seeing him, and she asks, Are you jealous? Instead of answering, he just smashes his lips against hers. He kisses her with a year's worth of desperation and longing. It's a chaotic, passionate reunion. When he pulls away, she whispers the one thing he's been dying to hear. I want you. And that's all it takes for him to lose what little control he has left. The Emperor dismisses his duties, having eyes for only one thing. He pulls our girl close, whispering that he's taken care of everything so they can be alone. But he's not listening, too lost in his desires. He asks if she was hurt, and she drops the bomb of the century. Yes, but I got hurt because of being a mother. The Emperor is completely stunned, barely able to process her words. With a steady gaze, she reveals the truth. The someone who's been with her all year is their daughter. He's in utter disbelief, his voice trembling as he asks if it's really true. She simply confirms it with a soft yeah. She explains that when she fell into the water, she was already pregnant and didn't even know it, and that Mr. Huang was the one who saved her. Overjoyed, the Emperor demands to see their child immediately. He embraces her, ecstatic, but when she mentions they have to thank Mr. Huang for taking care of them, his mood shifts. His eyes turn deadly as he mutters, Oh, I'll definitely thank him. Our girl agrees to take him to see their daughter, and he's suddenly like an impatient child, rushing her to go. As they walk, she explains she's been living in this quiet, remote place. The Emperor scoffs, clearly unimpressed with her humble abode. And just as he's complaining, the man himself appears, Huang Tianba. The Emperor declares that the remote location is why he couldn't find her, but Huang Tianba delivers a savage clapback. So why didn't you protect her well, Your Majesty? The two men lock eyes, ready to throw down, with our poor girl stuck in the middle. She quickly diffuses the situation by dangling the one thing the Emperor wants to see, their daughter, Lear. He's immediately distracted, all his anger forgotten as he rushes to meet his child. Our girl proudly presents the sleeping baby. He whispers his daughter's name, completely overwhelmed. Tears well up in his eyes as the reality of being a father finally hits him. Later that night, after their daughter has fallen asleep, they have a moment alone. He holds her tight, confessing he thought he'd lost her forever. A voice calls out for Qingying, and when our girl turns, she's shocked to see her old friend, Mr. Huang. But he's not alone, and she quickly bows, acknowledging the Emperor's presence. Mr. Huang cuts right to the chase, his eyes burning with intensity as he asks the Emperor if he plans on staying long-term. The Emperor just gives him a cold, hard stare, the air crackling with the rivalry between these two powerful men. He points out that this is his territory, not Mr. Huang's, questioning if he isn't afraid of the danger. But Mr. Huang smirks, You won't let anything happen to me here. The sheer confidence. The Emperor then lays down his terms, demanding a promise in exchange for this protection. He wants our girl to work in Yangzhou, and she is completely stunned. His reason is simple and sends a shiver down her spine. I don't trust anyone else. He looks her dead in the eye and says, But I trust you. He explains the chaotic political landscape, with a war brewing in the north, and how he needs her to secure Yangzhou. Our girl realizes she's been cornered. She has no choice. The Emperor offers Mr. Huang an alternative, just give up the southern river region entirely. Mr. Huang just laughs, admitting the Emperor knows him all too well. With the deal struck, the emperor then thanks Mr. Huang for taking care of Qingying this past year. A clear territorial jab. The two men lock eyes, a silent battle raging between them. Mr. Huang tries to play it off, acting cute and saying he was just being a good friend, right as our girl walks up, blissfully unaware of the tension. She asks them what they were talking about, but they both brush it off as nothing. The emperor sarcastically asks if they look happy, but our sweet, oblivious girl just smiles. She even comments that they seem to have a pretty good rapport, and the matching chibi death glares say it all. Suddenly, the emperor grabs our girl, pulling her close and whispering, "I think you and I have a better rapport." Then, for everyone to hear, he declares, "Come on, let's go see our daughter." Our girl is a flustered mess as he just scoops her up and carries her away without a second glance. The door slams shut, leaving a heartbroken Mr. Huang all alone in the courtyard. But 3 days later, the peace is shattered. Mr. Huang bursts in, looking panicked and yelling for Kengying. He's dressed for a long journey and urgently tells her they both need to leave Yangzhou right now. Something is terribly, terribly wrong. Our girl and her husband overhear some commotion. A subordinate rushes over, confirming that the sect has sent someone to Yangzhou. The emperor, ever so tense, demands to know who's coming. His face is a mask of pure suspicion. The guard reports that the newcomers are looking for someone. Her husband decides they'll stay put and see who it is, but our girl immediately worries they're after him. He just gives her a look that says, "Don't worry, but we're all worried." She insists they leave before they bring trouble to the innocent villagers, and he reluctantly agrees. A few days later, our girl is getting restless. She wants to go out and investigate, but her overprotective husband immediately shuts her down, saying it's too dangerous. The tension between them is so thick you could cut it with a sword. But our girl isn't having it. She argues that he is the target, and no one would bother with a weak girl like her. The emperor is not convinced, saying he doesn't want her in danger. She reassures him that his shadow guards will keep her safe. He sighs, defeated. "Are you sure you want to do this?" She gives him a determined look, telling him it's the only way she can help. He can only tell her to come back soon. He watches her leave, his heart probably doing backflips of anxiety. Out in the city, our heroine starts her investigation, but she's quickly distracted, wondering about the conflict with Xingjing. Suddenly, a horse comes barreling down the street, right at her. The rider screams for her to get out of the way, but our girl is completely frozen in fear. Just as she's about to become roadkill, a hand yanks her out of the way. She falls into the arms of a devastatingly handsome stranger with ethereal blue hair, who asks if she's okay. Our heroine is dazed, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over her. Who is this man, and why does he feel so familiar? She stammers out a thank you. He just gives a cool, "You're welcome." She then notices a nasty scrape on her hand from the near miss. She frets that it'll leave a scar. The mysterious man invites her to his house to treat the wound. When she hesitates, he gives her a sly smirk. "Why? Are you afraid I'm gonna hurt you?" She quickly denies it, flustered by his forwardness. He doesn't take no for an answer, gently guiding her toward his home. Left with no choice, she agrees to go with him. 3 days later, our girl returns to the man's residence, seemingly to thank him properly. A servant greets her, saying the young master has been waiting. And there he is, looking just as handsome as she remembered. Yup, still handsome. She asks how he knew she was coming. He points to the handkerchief she's holding. She returns it, and then, trying to make small talk, asks if he's found the crush he came to Dongyang to find. "I wonder if you have found her yet," she asks innocently. He looks at her with a pained expression and says, "I did." But the plot thickens. "Because she's married to someone else," he adds, and the drama just spiked. Our girl is speechless. She realizes that's why he looks so down today. Meanwhile, he's lost in his own tragic thoughts, wondering if he should just steal her away. Our heroine, bless her nosy heart, asks why he didn't just marry the girl in the first place. He goes completely silent. He thinks to himself that he had no choice at the time. Seeing her worried face, he asks if he said something wrong, but his servant interrupts to take his leave. The blue-haired man dismisses him, but the servant has urgent news. He reports that Xingjing's army launched a sneak attack, injuring many people, and they've run out of medicine. Our girl immediately connects the dots. So that's why her husband was up all night. Without a second thought, she declares she's going to help. She tells the man that she has medical skills and wants to lend a hand since they're short on people. He starts to object, but she cuts him off. "Resigned," he says. "Let me go with you." She agrees instantly. They arrive at the camp, and the scene is chaotic. It's worse than they imagined. The courtyard is filled with injured soldiers groaning in pain. Our heroine's heart breaks, and she rushes to a fallen soldier, promising to get him medicine. But just as she turns to go, a firm hand grabs her wrist. It's the blue-haired man, and his expression is ice cold. "No need to give him medicine," he declares. Our girl is completely stunned. "Why?" she cries out. She can't believe it. Why is this man's heart so cold? The man is too far gone, and the doctor coldly states that it's better to save the medicine for someone who can actually be saved. Our poor heroine can only watch, thinking that while his words are harsh, they're not wrong. But before she can process the grief, the entire ground begins to tremble violently. The soldiers on the wall panic, realizing the enemy is back for another chaotic raid. A rain of arrows darkens the sky, heading straight for them. People scream as they're struck down one by one. The attack is brutal and completely unexpected. Our girl can't believe it's happening all over again. The handsome blue-haired man, Mr. Yan, snaps her out of her daze, yelling at her to find cover. He pulls her to safety, asking if she's hurt as arrows land just inches from them. But as our girl wonders what the enemy's goal is, he spots another arrow heading right for her and screams, "Careful." In a heart-stopping moment, he throws himself in front of her, taking the arrow straight to the chest. She screams his name, panicking as she tries to help him, promising to get him to a hospital. Just then, a figure on horseback appears through the smoke and chaos. It's him. The crown prince has arrived. She begs him to wait, her attention still on the dying Mr. Yan. But the prince only has eyes for her, his voice cold as ice as he asks what she's doing here. "It's too dangerous," he growls, his gaze locked on her. She points frantically, begging him to save Mr. Yuan first. But when she turns back, he's gone. The prince's patience has run out. "Leave others alone," he commands. "Follow me to a safe place." Defeated, she can only agree. The prince immediately starts strategizing with his brother, noting how suspicious these repeated raids are. They quickly deduce that the enemy isn't launching a full-scale invasion, meaning their leader must be here in person. The prince's face darkens as the pieces click into place. He pulls our girl closer, a terrifyingly possessive look in his eyes. They realize these raids aren't an attack, but a message. A warning, specifically for that person. The tension is palpable. Our girl listens in, her blood running cold as she realizes they're talking about the crown prince himself. The prince knows his rival is here, risking it all. But for what? He declares the situation handled for now and orders her onto his horse. He pulls her up behind him, refusing to let her out of his sight for even a second. Once they're away from the prying eyes on the wall, the real storm begins. "Did he really come?" the prince asks, his voice dangerously low. He's talking about her ex, Pi Yuanju. He knows she's smart. "Did you guess it too?" he presses. And she has. She knows these chaotic attacks are just a distraction. The only reason the army would be so hesitant is if the person they're after. The prince stares into his cup, a muscle twitching in his jaw. He knows exactly why his rival would risk his life to come here. The prize he's after is her. Noticing her silence, he asks what's wrong. When she doesn't answer, he changes tactics. "By the way, why were you out there today?" She's completely caught off guard. She tells a partial truth, saying she wanted to help the wounded soldiers, wisely omitting any mention of Mr. Yan. But this only enrages him. "I forbid you to take care of other people," he snarls, grabbing her. "Nobody can." He sweeps her up into his arms like she weighs nothing. Shang Ying trembles at the thought of a third attack. She worries for his safety, but he tells her not to worry. She can only agree, her heart still pounding. The next morning, he announces he's sending Lier away first. Our girl is shocked, asking why. He explains it's too dangerous for them to stay, and he can't guarantee their safety if the enemy raids. Touched, she thanks him for his consideration. He tells her that she and Lier are the people he cherishes most, and he'll do anything to protect them. 5 tense days pass. Suddenly, a man bursts in with terrible news. A large number of troops have gathered at the east gate. The prince isn't surprised, it's just as he expected. It seems the enemy is finally making their move. He gets up to face them, his expression grim. He orders Sheng Ying to stay inside no matter what. She watches him go, her heart filled with dread. Her maid tries to get her to eat, but our girl is too worried, especially when she hears there's also trouble at the south gate. The south gate? The horrifying realization hits her like a ton of bricks. The east gate was a diversion. Lilier's residence is just outside the south gate. Panic seizes her. She bolts out the door, ignoring her maid's cries. She runs as fast as she can, praying she's not too late. But her path is blocked by a familiar face, Mr. Yuan. She stares at him in shock, wondering why he's here of all places. He stammers, unable to give her a straight answer. Sheng Ying finds Mr. Yuan by the gate, her heart in her throat as she asks about his injury. With a smile that could melt glaciers, he assures her he's perfectly fine now. Our girl is drowning in guilt, apologizing and blaming herself for his troubles. He brushes off her apology, but his tone changes when he asks where she's going. She tells him she has to pick up her daughter, but he immediately shuts her down, saying it's far too dangerous outside. But a mother's worry is a powerful thing, and she insists she has to go, terrified something will happen to Lier. Seeing her distress, he promises to get the door open and tells her to wait for him. Just as the main gate slams open, she thinks her path is finally clear. But as she rushes forward, he screams a warning about poisonous smoke. It's too late, a wave of noxious energy hits her full force, and our poor heroine collapses to the ground. She wakes up in an unfamiliar room, completely disoriented. A voice cuts through the haze, and she looks up to see the Emperor. Confused, she asks why she's here, and more importantly, where Mr. Yuan is. The Emperor feigns ignorance, asking who Mr. Yuan is. She explains she saw him at the city gate just as he was leaving too. The Emperor's face darkens with rage as he realizes Pei Yuanshu was trying to run away with her. Sheng Ying frantically asks if he caught him, but her real priority surfaces. What about Lair? Did you bring her back? He starts to explain, but the hesitation is killing her. She begs him to tell her what's wrong, and the devastating news finally comes out. By the time he arrived, Lier was already gone. The word disappeared echoes in the silent room. Her daughter's whereabouts are completely unknown. The Emperor swears he will find Lier, trying to comfort a mother on the verge of collapse. But our girl is having none of it. She tries to get out of bed, determined to find her daughter herself, but he stops her, reminding her she was poisoned. He begs her to calm down, telling her it's chaotic outside, but the combination of the poison and the devastating news is too much, and she passes out again. He gently lays her back down, promising to handle everything while she rests. A familiar voice calls out to her, and she's shocked to see her loyal servant Yuer. Yuer explains that she heard what happened and begged to come take care of her. Sheng Ying's mind is a blur. She asks how long she's been out. 3 days, Yuer replies, and our girl's panic returns instantly, asking if the emperor went to find Lear. Yuer hesitates, her eyes shifting nervously. Sheng Ying demands to know where he is. With a heavy heart, Yuer admits that concubine Li is also here. The name Nangong Liju is like a slap to the face, and our girl decides she's had enough, throwing off the covers to go see for herself. Yuer tries to stop her, pleading that she's still too weak, but Sheng Ying pushes past her, her resolve unbreakable. She stumbles out into the hallway, a single thought consuming her. She has to find out if Lear is safe. She peeks through the window, and her world shatters. There's the emperor, but he's not alone. The pink-haired snake, Nangong Liju, is cooing that she missed him. He snaps at her, demanding the jade seal he was promised, but she plays the victim card, saying it's the only thing protecting her child. And then the ultimate betrayal. The concubine spots Sheng Ying watching from the window. In a move so fake it's almost impressive, she feigns a dizzy spell and dramatically collapses into the emperor's arms. Our girl can only watch, frozen in disbelief. The concubine then has the audacity to act weak, whispering about how tired she is from the journey. The emperor, completely fooled, offers to call a doctor, but she just purrs that all she needs is for him to help her to bed. Yuer finds her mistress trembling, her face pale as a ghost. In a broken voice, Sheng Ying whispers the truth she just witnessed. He was with Nangong Liz. He was supposed to be looking for their missing daughter, but instead, he was doting on another woman. The weight of his betrayal crashes down on her like a bolt of lightning. A servant greets her mistress, overjoyed that she has finally returned. But our girl, Sheng Ying, is in no mood for pleasantries. She throws down a bundle, her face set with grim determination. Since he isn't going to find Lear, I'll go myself. Her loyal maid tries to stop her, reminding her that His Majesty ordered her to rest. But Sheng Ying is a mother on a mission, and nothing will stand in her way. Or so she thought, because the emperor himself suddenly appears, blocking her path. She's shocked, asking why he isn't with Nangong Lear. He cuts straight to the point, asking if she's been to his palace. She brushes him off, her voice trembling with urgency. I don't have time for you, I have to find Lear. But just as she tries to leave, he grabs her arm. He reveals he's already sent people to look for their son, but there's terrible news. Lear was taken away. Sheng Ying's world shatters as she asks who could have taken him. The emperor explains that it's still unknown, but there were no signs of a struggle or forced entry. The news is too much for our poor heroine, and she breaks down, crying for her lost child. He pulls her into a comforting embrace, trying to reassure her. He promises he has people following their traces, and that they will find him. He takes her hands, swearing that Lear is his child too, and he won't let anything happen to him. She looks up, a glimmer of hope in her tear-filled eyes, asking if he truly means it. He confirms it, of course, but then his expression darkens. He mentions that Miss Nangong is here and questions why she would suddenly visit. Sheng Ying looks worried, but he pulls her close. What she thinks has nothing to do with me, he says, his voice low and intense. I only care about your thoughts. And then he silences any further protest with a deep, passionate kiss. She pulls away, flustered, murmuring that she thinks Miss Nangong really likes him, but he dismisses it coldly. Between her and me, we're just using each other. She asks if he's lying, and his eyes blaze with sincerity. How could I ever lie to you? Her mind is a whirlwind of confusion and relief. He notices her distress and asks what's wrong. She avoids his gaze, claiming she's just tired and wants to rest. He accepts her excuse, telling her to lie down before he leaves. But as he walks away, her face is a mask of inner turmoil. She calls out to him one last time, but he's already gone. Later, her maid points out a visitor in the garden. And speak of the devil, it's the pink-haired rival, Nangong Liju. Looking smug as ever, Sheng Ying doesn't hide her displeasure, demanding to know why she's here. Liju simply stands, a picture of false elegance. She greets our girl with a sickly sweet smile, saying she was just looking for her. She pours tea, her movements oozing fake grace. Then she starts her power play, reminiscing about how she and the emperor were childhood sweethearts. Sheng Ying's face clouds over as Liju continues her story. She claims that when he was the crown prince, her father promised her hand to him. So you are just using each other? Sheng Ying asks, throwing his words back at her. Liju just lets out a condescending little laugh. Royal marriages are all about taking advantage of each other, she purrs, her eyes glinting with malice. Sheng Ying is left speechless by her audacity. But Liju isn't done, declaring that now she has found someone she truly loves. Our girl asks if she means the emperor, her heart sinking. Liju calls her a smart person, but Sheng Ying fires back. Aren't you just taking advantage of each other? This gives the rival pause. The games have begun. Sheng Ying brings up the jade seal, and Lizu's mask cracks for a second. I didn't expect him to even tell you this, she says, taking a sip of tea to hide her surprise. Then she goes for the kill. He said he only regards you as his sister, she lies smoothly. The two women face off in a silent battle of wills. You believe that too? Liza scoffs. This past year while you were away, we were together every single night. The words hit Sheng Ying like a physical blow. She stumbles back, shaking her head in disbelief. I even gave birth to a son by him, she cries out. But the poison of doubt has already been injected. How could he lie to her? Lizled presses her advantage. If not, why hasn't he brought you back to the palace? I do not believe you. She leans in, her voice dripping with venom. The relationship between Brother Hao and me is not something a mere maid like you can compare to. Overwhelmed and heartbroken, Sheng Ying runs away, muttering that she doesn't believe it. She has to go ask him herself, to hear the truth from his own lips. Behind her, Liz Hu's face twists into a snarl of pure hatred. I will let you get nothing. In her frantic state, Sheng Ying trips and falls. She braces for impact, but a strong pair of arms catches her. It's the blonde prince, and he looks down at her with pure shock and concern. Sheng Ying, what happened to you? It's General Yang, who catches her and whispers her name, Sheng Ying. He looks deeply concerned, asking what happened to her. But our heroine has no time for pleasantries. She needs answers, and she needs them now. With tears in her eyes, she asks the one question she's been dreading. Has concubine Li given birth to a prince? The general's flustered reaction is all the confirmation she needs. He can barely even look at her. The horrifying truth crashes down on our poor girl. It's true. He tries to comfort her, saying it was bound to happen, but her mind is already reeling. The emperor, he's been lying to her this entire time. The betrayal is a physical, gut-wrenching pain. The general attempts to justify the emperor's actions, but Sheng Ying cuts him off. She just wants to be alone. She turns her back on him, needing to escape. Her heart shatters as she realizes she was the only one who blindly believed in him, like a fool. Speaking of the devil, the emperor himself is brooding elsewhere. His thoughts are interrupted by the pink-haired viper, Nengong Liju, who appears out of nowhere. She coyly asks if he's looking for Sheng Ying, then adds with a smug little smile that they just had a heart-to-heart talk. The emperor's face instantly darkens as he demands to know what she said. His glare is absolutely lethal, but this woman doesn't even flinch. She drops the most chaotic, savage bomb imaginable. It's nothing, just telling her, I have given birth to a prince. The concubine continues her venomous little speech, twisting the truth about concubine Li's child to make it seem like her own. She then has the audacity to declare she won't let anyone threaten her son's position, basically challenging the emperor to his face. He scoffs, questioning if she really thinks he needs the old jade seal to maintain his power. His kingdom is already stable and under his control. He tells her the seal is unimportant, but she just keeps smiling that wicked smile of hers. It may not be important to you, she purrs, but what if someone with the real jade seal were to challenge your rule? That would surely cause suspicion about your claim to the throne, wouldn't it? This woman is playing a dangerous game of blackmail. He grabs her arm in a rage, but she's completely unfazed. She even has the nerve to say Sheng Ying, as his woman, should just accept these kinds of lies. Then she delivers the final savage blow, asking him what's more important, his country, or a woman. That's it. He's had enough of her tricks. The emperor storms off, leaving the scheming concubine behind. But Liz Hu just watches him go, her eyes burning with a terrifying fiery ambition. Her plan is working perfectly. The emperor rushes to Sheng Ying's residence, calling her name in a panic. He gets to her door, calling for her again, but is met with deafening silence. A horrible feeling creeps into his heart. He bursts through the doors, screaming for someone to come. A maid rushes in, explaining that her lady wanted to be alone and sent her away. The emperor's blood runs cold. What? He storms into the room, roaring, "Get out!" at the terrified maid, his eyes landing on a single, abandoned teacup. In a fit of pure rage and despair, he crushes the porcelain cup in his bare hand, whispering her name as blood pours from his fist. He closes his eyes in anguish, wondering where she could have possibly gone, whispering her broken promise that she would never leave him. It dawns on him that all her sweet words might have been a lie from the very beginning. Meanwhile, our poor girl wanders alone through the woods, her heart completely shattered. She makes a solemn vow to herself, "Pei Yuan Hao, I will never believe you again." But just as she's lost in her grief, a voice startles her, complimenting her looks. Before she can react, two shady figures in masks block her path, and she immediately knows she's in trouble. The thugs size her up, realizing she's broke, and one of them gets a truly disgusting idea: sell her to a brothel for some quick cash. The color drains from our heroine's face as pure terror sets in. She makes a run for it, screaming for them to let her go, but they easily catch her, dragging her deeper into the forest as she cries for help. One of the brutes knocks her out cold, telling his partner to carry her and get a move on. The other goon complains, but what can you do? Sometime later, she begins to stir, feeling dizzy and confused. She slowly opens her eyes, taking in the unfamiliar room. As she sits up, the memories of her abduction come flooding back. A woman in a slinky red dress throws open the doors, cheerfully announcing that she's finally awake, and our girl's panic spikes. She demands to know who this woman is and where she's been taken. The woman just smiles, a cruel, knowing glint in her eyes, and welcomes her to a paradise for both men and women. The horrifying realization hits our heroine like a ton of bricks. She's in a brothel. The madam shamelessly inspects her, noting that even if she's not a virgin, it's no problem here. but she promises that in a few days, our girl will be broken, and orders her men to teach her to be obedient. The madam saunters away, leaving our girl to her fate. She trembles in fear, begging the approaching men to stay away. But her pleas fall on deaf ears as they begin to beat her into submission. Back at the palace, Pei Yuanhao is losing his mind. He furiously orders his general Yuan Hui to use every resource to find our heroine immediately. When Yuan Hui hesitates, questioning the extreme measures, Pei Yuanhao explodes with rage, roaring at him to just go. As Yuan Hui scurries off, a pink-haired woman approaches, smugly asking why the general is in such a panic. Yuan Hui quickly makes his excuses and flees the scene, leaving the two of them alone. Pei Yuanhao tries to calm himself down, muttering that having concubines is normal, and she has no reason to be angry. But his facade crumbles as he whirls on the pink-haired woman, Nengong Lizhu, telling her to cut the sarcastic act. He grabs her, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, and threatens her. If anything happens to her, I won't make it easy for you, even if it costs me the jade seal. But the emperor doesn't even spare her a glance, his mind filled with the memory of losing the one he loves. He clenches his fist, vowing that he's already lost her once, and he absolutely will not lose her a second time. The princess isn't having it, sneering that after everything he's done, our girl will never believe him again. But he just turns his back on her, determined to bring his love back no matter what it takes. She's left fuming in his wake, utterly speechless. She can only see our heroine's name through gritted teeth, Yu Shengying. Meanwhile, at a luxurious-looking establishment, a woman comments on how unexpected this is. She smirks, thinking that our girl is quite brave. Inside, our poor heroine, Yue Shengying, is slumped on the floor, looking completely defeated. She's bruised and bleeding, but her eyes are full of defiance as she tells the madam to just beat her to death. The madam scoffs at the idea, saying that would be a waste of money. She offers a compromise for the sake of our girl's pride, clarifying that she doesn't want her to serve guests. A flicker of hope appears in Yue Shengying's eyes as she asks if she'll be let go. But the madam has a different idea. She asks our girl to dance for them instead. The madam explains they're short on dancers and can put her on stage the very next day. With nowhere else to go, our girl realizes that staying here might not be such a bad idea after all. It's a chance to survive, a chance to plan her next move. Stealing her resolve, she looks up and accepts the offer. The madam smiles, declaring the deal settled. But later, she's seen plotting with a sleazy-looking man. The plan is to announce their new flower girl, and then drug her after the performance. The madam instructs the man to have the virgin handkerchief ready, revealing their truly disgusting intentions. The man just gives a creepy, greedy smile, clearly eager for the night to come. At that very moment, a group of businessmen are arriving at the same tower. They're meeting with a mysterious Mr. Zheng, who always chooses a place like this to conduct business. One of them clears his throat, about to butter up their benefactor. The man in question, the red-haired and dangerously handsome brother Zheng, just smirks. The businessman practically bows, calling Zheng his savior and thanking him for his success. They need his help once again to acquire some goods. As they sit down for a drink, the madam takes the stage. She announces the debut of their new dancer, Ying Ying, from Chunfeng Tower. Please enjoy, she says, as our girl makes her grand entrance. Yu Shengying appears, looking absolutely ethereal in her dancing robes. But down in the audience, brother Zheng's eyes widen, in utter shock. He can't believe it. No, impossible. How could she be here? Our girl begins her dance, a vision of grace and sorrow. Her every move tells a story, captivating the entire room. The men in the audience are instantly mesmerized, with one vowing to book her for the entire night. But brother Zheng isn't looking at her with desire. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. It really is her. Mr. Zheng asks the handsome red-haired man, Mr. Huang, if he recognizes the dancer, and Mr. Huang is clearly caught off guard. He quickly composes himself and lies, claiming she's just a friend who must have fallen on hard times. The old man smirks, guessing she must be from a wealthy family, and Mr. Huang just goes along with it. And then, in a truly gross move, Mr. Zheng announces he'll just buy the girl for his dear brother as a gift. Mr. Huang tries to protest, saying it's not appropriate, but the creepy old man insists she's a perfect match for him. He then scurries off to talk to the madam, leaving a completely stressed-out Mr. Huang behind. He grits his teeth and accepts the gift, thinking to himself that if it really is Sheng Ying, this is the only way he can help her. Backstage, the madam, Sister Lan, praises our girl's spectacular dance. She purrs about how she managed to charm all the stinky men out there. Then, she casually wipes something on our girl's face with a red handkerchief. A strange, shimmering powder is left behind. Sheng Ying is completely bewildered, trying to ask what's going on. But before she can finish, the world starts to spin, and she collapses as the madam flashes a truly wicked smile. Just then, Mr. Zheng pops up, asking which room his newly purchased prize will be in. The madam orders her lackeys to take our unconscious girl to Mudan Hall, declaring that she belongs to Mr. Zheng tonight. Her sinister grin says it all. This was her evil plan from the beginning. Later that night, under the full moon, Mr. Huang arrives at the hall. The madam greets him at the door, letting him know the girl is waiting for him inside. He dismisses her, but not before she gets a moment to swoon over how handsome he is. He slides the door shut behind him, his intentions a mystery. Peeking through the screen, his eyes widen in shock. He bursts into the room, finding Sheng Ying passed out on the bed. Relief washes over his face as he realizes she must have just been drugged. He looks down at her, his expression hardening as he wonders how she ended up in a place like this and if he is treating her badly. The next morning, Sheng Ying finally stirs, her head pounding. She opens her eyes, completely disoriented, only to see Mr. Huang sitting right there. He immediately offers her a cup of warm water. She's confused, asking him why he's here, but he turns the question right back on her. He cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know how she ended up in this place and if she left him. Our poor girl is speechless, not knowing how to even begin to explain. Seeing her distress, he softens his tone, telling her she doesn't have to say anything. She puts the pieces together, remembering dancing, and then, nothing. She realizes she was drugged. His expression darkens. Sure enough, he says, confirming his suspicions. As the horrible truth sinks in for our heroine, he makes a stunning offer. If you are willing, I can take you away now. Utterly shocked, all she can do is look up at him and ask, why? Our girl confesses her fear. If she leaves, she has nowhere to go. But Mr. Huang, our mysterious red-haired savior, just brushes it off, saying he's redeemed her life so she can live here temporarily. Our girl, ever practical, immediately worries about the cost, but he awkwardly tells her it didn't take much, realizing how weird that sounds. Still, the air between them is electric. She changes the subject, asking what he's doing in a place like this, and he coolly explains he's just conducting business. For a moment though, it feels like something more than just business. He tells her to rest and that she can find him if she needs anything. But as he steps outside, the madam of the house slithers up, asking if he was satisfied with the girls. She's practically oozing fake sincerity. Mr. Huang is visibly not amused. His death glare is enough to silence both the madam and her quivering assistant, who immediately starts apologizing for his life. Meanwhile, the gossip has already started. A couple of the other women have spotted our heroine. The claws come out immediately, with them calling her a rotten mouse, who somehow got picked by a customer on her very first day. Later, our girl finds Mr. Huang again. He asks her if she's angry about the nasty things the other women were saying. But our poor heroine is just grateful to have a place to live, even if it comes with a side of vicious gossip. She brushes it off with a smile, and then, with a savage twist, asks if he's worried about his reputation for visiting a place like this every day. The question actually makes him laugh. He claims that as a merchant, it's natural for him to be here, but she knows he's just trying to make her feel better. She offers him a drink and then drops a bomb. She knows the emperor is searching for her everywhere. That's exactly why she thinks hiding out in a brothel is the safest option. He questions her very questionable definition of safety. He asks if she's really sure she doesn't want to go back to her old life, but her mind is made up. She's escaped that golden prison, and there's no looking back. He puts down his cup and simply says, "Good." As he stands to leave, she can't help but ask if he's going already. He promises he'll be back tomorrow to be with her. She watches him go, feeling a strange sense of loneliness. Our girl wonders why she feels so disappointed to see him leave. Maybe she's just gotten used to his daily visits. But her quiet reflection is shattered by someone shouting her name. She opens the door and is shocked to see a familiar and very unwelcome face demanding to know what she's doing here. And from the furious look on this woman's face, things are about to get chaotic. But before our girl can get a word in, she's confronted by a furious woman who immediately calls her a vixen for daring to see Tianba. Our poor heroine tries to explain that things aren't what they seem. But Manhwa is having none of it, absolutely convinced that Tianba has been secretly meeting this woman behind her back. She completely loses it, screaming, "You shameless vixen! How dare you steal my man!" and lunges forward to attack. But her attack is suddenly stopped by a firm hand. What in the drama is this? It's Huang Tianba himself, arriving just in the nick of time to play referee. Manhwa immediately rounds on him, but he just tells her to calm down and that he'll explain everything when they get back. Oh, but that is the worst thing you can say to a jealous woman. She demands he explain himself right now. His face hardens. This is clearly not the time or place for this conversation. He turns to our girl, apologizes for Manhwa's chaotic behavior, and says he'll be back tomorrow, which only makes Manhwa more furious. He grabs his possessive sister and physically drags her away. Our girl is left standing there, completely stunned by the whirlwind of drama that just swept through. She sighs, realizing this safe house is no longer safe. The next day, Tamba returns as promised. Our girl assures him she's fine after yesterday's episode. She cautiously asks if Manhwa misunderstood, but he smoothly replies that he already told her everything, and she doesn't need to worry. Sure, she doesn't. Our girl is just relieved that this misunderstanding didn't affect their feelings. But Tamba is quick to clarify that he only sees Manhwa as a sister. Oof, that's a savage friend zoning. Really, she asks, a sliver of hope in her voice. He confirms it, leaning in just a little too close for a platonic friend. But she knows the truth. She points out that no matter what he says, Miss Manhwa is completely devoted to him. This whole situation makes our girl nervous. With Manhwa causing such a scene, she's afraid her own location will be exposed. He tells her that's exactly what he came to discuss. He has a plan. He wants to move her to his private house in the suburbs for better protection, and she immediately agrees. She thanks him for going through so much trouble for her, and he tells her to get ready. The plan is in motion. As they prepare to leave, she can't help but think how different he is from him, the man who never considered her feelings. And speak of the devil. Back at the palace, a general is reporting to the emperor. He brings shocking news. Miss Ya, our girl, was spotted in a brothel. The emperor can't believe his ears. His face contorts with rage and confusion. Why would she be in a place like that? The messenger explains the grim rumor. She was sold by human traffickers. The emperor's blood runs cold. He clenches his fist, ordering his men to prepare immediately. He's going to Yuzhou himself. The look on his face says it all. Someone is going to pay. His aide tries to protest, but the emperor barks at him to hurry up. He trembles, not just with rage but with a terrifying possessiveness, vowing that in this life, she must stay with him, no matter what. Meanwhile, far away from the palace drama, Tianba and our girl arrive at his suburban estate. She's taken aback, remarking that his assets are quite large. He just chuckles, amused that she's learned how to joke with him. Mr. Huang, ever the gentleman, offers to show our girl around his humble abode. He grimaces, saying he feels sorry that she had to live in her old rundown place for so long. Our girl, however, is just grateful to have a roof over her head, insisting that it's a very good place. When she offers to cook to show her gratitude, he immediately stops her. With a sly, charming grin, he insists on showing off his skills in the kitchen. Our heroine can't help but be flustered, agreeing to try his craftsmanship. And what craftsmanship it is! A whole feast appears on the table, smelling absolutely divine. He encourages her to dig in, and she doesn't need to be told twice. The first bite is pure bliss. This man can do everything. He looks pleased as punch that she likes his cooking. But amidst the delicious meal, our girl has to ask the question that's been bugging her. Why are you treating me so good? The question catches him completely off guard. He turns away, his expression hardening as he asks why she's bringing this up now. She confesses her worry that helping her might get him into a world of trouble. He's silent for a moment, his gaze intense. Then he drops the bomb. If I say I treat you as a close friend, do you believe it? Oh, the dreaded friend zone. Our girl is visibly taken aback, her cheeks flushing. He internally panics, wondering if telling her his true feelings would just cause more problems for her, while she convinces herself she was just overthinking things. Trying to break the tension, she thanks him again and gets back to the food. He encourages her to eat more, happy to move past the awkward moment. This prompts our girl to ask about the other woman in his life, Miss Manhua. Her name alone makes her heart sink a little. He sighs, explaining that he's made his feelings clear to Manhwa, but the woman is just too stubborn to listen. He reassures our girl not to worry, since Manhwa has no idea this house even exists. But our poor heroine can't help but feel like she's the one causing a rift between them. Seeing her distress, he quickly changes the subject, telling her to just eat. To avoid the awkwardness, she announces she wants to go shopping in a few days. He immediately gets protective, reminding her that people are looking for her and going out is dangerous. She waves off his concern, saying she can just disguise herself. He's not convinced, but reluctantly agrees, telling her to be careful. A few days later, she's all ready to go, feeling good about her disguise. With a veil covering her face, she looks like a completely different person. He gives her one last warning to be extra careful before she heads out. I know, she says, slipping out the door. He watches her leave, a small smile playing on his lips as he notes how much more cheerful she's become. Out in the bustling market, our girl feels a sense of freedom. While browsing, she spots a beautiful fan and thinks it would be the perfect gift for Mr. Huang. But just as she's admiring it, she bumps into someone. She looks up and sees a person whose back looks incredibly familiar. A jolt goes through her. She has to find out who it is. She hurries after them, but when she turns the corner, they've vanished into thin air. She's completely baffled. She was so sure she saw them come this way. It's an older woman, looking at her with a kind, familiar smile. The woman, Aunt Lu, tearfully says she's finally found her. Our heroine is shocked, wondering how her old nanny from Zishu is all the way here. Aunt Lu explains she came looking for her after spotting her on the street. She anxiously asks what happened in Zishu, and begs our girl to come back with her. But before she can finish her sentence, her eyes widen in terror. A dagger plunges into her back. Our girl screams in horror, demanding to know who wants to kill her. With her last breath, Aunt Lu pushes her away, telling her to run before collapsing. Our heroine whirls around, demanding to know who's there. A whole squad of assassins emerges from the shadows, charging straight for her. Daggers fly through the air, but just as they're about to hit their mark, someone swoops in, deflecting the attack. The assassins are swiftly cut down, their bodies littering the ground. And who is her chaotic savior? None other than Mr. Huang, who rushes to her side, his eyes filled with concern. He demands to know what happened, but our poor girl is too stunned to speak. She asks if he's okay, and he plays it off like it's just a scratch. A whole stab wound is a scratch now? Okay, sir. He leans against her, clearly weak from the injury. She's desperate to help him, but he insists they can't stay here where it's dangerous. He's sweating and pale, barely able to stand. She agrees, and together they flee the city. They make their way into the misty mountains, searching for a safe place to hide. They find a small cave, and he tells her to lie down while she goes to find herbs. She gently helps him to the ground, his reliance on her a stark contrast to his usual strength. After a quick search, she finds what she needs. She begins to clean his wound, and he grunts in pain. She asks if it hurts, and he just grits his teeth, saying it's fine. Liar. The man is clearly in agony, sweating bullets. The proximity and the fact that he's, shirtless, sends a deep blush across our girl's face. The moment is tender and charged with unspoken feelings. He thanks her, looking at her with an intensity that makes her heart flutter. She quickly reminds him that he's the one who saved her, so she should be thanking him. But just as she says that, he suddenly collapses. The blood loss was too much for him to handle. As he loses consciousness, he whispers her name, Sheng Ying. Our girl rushes to his side, asking what he wants to say. With his last bit of strength, he starts to confess. Sheng Ying, actually, I like you very, but the fever is too much, and he's completely delirious. He suddenly grabs her wrist, his grip surprisingly strong. He shivers, muttering about how cold he is, and our girl's concern deepens. She watches him, her heart in turmoil. She thinks about how he has always protected her, even when no one else would. Her mind drifts back to the emperor and the coldness of the palace. The memories are tinged with the ominous symbol of blue spider lilies. The chaotic dream ends, and Mr. Huang finally wakes with a start. He groans, the remnants of the fever still clinging to him. But when he opens his eyes, he sees Sheng Ying's worried face. She breaks into a relieved smile, happy to see him conscious. She quickly checks his forehead, exclaiming that his fever has finally gone down. Her genuine happiness is radiant. Now fully lucid and looking rather sheepish, he thanks her for her care, apologizing if he was presumptuous during his fever dream. Our girl quickly changes the subject, thanking him for saving her life. He explains he just got worried when she didn't come back and went to check on her. She then asks about the attackers from yesterday, lamenting that she doesn't know who would want to harm her and her poor grandma. He listens quietly, his expression unreadable. She's completely stunned. How do you know? She asks, as a flash of blood fills her memory. He reveals his sharp deduction. The dart that killed her grandma was a unique style used only in Sishu. Realizing she can't hide it anymore, she confesses, I come from the Yan family in Sishu. His eyes widen in shock. The Yan family is the most powerful family in all of Kaishu. She is Yan Qingqing, the eldest daughter. But her story is a sad one. Her father was a trash dad who favored his concubines, leaving her and her mother to be neglected and cast aside. When the emperor started recruiting maids, her own family sent her away to get rid of her. He puts the pieces together. It was a political move to keep the Yan family in check. She then reveals she switched identities with a maid who fell off a cliff, hoping for a new life. She dreamed of being free once she was old enough to leave the palace. You have suffered, he says softly, then asks if the emperor knows her true identity. She shakes her head, confirming her secret is still safe. She's terrified of what the emperor would do if he found out, given the tense relationship with her family. He then asks why she chose to tell him of all people. She stammers, admitting she doesn't know why. She just did. He pivots, making a sharp observation. It wasn't a group from Sishu that attacked her, it was someone local. He explains that he recognized the accents of the men in black. They were from the capital. The terrifying realization dawns on our poor girl. Our poor girl can only offer a small thank you, still trembling from the ordeal. She admits that she's just worried something terrible has happened to the Yan family. He tells her not to overthink it, promising to investigate and insisting she return to his city house with him. And with that smoldering, serious look, you know he isn't taking no for an answer. He even offers to carry her there. And just like that, 2 days pass in a flash. They arrive at his residence, and he simply tells her to come in. Our girl is playing the perfect nurse, announcing it's time for his medicine. But he looks absolutely disgusted by the idea. He whines, asking why on earth he has to take that gross stuff again. She can't help but tease him, finding it hilarious that a great hero is afraid of a little medicine. He gets all flustered, a cute blush spreading across his cheeks. She bribes him like a child, offering homemade winter melon candy if he drinks it. He reluctantly gulps it down. The blush is still there, but at least the medicine is gone. He jokes that the candy is so good, maybe he should drink medicine more often. She immediately scolds him for talking nonsense. She just smiles, clearly enjoying this playful dynamic. But then he turns up the heat, telling her it's time to change the dressing on his wound and offering to help. She panics, saying she can do it herself. His expression is pure, chaotic satisfaction. He knows exactly what he's doing. She insists she can handle it, but he just stares her down until she freezes. She examines his bare shoulder, noting that the wound has scabbed over nicely. As she gently applies the new dressing, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. His eyes are practically burning holes into her. Our girl is so flustered she can barely form a sentence. He stops her, saying it's fine, he can get dressed himself. He gives her a smoldering look as he puts his robe back on. Completely overwhelmed, our heroine makes a run for it. She throws out a terrible excuse about checking on the soup. He just watches her go, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. He looks at the candy she left, thinking about how well she treats him. Outside, our girl clutches her chest, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. She can't deny it anymore. She's never ever felt this way before. Later, she runs into him while bringing in vegetables from the backyard. He just watches her approach, looking way too handsome for his own good. He offers to wash the vegetables, and when she refuses, he insists with a flirty tone. Their hands brush as he takes the basket from her. And once again, our girl is left speechless and blushing. She manages a tiny thank you as he walks away, calling it a small thing. That night, a knock comes at her door. It's him, and he wants to talk. She looks up, clearly not prepared for a late-night chat. She tries to blow him off, but he stops her, asking about something she said in the cave while he was injured. She freezes, quickly denying that she said anything at all, not just in a dream. Our girl is completely flustered, stammering his name as she clutches her chest. She quickly tries to reject him, saying she doesn't want to cause him any trouble. He admits he was going to keep his feelings a secret, but our poor heroine is already trying to let him down easy, saying she hasn't thought about it yet. She can't even look him in the eye as the awkwardness suffocates the room. He gets the message and hits her with the soul-crushing, "I hope we can still be friends" line. Ah, the friend zone, a classic tragedy. She quickly agrees, saying he's always been her best friend, and he counters by saying she doesn't have to avoid him then. In fact, he offers to be the one to leave if she feels too embarrassed. Our girl is stunned by his maturity. She immediately insists he doesn't have to leave, blaming herself for overthinking things. She just wants things to go back to the way they were, and he smoothly agrees. He tells her to get some rest and leaves, with her thinking what a true gentleman he is for taking the rejection so well. But just as the door closes, it bursts open again. Mr. Huang is back, and he looks frantic. Our girl is confused, wondering what news could possibly make him so nervous. He looks at her with deadly seriousness. He tells her there's news about Lear, and our girl's world completely stops. But he grabs her arm, stopping her from running straight into danger. He tells her not to be so rash, but she's not listening. She screams that this is her liar, and she has to find her no matter what. He looks at her, his heart breaking for her desperation. He yells her name, begging her to calm down and listen to him for 1 second. He grabs her by the shoulders, forcing her to face him. He knows she's worried, but he points out that this news is way too coincidental. She stares back, confused by what he means. He explains that the news points to a location right next to them, suspecting it was deliberately released to lure her out into a trap. The horrifying realization starts to sink in, but even so, she says she can't let go of any possibility, no matter how small. He understands her desperation and agrees to go check it out first himself. He's a man with a plan, warning her that if it's a trap, she needs to run. She asks what he'll do, and he just tells her not to worry. He has his own methods. They decide to set off tomorrow, after she gets a proper night's rest. She meekly agrees, but there will be no sleep for her tonight, as her mind is filled with only one name, Lear. An old man reports to his mysterious boss that the news has been delivered to Mr. Huang. The woman, radiating pure chaotic energy, wants to be sure there are no doubts, but her subordinate assures her it was done with the utmost secrecy. Meanwhile, another schemer smirks, confident that Yue Shengying will walk right into their trap. The plan is simple and brutal: stun Tianba and snatch Yue Cheng. When asked what to do with our poor heroine, the villainess has a truly savage idea. Just dump her at the government office gate since the emperor is looking for her anyway. The old man brings up a valid point. What about the drug for Mr. Huang? She reveals she's one step ahead, giving him a special drug because her target is a martial arts expert, and a regular roofie just won't cut it. With a final chilling order to not mess up, she sends him on his way. The old man's face twists into a gleeful sneer. He has clearly been waiting for this moment. He sees, remembering how Huang Tianba has always suppressed him, and vows to take his life tomorrow. "Let's go," he commands his lackey. The subordinate hesitates, asking if they're really going to kill him. The old man's resolve is absolute, fueled by a deep-seated hatred for Tianba's arrogant look. He declares with finality, tomorrow is his death day. When his man questions the drug, the old schemer reveals it was made by the lady herself. Of course it's potent. He cackles, anticipating the moment they get to mutilate their target. Elsewhere, our duo arrives at the very place the trap has been set. He tells her to wait outside while he takes a look. Our girl is trembling, asking if it will be dangerous. He tries to reassure her, promising he'll be right out, but she just pleads for him to be careful. He heads inside alone, cautiously pushing open the door. His eyes widen in shock as he spots a baby's crib. Before he can process it, a cloth is thrown over his face. Not good, he thinks, trying to hold his breath. The assassins celebrate their victory, seeing him collapsed on the floor. One of them rushes forward, sword drawn, ready to finish the job. The eye-patch-wearing leader grins, ready to send Huang Tianba to the next world. But then a dart flies through the air, embedding itself in the attacker's chest. The man screams for his brother as he falls, and rising from the floor is none other than Huang Tianba himself, who was just faking it. He coolly invites his enemies to accept their fate. He admits he still inhaled some of the drug, but that's not going to stop him. His eyes burn with determination as he fights on. Outside, our girl can't wait any longer. She ignores his orders and rushes toward the building. Peeking inside, she lets out a horrified gasp. She sees him, surrounded and fighting for his life, and cries out his name. She rushes to Mr. Huang's side, her voice trembling as she asks if he's okay. He's clearly not, clutching a bloody wound. Barely conscious, he tells her they have to escape to one of their strongholds. As they make their getaway, someone else arrives at the bloody scene. It's the wicked consort, and she is absolutely furious that her minions failed. A horrifying thought crosses her mind. What if her beloved Tianba was also injured in the fight? Her grief quickly turns to pure, unadulterated rage, and she blames everything on our poor heroine, Yue Qingying. Meanwhile, our heroes are struggling to escape through the stormy night. Hong Yi suddenly collapses, and our girl cries out his name in terror. He's weak and barely able to stand. She starts to panic, realizing this is no ordinary wound. It could be poison. He's burning up with a fever, and she desperately tries to rouse him. But he's completely unresponsive, slumping against her. In a moment of pure desperation, thinking he's about to die, she makes a tearful confession. If he wakes up, she promises to be with him forever. And you guys, he heard her. He weakly calls out her name, and our girl is completely mortified. She tries to play it cool, quickly changing the subject and urging him onward. He manages a weak yes and tells her he knows a shortcut, but it's just a kind woman named Aunt Zhang, who is shocked to see Huang Ye in such a state. She quickly ushers them inside to safety. Aunt Zhang helps get the injured prince settled. Once he's lying down, our girl asks if this place is truly safe. He assures her it's remote and they won't be found. But a moment later, he's groaning in pain again. Realizing the poison is getting worse, she decides to go find detoxifying herbs. But as she stands to leave, he grabs her arm with surprising strength, begging her not to go. He looks into her eyes, and even though he's half delirious, he promises he'll be there for her. Our girl's heart swoons, and she reassures him that she'll take care of everything. After she returns with medicine, Aunt Zhang can't help but praise her. The old woman then turns to Mr. Huang and says his wife is taking excellent care of him. Our girl turns 50 shades of red and stammers that she's not his wife. But Aunt Zhang just waves it off, saying it's only a matter of time, making our heroine even more flustered. And look at this sly devil. Mr. Huang is just lying there, listening to it all with a tiny satisfied blush. He immediately gets down to business, offering her a drink. He calls her Sheng Ying, his voice low as he asks the million-dollar question. What you said outside the city, was that true? Our girl is absolutely shocked, realizing he heard her confession that day after all. He starts to say he knows she just did it to thrill him, but she cuts him off before he can finish. No, she says, her voice trembling but firm. I was serious. The man is completely stunned, his usual cool demeanor shattering. Really? He asks, and our girl shyly admits that as long as he doesn't dislike her, she's willing to give this a try. You can practically see his soul leaving his body from sheer happiness. He stammers that there's no way he could ever dislike her, looking like he's just won the lottery. In a burst of emotion, he pulls her into a tight hug. But his excitement makes him wince in pain as he accidentally tears one of his wounds. Our girl panics, but he tries to play it off, insisting he was just kidding. She's not buying it for a second. Mr. Huang, you don't seem like a joker. A slow, dangerous smirk spreads across his face. Oh, then what kind of person do you think I am? She blushes and looks away, murmuring that in her eyes, he's a very gentle and kind person. And just like that, his heart turns to mush. He leans in close, vowing to make her fall in love with him. But our poor heroine has her own heartfelt confession, thanking him for letting her live again. She looks at him with so much hope, praying she's finally made the right choice. With a blush, she whispers the 3 words he's been waiting to hear. I trust you. And that's all the invitation he needs. He leans in for a kiss that is so unbelievably gentle and soft. He pulls back just enough to ask if this is okay, giving her a chance to stop. Look at this man, asking for consent. We love to see it. Our girl is a blushing mess, but manages to stammer that she likes it very much. He's so overjoyed he wonders if this is all a dream. But just as things are getting good, their romantic moment is shattered by a knock at the door. It's Aunt Zhang, completely oblivious, calling them to come have dinner. They spring apart like they've been electrocuted, blushing furiously. Our girl rushes to the door, babbling about helping, while Mr. Huang just tries to regain his composure. She practically flees the room, her face still beet red. But Aunt Zhang isn't done. She pulls Mr. Huang aside to let him know that Miss Manhwa is still looking for him. The mood instantly sours. He looks so done with this other woman. He sighs, deciding it's time to put an end to that situation once and for all, but tells the aunt not to tell Sheng Ying about it. Aunt Zhang gives a knowing smile, completely on board with the secret plan. Sheng Ying is shocked to find Mr. Huang strolling through the courtyard, looking as handsome as ever. How did you get out? She asks, her eyes wide with concern. He just gives her a small smile, explaining his wound is almost healed and he wanted to pick some fruit for Aunt Zhang. Our girl's heart melts and she immediately agrees to go with him. They arrive at a beautiful orchard filled with ripe, juicy peaches. Did Aunt Zhang plant all of these? She wonders aloud, as Mr. Huang plucks the perfect one just for her. He offers it to her, his eyes fixed on her face. She takes a huge bite and her face lights up. It's incredibly sweet. She offers him a taste, but he just smirks, saying, indeed, very sweet, and you just know he's not talking about the fruit. Our girl gets lost in the moment, sighing that she envies this simple life. Growing vegetables, raising geese, a life completely free of worry. He sees the longing in her eyes and asks if she truly likes it, offering to find a place where they can hide away together. Her heart stops. Could he be serious? He promises to take her traveling to enjoy the scenery and live in seclusion, just the two of them. Overwhelmed by his kindness, she barely has time to react before he leans in. He pulls her into a deep, passionate kiss under the blossoming trees. Her mind goes blank, only able to think about her lip balm as he pulls her even closer. Later, she confesses how peaceful and happy she feels now. He agrees, but a shadow of doubt crosses her face as she wonders if this peace can truly last. He pulls her into a tight, reassuring hug, promising her that he's here now. Shaking off her worries, she runs ahead, excitedly calling out that she's found a huge peach. But their peaceful day is about to be shattered. Back at the house, Aunt Zhang appears with a worried look on her face. She found a letter that was slipped under the door, addressed to Mr. Huang. His expression instantly turns grim as he reads it. "Sheng Ying," he says gravely. "This is news about Liar." Her blood runs cold. Lear! The letter is a ransom note, demanding 1,000 taels of gold at a remote temple in exchange for information. 1,000 taels of gold. This is clearly a trap. Mr. Huang immediately smells a rat, but our girl is determined. "I'm coming too," she declares. But he flatly refuses. It's too dangerous, and he needs her to stay safe. "No matter who comes," he orders, "do not open the door. Wait for me to come back." But night falls, and the moon hangs high in the sky, and he's still not home. But the woman warns her that the temple has been abandoned for a long time, just as a loud knock echoes through the courtyard. The knocking gets more frantic, but the woman insists Mr. Huang told them not to answer the door for anyone. Suddenly, a voice booms from the other side, screaming her name. Our girl's eyes widen in recognition. She knows that voice. It's her supposed friend, Manhwa, who claims she's found the child and demands they open the door. Manhua explains that Master Huang sent her to a dilapidated temple where they were almost ambushed, all in a ploy to find her son. Our girl panics when she hears her son was slightly injured, and Manhua says she took him to her house for treatment. Manhua cryptically tells her to follow her home to see for herself. Our poor heroine is led into a trap, walking straight into Manhua's courtyard. But instead of her son, she finds the place swarming with guards. Manhua screams at someone off-screen. "Didn't we say no torture?" A cold voice replies, "Catch them all together." Manhua recognizes the voice with dawning horror. It's none other than the emperor himself, looking absolutely furious. He's here, and he does not look pleased. The scene is chaos as Mr. Huang lies defeated. Manhua is livid, screaming that she brought Sheng Ying here, as promised, and demanding to know why he went back on his word. But the emperor is having none of it, calling her a traitor and saying that sparing her life is mercy enough. He coldly orders his men to throw them into the prison van. As Manhua is dragged away, the emperor finally turns his icy gaze to our terrified heroine. He steps forward, his voice dripping with a chilling calmness. "Haven't seen you for a long time." Our girl trembles, her world spinning out of control. She desperately asks what's happening, where her child is, and why Mr. Huang is hurt. The emperor reveals he's been tracking her for 6 months, before accusing Huang Tianba of plotting a rebellion. She tries to defend Mr. Huang's character, but the emperor snaps, "Shut up," and orders his guards to bring her to the palace. Back in the cold, lonely palace, our girl can only weep for her lost child. The emperor finds her, his patience already thin. "Why don't you speak?" he demands, before she finally chokes out the only question that matters. "Where's Liar?" He admits he doesn't have any definite news yet. The crushing realization hits her. It was all a scam to lure her back. He closes the distance between them, his voice dangerously soft. "Do you know, I have been looking for you every day for the past 6 months." But she only has one thing on her mind, pleading for him to let Master Huang go. The emperor's face darkens with pure jealousy. "So you're not crying for Lear, but for this man." She weakly denies it, but the damage is done. He grabs her, his eyes burning with suspicion and rage. "The day you left me," he snarls. "Was it because you had a secret relationship with him?" As he turns away in cold fury, she knows she's in deep trouble. The emperor is dangerously suspicious, and she can't let Mr. Huang pay the price. Our girl lays it on thick, weaving a sob story about being kidnapped by bandits and saved by a so-called benefactor. But the emperor's face screams, "Really?" His eyes are full of doubt, and he's not buying a single word of her performance. She doubles down on the act, insisting she thought she would never see his majesty again. He seems to hesitate for a moment, calling out her name, "Sheng Ying." She immediately goes in for the hug, but while she's in his arms, her mind is already on a new mission. She has to save the real man she cares about, Mr. Huang.